Part 1, Chapters 1 and 2 of The Keeper of the Door. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Celine Major. The Keeper of the Door by Ethel Dell. Part 1, Chapter 1. The Lesson. "Then he's such a prig," said Olga. "You should never use a word you can't define," observed Nick, from the depths of the hammock in which his meagre person reposed at length. She made a face at him, and gave the hammock a vicious twitch, which caused him to rock with some violence for several seconds. As he was wont pathetically to remark, everyone bullied him because he was small and possessed only one arm, having shed the other by inadvertence somewhere on the borders of the Indian Empire. Certainly Olga, his half-brother's eldest child, treated him with scant respect, though she never allowed anyone else to be other than polite to him in her hearing. But then she and Nick had been pals from the beginning of things, and this surely entitled her to a certain license in her dealings with him. Nick, too, was such a darling. He never minded anything. Having duly punished him for snubbing her, she returned with serenity to the work on her lap. "You see," she remarked thoughtfully, "the worst of it is he really is a bit of a genius. And one can't sit on genius with comfort. It sort of flames out where you least expect it." "Highly unpleasant, I should think," agreed Nick. "Yes, and he has such a disgusting fashion of behaving as if one were miles beneath his notice," proceeded Olga. "And I'm not a chicken, you know, Nick. I'm 20. "A vast age," said Nick. For which remark she gave him another jerk which set him swinging like a pendulum. "Well, I've got a little sense, anyhow," she remarked. "But not much," said Nick, "or you would know that that sort of treatment after muffins for tea is calculated to produce indigestion in a very acute form, peculiarly distressing to the beholder." "Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot the muffins." Olga laid a restraining hand upon the hammock. "But do you like him, Nick? Honestly, now." "My dear child, I never like anyone till I've seen him at his worst. Drawing-room manners never attract me." "But this man hasn't got any manners at all," objected Olga. "And he's so horribly satirical. It's like having a stinging nettle in the house. I believe, just because he's clever in his own line, that he's been spoilt. As if everybody couldn't do something." "Ah, that's the point," said Nick sententiously. "Everybody can, but it isn't everybody who does. Now this young man apparently knows how to make the most of his opportunities. He plays a rattling hand at bridge, by the way." "I wonder if he cheats," said Olga. "I'm sure he's quite unscrupulous." Nick turned his head and surveyed her from under his restless eyelids. "I begin to think you must be falling in love with the young man," he observed. "Don't be absurd, Nick." Olga did not even trouble to look up. She was stitching with neat rapidity. "I'm not. That's just how my wife fell in love with me. I assure you it often begins that way." Nick shook his head wisely. "I should take steps to be nice to him if I were you, before the mischief spreads." Olga tossed her head. She was slightly flushed. "I shall never make a fool of myself over any man, Nick," she said. "I'm quite determined on that point." "Dear, dear," said Nick. "How old did you say you were?" "I am woman enough to know my own mind," said Olga. "Heaven forbid," said Nick. "You wouldn't be a woman at all if you did that." "I don't think you are a good judge on that subject, Nick," remarked his niece judiciously. "In fact, even Dr. Wyndham knows better than that. I assure you the antipathy is quite mutual. He regards everyone who isn't desperately ill as superfluous and uninteresting. He was absolutely disappointed the other day because, when I slipped on the stairs, I didn't break any bones." "What a fiend!" said Nick. "And yet Dad likes him," said Olga. "I can't understand it. The poor people like him too, in a way. Isn't it odd? They seem to have so much faith in him." "I believe Jim has faith in him," remarked Nick. "He wouldn't turn him loose on his patients if he hadn't." "Of course, Sir Kersley Whitton recommended him," conceded Olga. And he is an absolutely wonderful man, Dad says. He calls him the greatest medicine man in England. He took up Max Wyndham years ago when he was only a medical student, and he has been like a father to him ever since. In fact, I don't believe Dr. Wyndham would ever have come here if Sir Kersley hadn't made him. He was overworked and wouldn't take a rest, so Sir Kersley literally forced him to come and be Dad's assistant for a while. He told Dad that he was too brilliant a man to stay long in the country, and Dad gathered that he contemplated making him his own partner in the course of time. The sooner the better, I should say. He obviously thinks himself quite thrown away on the likes of us." "Altogether he seems to be a very interesting young man," said Nick. "I must really cultivate his acquaintance. Is he going to be present to-night?" "Oh, I suppose so. It's a great drawback having him living in the house. You see, being his hostess, I have to be more or less civil to him. It's very horrid," said Olga, upon whom, in consequence of her mother's death 3 years before, the duties of housekeeper had devolved. "And Dad is so fearfully strict, too. He won't let me be the least little bit rude, though he is often quite rude himself. You know Dad." "I know him," said Nick. "He's licked me many a time, bless his heart, and richly I deserved it. Help me to get out of this like a good kid. I see James the Second and the twins awaiting me on the tennis court. I promised them a set after tea." He rolled on to his feet with careless agility, his one arm encircling his young niece's shoulders. "I shouldn't worry if I were you," protested Olga. "It's much too hot. Don't waste your energies amusing the children. They can quite well play about by themselves." "And get up to mischief," said Nick. "No, I'm on the job overlooking the whole crowd of you, and I'll do it thoroughly. When old Jim comes home he'll find a model household awaiting him. By the way, I had a letter from him this afternoon. The Kitty is stronger already, and Muriel as happy as a queen. I shall hear from her to-morrow." "Don't you wish you were there with them?" questioned Olga. "It would be much more fun than staying here to chaperone me." Nick looked quizzical. "Oh, there's plenty of fun to be had out of that, too," he assured her. "I take a lively interest in you, my child. Always have." "You're a darling," said Olga, raising her face impulsively. "I shall write and tell Dad what care you are taking of us all." She kissed him warmly and let him go, smiling at the tuneless humming that accompanied his departure. Who, at a casual glance, would have taken Nick Ratcliffe for one of the keenest politicians of his party, a man whom friend and foe alike regarded as too brilliant to be ignored? He had even been jestingly described as "that doughty champion of the British Empire," an epithet that Olga cherished jealously, because it had not been bestowed wholly in jest. His general appearance was certainly the reverse of imposing, and in this particular, to her intense gratification, Olga resembled him. She had the same quick, pale eyes, with the shrewdness of observation that never needed to look twice; the same colourless brows and lashes and insignificant features. But she possessed one redeeming point which Nick lacked. What with him was an impish grin of sheer exuberance, with her was a smile of rare enchantment, very fleeting, with a fascination quite indescribable, but none the less capable of imparting to her pale young face a charm that only the greatest artists have ever been able to depict. People were apt to say of Olga Ratcliffe that she had a face that lighted up well. Her ready intelligence was ardent enough to illuminate her. No one was ever dull in her society. Certainly in her temperament at least there was nothing colourless. Where she loved intensely, and she hated in the same way, quite thoroughly, and without dissimulation. Maxwell Wyndham, for instance, the subject of her recent conversation with Nick, she had disliked wholeheartedly from the commencement of their acquaintance, and he was perfectly aware of the fact. He could not well have been otherwise, but he was by no means disconcerted thereby. It even seemed as if he took a malicious pleasure in developing her dislike upon every opportunity that presented itself, and since he was living in the house as her father's assistant, opportunities were by no means infrequent. But there was no open hostility between them. Under Dr. Ratcliffe's eye, his daughter was always frigidly polite to the unwelcome outsider, and the outsider accepted her courtesy with a sarcastic smile, knowing exactly how much it was worth. Perhaps he was a little curious to know how she meant to treat him during her father's absence, or it may have been sheer chance that actuated him on that sultry evening in August. But Nick and his 3 playfellows had only just settled down to a serious set when the doctor's assistant emerged from the house, with his hands deep in his pockets, and a peculiarly evil-smelling cigarette between his firm lips, and strolled across to the shady corner under the walnut trees where the doctor's daughter was sitting. She was stitching so busily that she did not observe his approach until escape was out of the question. But she would not have retreated in any case. It was characteristic of her to display a bold front to the people she disliked. She threw him one of her quick glances as he reached her, and noted with distaste the extreme fieriness of his red hair in the light of the sinking sun. His hair had always been an offense to her. It was so obtrusive. But she could have borne with that alone. It was the green eyes that mocked at everything from under shaggy red brows, that had originally given rise to her very decided antipathy, and these Olga found it impossible to condone. People had no right to mock, whatever the color of their eyes. He joined her as though wholly unaware of her glance of disparagement. "I fear I am spoiling a charming picture," he observed as he did so. "But since there was none but myself to admire it, I felt at liberty to do so." Again, momentarily, Olga's eyes flashed upwards, comprehending the whole of his thick-set figure in a single sweep of the eyelids. He was exceedingly British in build, possessing in breadth what he lacked in height. There was a bulldog strength about his neck and shoulders that imparted something of a fighting look to his general demeanor. He bore himself with astounding self-assurance. "Have you had any tea?" Olga inquired somewhat curtly. She was inwardly wondering what he had come for. He usually had a very definite reason for all he did. "Many thanks," he replied, balancing himself on the edge of the hammock. "I am deeply touched by your solicitude for my welfare. I partook of tea at the Campions half an hour ago." "At the Campions?" There was quick surprise in Olga's voice. It elicited no explanation, however. He sat and swayed in the hammock as though he had not noticed it. After a moment she turned and looked at him fully. The green eyes were instantly upon her, alert and critical, holding that gleam of satirical humor that she invariably found so exasperating. "Well?" said Olga at last. "Well, fair lady," he responded with bland serenity. She frowned. He was the only person in her world who ever made her take the trouble to explain herself, and he did it upon every possible occasion with unvarying regularity. She hated him for it very thoroughly, but she always had to yield. "Why did you go to the Campions?" she asked, barely restraining her irritation. "That, fair lady," he coolly responded, "is a question which, with regret, I must decline to answer." Olga flushed. "How absurd!" she said quickly. "Dad would tell me like a shot." "I am not Dad," said the doctor's assistant with unruffled urbanity. "Moreover, fair lady—" "I prefer to be called by my name, if you have no objection, Dr. Wyndham," cut in Olga with rising wrath. He smiled at something over her head. "Thank you, Olga. It saves trouble, certainly. Would you like to call me by mine? Max is what I generally answer to." Olga turned a vivid scarlet. "I am Miss Ratcliffe to you," she said. He accepted the rebuff with unimpaired equanimity. "I thought it must be too good to be true. Pardon my presumption. When you are as old as I am you will realize how little it really matters. You are genuinely angry, I suppose? Not pretending?" Olga bit her lip in silence and returned to her work, conscious of unsteady fingers, conscious also of a scrutiny that marked and derided the fact. "Yes," he said after a moment. "I should think your pulse must be about 100. Leave off working for a minute, and let it steady down." Olga stitched on in spite of growing discomfiture. The shakiness was increasing very perceptibly. She could feel herself becoming hotter every moment. It was maddening to feel those ironical eyes noting and ridiculing her agitation. From exasperation she had passed to something very nearly resembling fury. "Leave off," he said again, and then, because she would not, he laid a detaining hand upon her work. Instantly and fiercely her needle stabbed downwards. It was done in a moment, almost before she realized the nature of the impulse that possessed her. Straight into the back of his hand the weapon drove, and there, from the sheer force of the impact, broke off short. Olga exclaimed in horror, but Max Wyndham made no sound of any sort. The cigarette remained between his lips, and not a muscle of his face moved. His hand, with the broken needle in it, was not withdrawn. It clenched slowly, that was all. The blood welled up under Olga's dismayed eyes, and began to trickle over the brown fist. She threw a frightened glance into his grim face. Her anger had wholly evaporated, and she was keenly remorseful. But it was no matter for an apology. The thing was beyond words. "And now," said Max Wyndham, coolly removing the ash from his cigarette, "perhaps you will come to the surgery with me and get it out." "I," stammered Olga, turning very white. "Even so, fair lady. It will be a little lesson for you. In surgery. I hope the sight of blood doesn't make you feel green," said Max, with a one-sided twitch of the lips that was scarcely a smile. He removed his hand, to her relief, and stood up. Olga stood up too, but she was trembling all over. "Oh, I can't. Indeed I can't. Dr. Wyndham, please." She glanced around desperately. "There's Nick. Couldn't you ask him?" "Unfortunately, this is a job that requires two hands," said Max. "Besides, you did the mischief, remember." Olga gasped, and said no more. Meekly she laid her work on the chair by the hammock, and accompanied him into the house. It was the most painful predicament she had ever been in. She knew that there was no escape for her, knew, moreover, that she richly deserved her punishment. Yet, as he held open the surgery door for her, she made one more appeal. "I'm sure I can't do it. I shall do more harm than good, and hurt you horribly." "Oh, but you'll enjoy that," he said. "Indeed I shan't." Olga was almost in tears by this time. "Couldn't you do it yourself, with the forceps?" "Afraid not," said Max. He went to a cupboard, and took out a bottle containing something which he measured into a glass and filled up with water. "Fortify yourself with this," he said, handing it to her, "while I select the instruments of torture." Olga shuddered visibly. "I don't want it. I only want to go." "Well, you can't go," he returned, "until you have extracted that bit of needle of yours. So drink that, and be sensible." He pulled out a drawer with the words, and she watched him, fascinated, as he made his selection. He glanced up after a moment. "Olga, if you don't swallow that stuff soon, I shall be annoyed with you." She raised it at once to her lips, feeling as if she had no choice, and drank with shuddering distaste. "I always have hated sal volatile," she said, as she finished the draught. "You can't have everything you like in this world," returned Max sententiously. "Come over here, by the window. Now you are to do exactly what I tell you. Understand? Put your own judgment in abeyance. Yes, I know it's bleeding, but you needn't shudder like that. Give me your hand." She gave it, trembling. He held it firmly, looking straight into her quivering face. "We won't proceed," he said, "until you have quite recovered your self-control, or you may go and slit a large vein, which would be awkward for us both. Just stand still and pull yourself together." She found herself obliged to obey. The shrewd green eyes watched her mercilessly, and under their unswerving regard her agitation gradually died down. "That's better," he said at length, and released her hand. "Now see what you can do." It seemed to Olga later that he took so keen an interest in the operation as to be quite insensible of the pain it involved. She obeyed his instructions herself, with a set face and a quaking heart, suppressing a sick shudder from time to time, finally achieving the desired end with a face so ghastly that the victim of her efforts laughed outright. "Whom are you most sorry for, yourself or me?" he wanted to know. "I say, please don't faint till you have bandaged me up. I can't attend to you properly if you do, and I shall probably spill blood over you and make a beastly mess." Again his insistence carried the day. Olga bandaged the torn hand without a murmur. "And now," said Dr. Max Wyndham, "tell me what you did it for." She looked at him with quick defiance. She had endured much in silence, mainly because she had known that she had deserved it, but there was a limit. She was not going to be brought to book as though she had been a naughty child. "You had yourself alone to thank for it," she declared with indignation. If you hadn't interfered and behaved intolerably, it wouldn't have happened." "What a naive way of expressing it," said Max. "Shall I tell you how I regard the happening?" "You can do as you like," she flung back. She was longing to go, but stood her ground lest departure should look like flight. Max took out and lighted another cigarette before he spoke again. Then, "I regard it," he said very deliberately, "as a piece of spiteful mischief for which you deserve a sound whipping, which it would give me immense pleasure to administer." Olga's pale face flamed scarlet. Her eyes flashed up to his in fiery disdain. "You?" she said with withering scorn. "You?" "Well, what about me?" Carelessly, his hands in his pockets, Max put the question. Quite obviously he did not care in the smallest degree what answer she made. And so Olga, being stung to rage by his unbearable superiority, cast scruples to the wind. "I'd do the same to you again, and worse," she declared vindictively, "if I got the chance." Max smiled at that superciliously, one corner of his mouth slightly higher than the other. "Oh, no, you wouldn't," he said. "For one thing, you wouldn't care to run the risk of having to sew me up again. And for another, you wouldn't dare." "Not dare? Do you think I am afraid of you?" Olga stood in a streak of sunlight that slanted through the wire blind of the doctor's surgery and fell in checkers upon her white dress. Her pale eyes fairly blazed. No one who had ever seen her thus would have described her as colourless. She was as vivid in that moment as the flare of the sunset; and into the eyes of the man who leaned against the table coolly appraising her, there came an odd little gleam of satisfaction, that gleam that comes into the eyes of the treasure hunter at the first glint of gold. Olga came a step towards him. She saw the gleam, and took it for ridicule. The situation was intolerable. She would be mocked no longer. "Dr. Wyndham," she said, her voice pitched rather low, "do you call yourself a gentleman?" "I really don't know," he answered. "It's a question I've never asked myself." "Because," she said, speaking rather quickly, "I think you a cad." "Not really," said Max, smiling openly. "Now I wonder why. Sit down, won't you, and tell me." The colour was fading from her face again. She had made a mistake in thus assailing him, and already she knew it. He only laughed at her puny efforts to hurt him, laughed and goaded her afresh. "Why am I not a gentleman?" he asked, and drew in a mouthful of smoke which he puffed at the ceiling. "Because I said I should like to give you a whipping? But you would like to tar and feather me, I gather. Isn't that even more barbarous?" He watched the smoke ascend, with eyes screwed up, then, as she did not speak, looked down at her again. She no longer stood in the sunlight, and the passing of the splendour seemed to have left her cold. She looked rather small and pinched; there was even a hint of forlornness about her. But she had learned her lesson. As he looked at her, she clenched her hands, drew a deep breath, and spoke. "Dr. Wyndham, I beg your pardon for hurting you, and for being rude to you. I can't help my thoughts, of course, but I was wrong to put them into words. Please forget all I've said." "Oh, I say," said Max, opening his eyes, "that's the cruellest thing you've done yet. You've taken all the wind out of my sails and left me stranded. What is one expected to say to an apology of that sort? It's outside my experience entirely." Olga had turned to the door, but at his words she paused, looking back. A glimmer of resentment still shone in her eyes. "If I were in your place," she said, "I should apologize too." "Oh, no, you wouldn't," said Max. "Not if you wished to achieve the desired effect. You see, I've nothing to apologize for." "How like a man!" exclaimed Olga. "Yes, isn't it? Thanks for the compliment. Strange to say, I am much more like a man than anything else under the sun. I say, are you really going? Well, I forgive you for being naughty, if that's what you want. And I'm sorry I can't grovel to you, but I don't feel justified in so doing, and it would be very bad for you in any case. By the way, Miss Ratcliffe, I think you will be interested to learn that my visit to the Campions was of a social and not of a professional character. That was all you wanted to know, I think." Olga, holding the door open, looked across at him with surprise that turned almost instantly to half scornful enlightenment. "Oh, that's it, is it?" she said. "That's it," said Max. "Quite sure you don't want to know anything else?" Again he puffed the smoke upwards and watched it ascend. "Why on earth couldn't you have said so before?" said Olga. He turned at that and surveyed her quite seriously. "Oh, that was entirely for your sake," he said. "For my sake?" said Olga. Sheer curiosity impelled her to remain and probe this mystery. "Yes," said Max, with a sudden twinkle in his green eyes. "You know it isn't good for little girls to know too much." As the door banged upon her retreat, he leaned back, holding to the edge of the table, and laughed with his chin in the air. Life in the country, notwithstanding its many drawbacks, was turning out to be more diverting than he had anticipated. 2. The Ally. "Ah, my dear, there you are. I was just wondering if I would come over and see you." Violet Campion reined in her horse with a suddenness that made him chafe indignantly, and leaned from the saddle to greet Olga, who had just turned in at the Priory gates. Olga was bicycling. She sprang from her machine and reached up an impetuous hand, as regardless of the trampling animal as its rider. "Pluto is in a tiresome mood to-day," remarked his mistress. "I know he won't be satisfied till he has had a good beating. Perhaps you will go on up to the house while I give him a lesson." "Oh, don't beat him," Olga pleaded. "He's only fresh." "No, he isn't. He's vicious. He snapped at me before I mounted. It's no good postponing it. He'll have to have it." Violet spoke as if she were discussing the mechanism of a machine. "You go on up the drive, my dear, while I take him across the turf." But Olga lingered. "Violet, really. I know he will throw you or bolt with you. I wish you wouldn't." Violet's laugh had a ring of scorn. "My dear child, if I were afraid of that, I had better give up riding him altogether." "I wish you would," said Olga. "He is much too strong for a woman to manage." Violet laughed again, this time with sheer amusement, and then, with dark eyes that flashed in the sunlight, she slashed the animal's flank with her riding whip. He uttered a snort that was like an exclamation of rage, and leaped clean off the ground. Striking it again, he reared, but receiving a stinging cut over the ears that brought him down. Then furiously he kicked and plunged, catching the whip all over his glossy body, till with a furious squeal he flung himself forward and galloped headlong away. Olga stood on the drive and watched with lips slightly compressed. She knew that as an exhibition of skilled horsemanship the spectacle she had just witnessed was faultless. But it gave her no pleasure, and there was no admiration in the eyes that followed the distant galloping figure with the merciless whip that continued active as long as she could see it. As horse and rider passed from sight, beyond a clump of trees, she remounted her bicycle, and rode slowly towards the house. Old and grey and weather-stained, the walls of Brethaven Priory shone in the hot sunlight. It had been built in Norman days a full mile and a half inland; but more than the mile had disappeared in the course of the crumbling centuries, and only a stretch of gleaming hillside now intervened between it and the sea. The wash and roar of the Channel and the crying of gulls swept over the grass-clad space, as though already claim had been laid to the old grey building that had weathered so many gales. Undoubtedly the place was doomed. There was something eerily tragic about it, even on that shining August afternoon, a shadow indefinable of which Olga had been conscious even in her childish days. She looked over her shoulder several times as she rode in the direction in which her friend had disappeared, but she saw no sign of her. Finally, reaching the house, she went round to a shed at the back in which she was accustomed to lodge her bicycle. Here she was joined by an immense Irish wolfhound who came from the region of the stables to greet her. She stopped to fondle him. She and Cork were old friends. As she finally returned to the carriage drive in front of the house, he accompanied her. The front door stood open, and she went in through its Gothic archway, glad to escape from the glare outside. The great hall she thus entered had been the chapel in the days of the monks, and it had the clammy atmosphere of a vault. Passing in from the brilliant sunshine, Olga felt actually cold. It was dark also, the only light, besides that from the open door, proceeding from a stained glass window at the farther end, a gruesome window representing in vivid colours the death of St. John the Baptist. The carved oak chest, long and low, stood just within, and upon this the girl seated herself, with the great dog close beside her. Her 10-mile bicycle ride in the heat had tired her. There was no sound in the house, save the ticking of an invisible clock. It might have been a place bewitched, so intense and so uncanny was the silence, broken only by that grim ticking, that sounded somehow as if it had gone on exactly the same for untold ages. "What a ghostly old place it is, Cork," Olga remarked to her companion. "And you actually spend the night here? I can't think how you dare." In response to which Cork smiled with a touch of superiority, and gave her to understand that he was too sensible to be afraid of shadows. They were still there, conversing with their faces to the sunlit garden, when there came the sound of a careless footfall, and Violet Campion, her riding whip dangling from her wrist, strolled round the corner of the house and in at the open door. She was laughing as she came, evidently at some joke that clung to her memory. "Look at me," she said. "I'm all foam. But I've conquered His Majesty King Devil for once. He's come back positively abject. My dear, do get up. You're sitting on my coffin." Olga got up quickly. "Violet, what extraordinary things you think of." The other girl laughed again, and, stooping, raised the oaken lid. "It's not in the least extraordinary. Look inside, and picture to yourself how comfy I shall be. You can come and see me if you like, and spread flowers, red ones, mind. I like plenty of colour." She dropped the lid again carelessly, and took a gold cigarette case from her pocket. The sunlight shone generously upon her at that moment, and Olga Ratcliffe told herself for the 100th time that this friend of hers was the loveliest girl she had ever seen. Certainly her beauty was superb, of the Spanish-Irish type that is world famous. Black hair, that clustered in soft ringlets about the forehead, black brows, very straight and delicate, skin of olive and rose, features so exquisite as to make one marvel, long lashed eyes that were neither black nor grey but truest, deepest violet. "Don't look at me like that," she said with gay imperiousness. "You pale-eyed folk have a horrible knack of making one feel as if one is under a microscope. Your worthy uncle is just the same. If I weren't so deeply in love with him I might resent it. But Nick is a privileged person, isn't he, wherever he goes? Didn't someone once say of him that he rushes in where angels fear to tread? It's rather an apt description. How is he, by the way? And why didn't you bring him too?" She stood on the step with the sunlight pouring over her, and daintily smoked her cigarette. Olga came and stood beside her. They formed a wonderful contrast, a contrast that might have seemed cruel but for the keen intelligence that gave such vitality to the face of the doctor's daughter. "Oh, Nick is playing cricket with the boys," she said. "He is wonderfully good, you know, and takes immense care of us all. A positive paragon, my dear. Don't I know it? A pity he saw fit to throw himself away upon that very lethargic young woman. I should have made him a much more suitable wife. If he had only had the sense to wait a few years, instead of snatching the first dark-eyed damsel who came his way. Oh, really, Violet. And fancy calling Muriel lethargic. She is one of the deepest people I know, and absolutely devoted to Nick, and he to her." Doubtless, doubtless," Violet flicked the ash delicately from her cigarette. "I am sure he is the soul of virtue. But how comes it that the devoted Muriel can tear herself away from his side to go a-larking on the Continent with the grim and masterful Dr. Jim?" "Oh, I thought you knew that. It is for the child's benefit. Poor little Reggie has a delicate chest, and Redlands doesn't altogether suit him. Dad positively ordered him abroad, and when Muriel demurred about taking him out of Dad's reach, she has such faith in him, you know, he arranged to go too if Nick would leave Redlands and come and help me keep house. You see, Dad couldn't very well leave me to look after Dr. Wyndham single-handed." "My dear, of course not." Up went the violet eyes in horror at the bare suggestion. "You scandalize me. An innocent child like you. Not to be thought of for a moment. Rather than that I would have come and shared the burden with you myself." "That's exactly what I have come to ask you to do," said Olga eagerly. "Do say you can. You can't think how welcome you will be." "My dear, you're so impetuous." Violet was just a year her junior, but this fact was never recognized. "Pray give me time to deliberate. You forget that I also have a family to consider. What will Bruce say if I desert him at a moment's notice?" "I'm sure Bruce won't mind. Can't we go and ask him?" "Presently, my child. He is not at home just at present. Neither is Mrs. Bruce." The daintiest grimace in the world testified to the opinion entertained by the speaker for the latter. "Moreover, Bruce and I had a difference of opinion this morning, and are not on speaking terms. So unfortunate that he is so difficile. By the way, he is hand and glove with the new assistant. Were you aware of that?" "I knew that he came to tea here yesterday," said Olga. "Oh? And how did you find that out?" "He told me." "You mean you asked him?" "Indeed I didn't." Olga refuted the charge with indignation. "I don't take the smallest interest in his doings." "Not really?" Her friend looked at her with a comprehending smile. "Don't you like the young man?" she inquired. "I detest him," Olga declared with vehemence. Again the slender little finger flicked the ash from the cigarette. "But what a mistake, dear," murmured the owner thereof. "Young men don't grow on every gooseberry bush. Besides, one can never tell. The object of one's detestation might turn out to be the one and only, and it's so humiliating to have to change one's mind." "I shall never change my mind with regard to Dr. Wyndham," Olga said with great determination. "I should hate him quite as badly if he were the only man in the world." But at that the cigarette was suddenly whisked from the soft lips and pointed full at her. "Allegro." It was Violet Campion's special name for her, and she uttered it weightily. "Mark my words, and ponder them well. You have met your fate." "Violet! How dare you say such a thing?" Olga turned crimson with indignant protest. "I haven't. I wouldn't. It's horrid of you to talk like that." "Quite indecent, dear, I admit. But have you never noticed how indecent the truth can be? What a pity to waste such a lovely blush on me. I presume he hasn't begun to make love to you yet?" "Of course he hasn't. No man would be such a fool with you within reach," thrust back Olga, goaded to self-defence. "But I am not within reach," said Violet, with a twirl of the cigarette. "Far more so than I," returned Olga with spirit. "Anyhow, he never went out of his way to have tea with me." A peal of laughter from her companion put a swift end to her indignation. Violet was absolutely irresistible when she laughed. It was utterly impossible to be indignant with her. "Then you think if I am there perhaps you will be persuaded to stay at home to tea?" she chuckled mischievously. "Well, my dear, I'll come, and we will play at battledore and shuttlecock to your heart's content. But if the young man turns and rends us for our pains, and I have a shrewd notion that that's the sort of young man he is, you mustn't blame me." She tossed away her cigarette with the words, and turned inwards, sweeping Olga with her characteristic energy. She was never still for long in this mood. They passed through the great hall to a Gothic archway in the south wall, close to the wonderful stained window. Olga glanced up at it with a slight shiver as she passed below. "Isn't it horribly realistic?" she said. The girl beside her laughed lightly. "I rather like it myself, but then I have an appetite for the horrors. And they've made the poor man so revoltingly sanctimonious that one really can't feel sorry for him. I'd cut off the head of anybody with a face like that. It's a species that still exists, but ought to have been exterminated long ago." With her hand upon Olga's arm, she led her through the Gothic archway to a second smaller hall, and on up a wide oak staircase with a carved balustrade that was lighted halfway up by another great window of monastic design but clear glass. Olga always liked to pause by this window, for the view from it was magnificent. Straight out to the open sea it looked, and the width of the outlook was superb. "Oh, it's better than Redlands," she said. "I don't think so," returned Violet. "Redlands is civilized. This isn't. Picture to yourself the cruelty of bottling up a herd of monks here in full view of their renounced liberty. Imagine being condemned to pass this window a dozen times in the day, on the way to that dreary chapel of theirs. A refinement of torture with which the window downstairs simply can't compete. How they must have hated the smell of the sea, poor dears! But I dare say they didn't open their windows very often. It wasn't the fashion in those days." She drew Olga on to the corridor above, and so to her own room, a cheerful apartment that faced the Priory grounds. "If I am really coming to stay with you, I suppose I must pack some clothes. Does the young man dress for dinner, by the way?" "Oh, yes. It's very ridiculous. We all do it now. It's such a waste of time," said the practical Olga. "And I never have anything to wear." "Poor child! That is a drawback, certainly. I wonder if you could wear any of my things. I shouldn't like to eclipse you." "I'm sure I couldn't. Thank you all the same." Olga's reply was very prompt. "As to eclipsing me, you'll do that in any case, whatever you wear." Violet looked at her with dancing eyes. "I believe you actually want to be eclipsed. What on earth has the young man been doing? He seems to have scared you very effectually." "Oh, I'm not afraid of him." Olga spoke with her chin in the air. "But I detest him with all my heart, and he detests me." "In fact, you are at daggers drawn," commented Violet. "And you want me to come and divert the enemy's attention while you strengthen your defences. Well, my dear, as I said before, I'll come. But, from what I've seen of Dr. Maxwell Wyndham, I don't think I shall make much impression. If he means to gobble you up, he certainly will do so, whether I interfere or not. I've a notion you might do worse, green eyes and red hair notwithstanding. He will probably whip you soundly now and then, and put you in the corner till you are good. But you will get to like that in time. And I dare say he will be kind enough to let you lace up his boots for a treat in between whiles." Olga's pale eyes flashed. "You are positively mad this afternoon, Violet." "Oh, no, I'm not. I haven't had a mad spell for a long time. I am only extraordinarily shrewd and far-seeing. Well, dear, what shall I bring to wear? Do you think I shall be appreciated in my red silk? Or will that offend the eye of the virtuous Nick?" "No, you are not to wear that red thing. Wear white. I like you best in white." "And black?" "Yes, black too. But not colours. You are too beautiful for colours." "Ridiculous child. That red thing, as you call it, suits me to perfection." "I know it does, but I don't like it. You make me think of Lady Macbeth in that. Besides, it's much too splendid for ordinary occasions. Yes, that pale mauve is exquisite. You will look lovely in that. And this maize suits you too. But you look positively dangerous in red." "I must leave the business of selection to you, it seems," laughed Violet. "Well, I am to be your guest, so you shall make your own choice. By the way, how shall I get to Weir? Mrs. Bruce has the car, and will probably not return till late. And Bruce is using the dog cart. That only leaves the luggage cart for me. I'll fly round to Redlands for the motor. Nick won't mind. You get your things packed while I'm gone." Olga deposited an armful of her friend's belongings upon the bed and turned to go. Nick's property of Redlands was less than a mile away, and all that Nick possessed was at her disposal. In fact, she had almost come to look upon Redlands as a second home. It would not take her long to run across to the garage and fetch the little motor which Nick himself had taught her years ago to drive. Lightly she ran down the oak stairs and through the echoing hall once more. The vault-like chill of the place struck her afresh as she passed to the open door. And again involuntarily she shivered, quickening her steps, eager to leave the clammy atmosphere behind. Passing into the hot sunshine beyond the great nail-studded door was like entering another world. She turned her face up to the brightness, and rejoiced. End of chapters 1 and 2. Part 1, Chapters 3 and 4 of The Keeper of the Door by Ethel Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 3. The Obstacle. Redlands had always been a bower of delight to Olga's vivid fancy. The house, long, low, and rambling, stood well back from the cliffs in the midst of a garden which to her childhood's mind had always been the earthly presentment of paradise. Not the owner of it himself loved it as did Olga. Many were the hours she had spent there, and not one of them but held a treasured place in her memory. As she turned in at the iron gate, the music of the stream that ran through the glen rose refreshingly through the August stillness. She wished Nick were with her to enjoy it too. The temptation to run down to the edge of the water was irresistible. It babbled with such delicious coolness between its ferns. The mossy pathway gleamed emerald green. Surely there was no need for haste. She could afford to give herself 5 minutes in her paradise. Violet certainly would not be ready yet. She sat down, therefore, on the edge of the stream, and gave herself up to the full enjoyment of her surroundings. An immense green dragonfly whirred past her and shot away into the shadows. She watched its flight with fascinated eyes, so sudden was it, so swift, and so unerringly direct. It reminded her of something, she could not remember what. She wrestled with her memory vainly, and finally dismissed the matter with slight annoyance, turning her attention to a wonderful coloured moth that here flitted across her line of vision. It was an exquisite thing, small, but red as coral. Only in this fairyland of Nick's had she ever seen its like. Lightly it fluttered through the checkered light and shade above the water, shining like a jewel above the shallows, the loveliest thing in sight. And then, even under her watching eyes, came tragedy. Swift as an arrow, the green dragonfly darted back again, and in an instant flashed away. In that instant the coral butterfly vanished also. Olga exclaimed in incredulous horror. The happening had been too quick for her eyes to follow, but her comprehension leaped to the truth. And in that moment she realized what it was of which the dragonfly reminded her. It was of Max Wyndham, sitting on the surgery table, watching her with that mocking gleam in his green eyes, as though he knew her to be at his mercy whether she stayed or fled. It was unreasonable, of course, but that very tragedy in the glen increased her dislike of the man 100-fold. She felt as if he had darted into her life armed in some fashion with the power to destroy. And she longed almost passionately to turn him out, for no disturbing force had ever entered there before. But she knew that she could not. She went on up to the house in a sober mood. It had been left to the care of the servants since Nick's departure. She found a French window standing open, and entered. It was the drawing-room, all swathed in brown holland. Its dim coolness was very different from the stony chill of the Priory. She looked around her with a restful feeling of being at home, despite the brown coverings. Many were the happy hours she had spent here both before and after Nick's marriage. It had always been her palace of delight. As she paused in the room, she remembered that there was a book Nick had said he wanted out of the library. This room was a somewhat recent addition to the house, and shut away from the rest of the building by a long passage. She passed from the drawing-room and made her way thither. It surprised her a little to find the door standing open, but it was only a passing wonder. The light that came in through the green sun-blinds made her liken it in her own mind to a chamber under the sea, She went to a bookshelf in a dark corner and commenced her hunt. "If you are looking for Pharaoh's treatise on party government," remarked a casual voice behind her, "I have got it here." Olga started violently. Any voice would have given her a surprise at that moment, but the voice of Max Wyndham was an absolute shock that set every nerve on edge. He laughed at her from the sofa, on which she sprawled at length. "My good child, your nerves are like fiddle strings after a frost. Remind me to make you up a tonic when we get back. Did you bicycle over?" Olga ignored the question. She was, for the moment, too angry to speak. "Sit down," he said. "You ought to know better than to scorch on a day like this. You deserve a sunstroke." "I didn't scorch," declared Olga, stung by this injustice. "I'm not such an idiot. You seem to think I haven't any sense at all." "My thoughts are my own," said Max. "Why didn't you say you were coming? You could have motored over with me." "I didn't so much as know you would be in this direction. How could I?" said Olga. "And even if I had known," she paused. "You would have preferred sunstroke," he suggested. "That I can quite believe. Well, here is the book." He swung his legs off the sofa. "I dropped in to fetch it myself, as your good uncle seemed to want it, and then became so absorbed in its pages that I couldn't put it down. We seem to have a rotten constitution altogether. Wonder whose fault it is." Olga took the book with a slight contemptuous glance. That he had been interested in the subject for a single moment she did not believe. She wondered that he deemed it worth his while to feign interest. "Are you taking a holiday to day?" she inquired bluntly. He smiled at that. "I cut off an old man's toe at the cottage hospital this morning, vaccinated 4 babies, pulled out a tooth, and dressed as called. What more would you have? I suppose you don't want to be vaccinated by any chance?" Olga passed the flippant question over. "It's a half holiday then, is it?" she said. "Well, as it happens, fair lady, it is, all thanks to Dame Stubbs of the Ship Inn, who summoned me hither with great urgency, and then was ungrateful enough to die before I reached her." "Oh!" exclaimed Olga. "Is old Mrs. Stubbs dead?" "She is," said Max. She turned upon him. "And you've just come from her deathbed?" He arose and stretched himself. "Even so, fair lady." Olga stared at him incredulously. "You actually don't care?" she asked slowly. "Not much good caring," said Max. "What did she die of?" questioned Olga. He hesitated for a second. Then, "Cancer," he said briefly. "Did she suffer much?" She asked the question nervously, as if she feared the answer. "It doesn't matter, does it?" said Max, thrusting his hands into his pockets. "I don't see why you shouldn't tell me that." Olga spoke with a flash of indignation. "It does matter, in my opinion." "Nothing that's past matters," said Max. "I don't agree with you." Hotly she made answer, inexplicably hurt by his callous tone. "It matters a lot to me. She was a friend of mine. If I had known she was seriously ill, I'd have gone to see her. I think you might have told me." She turned with the words as if to go, but Max coolly stepped to the door before her. He stretched a hand as if to open it, but paused, holding it closed. "I was not aware that the old woman was a friend of yours," he said. "But it wouldn't have done much good to anyone if you had seen her. She probably wouldn't have known you." "I might have taken her things, at least," said Olga. "Which she wouldn't have touched," he rejoined. She clenched her hands unconsciously. Why was he so maddeningly cold-blooded? "Do you mind opening the door?" she said. But he remained motionless, his hand upon it. "Do you mind telling me where you are going?" he said. Her eyes blazed. "Really, Dr. Wyndham, what is that to you?" He stood up squarely and faced her, his back against the door. "I will answer your question when you have answered mine." She restrained herself with an effort. How she hated the man! Conflict with him made her feel physically sick. And yet she had no choice. "I am going down to the Ship at once," she said, "to see her daughter." "Pardon me," said Max. "I thought that was your intention. I am sorry to have to frustrate it, but I must. I assure you Mrs. Briggs will have plenty of other visitors to keep her amused." "I am going, nevertheless," said Olga. She saw his jaw coming into sudden prominence, and her heart gave a hard quick throb of misgiving. They stood face to face in the dimness, neither uttering a word. Several seconds passed. The green eyes were staring at the bookshelves beyond Olga, but it was a stony, pitiless stare. Had he any idea as to how formidable he looked, she wondered? Surely he did not mean to keep her against her will. He could not. She collected herself and spoke. "Dr. Wyndham, will you let me go?" Instantly his eyes met hers. "Certainly," he said, "if you will promise me first not to go to the ship till after the funeral." She felt her face gradually whitening. "But I mean to go. Why shouldn't I?" "Simply because it wouldn't be good for you," he made calm reply. "How ridiculous!" They were the only words that occurred to her. She spoke them with vehemence. He received them in silence, and she saw that a greater effort would be necessary if she hoped to assert her independence with any success. It was essential that she should do so, and she braced herself for a more determined attempt. "Dr. Wyndham," she said, throwing as much command into her voice as she could muster, "open that door at once." She saw again that glint in his eyes that seemed to mock her weakness. He stood his ground. "Fair lady," he said, "with regret I refuse." She made a sharp movement forward, nerved for the fray by sheer all-possessing anger. She gripped the handle of the door above his hand and gave it a sharp wrench. He would not, surely he would not, struggle with her. Surely she must discomfit him, rout him utterly, by this means. Yes, she had won. The sheer unexpectedness of her action had gained the day. Her heart gave a great leap of triumph as he took his hand away. But the next instant it stood still. For in the twinkling of an eye he had taken her by the shoulders, holding her fast. "That is the most foolish thing you ever did in your life," he said, and his words came curt and clipped as though he spoke them through his teeth. Something about him restrained her from offering any resistance. She stood in silence, her heart jerking on again with wild palpitations. The grip of his hands was horribly close. She almost thought he was going to shake her. But his eyes under their bristling brows held her even more securely. Under their look she was suddenly hotly ashamed. "You are going to make me that promise," he said. But she stood silent, trying to muster strength to defy him. "What do you want to go for?" he demanded. I want to know," she stammered over her answer. It was uttered against her will. "Well? What?" Still holding her, he put the question. "I can tell you anything you want to know." "But you won't." Olga plucked up her spirit at this. "It's no good asking you anything. You never answer." "I will answer you," he said. "And besides," said Olga. "Yes?" said Max. "You're so horrid," she burst out. "So cold-blooded, so unsympathetic." To her own amazement and dismay she found herself in tears. In the same instant she was free, and the door left unguarded. But she did not use her freedom to escape. Somehow she did not think of that. She only leaned against the wall with her hands over her face and wept. Max, with his hands deep in his pockets, strolled about the room, whistling below his breath. The gleam had died out of his eyes, but the brows met fiercely above them. His face was the face of a man working out a difficult problem. Suddenly he walked up to her and stood still. "Look here," he said. "Can't you manage to be sensible for a minute? If you go on in this way you will soon get hysterical, and I don't think my treatment for hysterics would appeal to you. Olga, are you listening?" Yes, she was listening tensely, because she could not help herself. "I'm sorry you think me a brute," he proceeded. "I don't think anyone else does, but that's a detail. I am also sorry that you're upset about old Mrs. Stubbs, though I don't see much sense in crying for her now her troubles are over. I think myself that it was just as well I didn't reach her in time. I should only have prolonged her misery. That's one of the grand obstacles in the medical career. I've kicked against it a good many times." He paused. "She did suffer, then?" whispered Olga, commanding herself with an effort. "When she wasn't under the influence of morphia, yes. That was the only peace she knew. But of course it affected her brain. It always does, if you keep on with it." Olga's hands fell. She straightened herself. "Then you think she is better dead?" she said. He squared his great shoulders, and she felt infinitely small. "If I could have followed my own inclination with that old woman," he said, "I should have given her a free pass long ago. But I am not authorized to distribute free passes. On the contrary, it's my business to hang on to people to the bitter end, and not to let them through till they've paid for their liberty to the uttermost farthing." She glanced at him quickly. Cynical as were his words, she was aware of a touch of genuine feeling somewhere. She made a swift response to it, almost before she realized what she was doing. "Oh, but surely the help you give far outweighs that," she said. "I often think I will be a nurse when I am old enough, if Dad can spare me." "Good heavens, child," he said. "Do you want to be a jailer, too?" "No," she answered quickly. "I'll be a deliverer." He smiled his one-sided smile. "And I wonder how long you will call yourself that," he said. She had no answer ready, for he seemed to utter his speculation out of knowledge and not ignorance. It made her feel a little cold, and after a moment she turned from the subject. "I am going back to the Priory," she said. "Shall I take that book, or will you?" It was capitulation, but he gave no sign that he so much as remembered that there had been a battle. Obviously, then, her defeat had been a foregone conclusion from the outset. "You needn't bicycle back," he said. "I've got the car here, and I'm going to the Priory myself." Olga's eyes opened wide at the announcement. "Indeed?" she said with somewhat daring significance. "Indeed?" he responded imperturbably. "Is it a joke?" She felt herself colouring, and considered it safer to leave the question unanswered. "I can't go back in your car," she said. "Violet Campion will be with me, so I have come to fetch Nix." "Oho!" said Max keenly. "Coming to stay?" Very curiously she resented his keenness. "I suppose you have no objection," she said coldly. "I am enchanted," he declared. "But why not come with me in the car? If you take the one from here, you will only have to bring it back, for you can't house it at Weir." "But I should have to come back in any case to fetch my bicycle," Olga pointed out. "No, you needn't. Mitchell can ride that home, and you can drive the motor. You can drive, I'm told." "Of course I can. I often drive Dad." Olga spoke with pride. "Do you really? Why did you never tell me that before? Afraid I should want you instead of Mitchell?" He looked at her quizzically. "It wouldn't make much difference if you did," said Olga. It was really quite useless to attempt to be polite to him, if he would come so persistently within snubbing distance. Besides, she really did not owe him any courtesy after the way he had dared to treat her. But he only laughed at her and turned to the door. "I shouldn't be so cocksure of that, if I were you," he said, opening it with a flourish. "I have a wonderful knack of getting what I want." She flung him the gauntlet of her contemptuous defiance as she passed him. "Really?" she said. He took it up instantly with disconcerting assurance. "Yes, really," he said. And to Olga, all unbidden, there came a sudden little tremor of shuddering remembrance as there flashed across her inner vision the spectacle of a green dragonfly swooping upon a poor little fluttering scarlet moth. 4. The setting of the watch. To return to the Priory with her bête noire seated in triumph beside her was a trick of fortune that Olga had been very far from anticipating. There was no help for it, however, for he was determined to go thither, notwithstanding her assurance that the master of the house was from home. He leaned back at his ease, and watched her drive with frank criticism. "I had no idea you were so accomplished," he remarked, as they skimmed up the long Priory drive. "I should have thought you were much too nervous to drive a car." Olga was never nervous except in his presence, but she would have rather died than have had him know it. "Nick taught me," she said. "Years ago, when he first lost his arm. It's about the only thing he can't do himself." "I've noticed that he's fairly agile," commented Max. "What did he have his arm cut off for? Couldn't he make himself conspicuous enough in any other way?" Olga's cheeks flamed. "He was wounded in action," she said shortly. Max cocked one corner of his mouth. "And so entered Parliament in a blaze of glory," he said. "Vote for the brave, vote for the veteran, vote for the one-armed hero, never mind his politics. That empty sleeve must have been absolutely invaluable to him in his electioneering days." But joking on this subject was more than Olga could bear. The sight of the empty sleeve was enough to bring tears to her eyes at times, even now. To hear it thus lightly spoken of was intolerable. "How dare you say such a thing?" she exclaimed. "As if Nick would ever stoop to take advantage of a thing like that. Nick, who might have won the V.C. only—" She broke off with vehement self-repression. "I'm an idiot to argue with you," she said. "Don't be too hard on yourself," said Max kindly. "Your imbecility takes quite an attractive form, I assure you. So our gallant hero occupies the shrine of your young affections, does he? It must be rather cramping for him. Is he never allowed to come out and stretch himself?" Olga said no word in answer. Her lips were firmly closed. "Poor chap," said Max. "He must find it a tight squeeze, notwithstanding his size. If you don't slow up pretty soon, fair lady, you will knock the Priory into a heap of ruins." "I know what I'm about," breathed Olga. He caught the remark and threw it back with his customary readiness. "Do you really? I humbly beg to question that statement. If you did know, you would proceed with caution." Olga applied her brake and brought the car adroitly to a standstill in front of the house before replying. Then she flung him a challenging glance. "Yes," he said with deliberation. "I don't question your cleverness, fair lady. Only your wisdom. You are too prone to let your feelings run away with you, and that is the most infectious disorder that I know." She laughed, avoiding his eyes, and hotly aware of a certain embarrassment that made a reply impossible. "Perhaps, when you have quite finished your lecture, you will get out," she said, "and let me do the same. It's hot sitting here." "Evidently," said Max. He turned and descended, held up a hand to her, then, as she ignored it, stooped to guard her dress from the wheel. She whisked it swiftly from his touch, and ran in through the open door, encountering the master of the house just coming out with a suddenness that involved a collision. He held her up with a sharp "Hello, hello! Why don't you look where you are going?" And Olga, crimson and breathless, extricated herself with more of speed than dignity. "I'm so sorry, Colonel Campion. The sun is so blazing, I didn't see you. I've come to fetch Violet. She has promised to spend a few days with me while Dad is away." Colonel Campion's thin bronzed face was grim, but he raised no objection to the projected visit. He turned at once to Max. "Hullo, Wyndham. You, is it? Come in and have a drink." And Olga, feeling herself dismissed, hastened away to find her friend. She stood somewhat in awe of Colonel Campion, despite the fact that his young half-sister defied him continually with impunity. There was something fateful and forbidding about him. He made her think of a man laboring perpetually under a burden which he resented, but was compelled to bear. She wondered what he and Max Wyndham could have in common as she paused at the sea window on the stairs to cool her cheeks. He had certainly been pleased in his gloomy fashion to see Max, though he had not troubled to give her a welcome. She found that Violet had not proceeded much further with her packing than when she had left her more than an hour before. She was, in fact, lying at careless ease, half dressed upon the bed, deeply immersed in a book with a lurid paper cover. She scarcely raised her eyes at Olga's entrance. "Back already? My dear, you are like quicksilver. Well have I named you Allegro. It suits you to perfection. Sit down, anywhere. I really can't attend to you for a few minutes. This is the beastliest thing I've ever read. You shall have it when I've finished. It's all about the Turkish massacres in Armenia. Revolting. Absolutely revolting." Her voice trailed off into a semi-conscious murmur and ceased. The beautiful eyes, dilated with horror, devoured the open page. Olga contemplated her for a moment, then went to the bedside. "Violet, do put down that hateful book. How can you read such disgusting things? Violet," as her remonstrance elicited no response, "do get up and let us pack your things. Dr. Wyndham is downstairs." "What?" Violet looked at her this time, but with a mazed expression as of one half asleep. "Who? The great objectionable himself? How did you inveigle him here?" "By nothing short of witchcraft, I will swear. Those pale eyes of yours are rather witch-like, do you know? Did you fly over on a broomstick to fetch him? And why?" Olga possessed herself of the book and shut it with decision. "I came upon him at Redlands, and as he got the car with him, we may as well go back in it. He said he was coming here in any case." "Really, dear? I wonder why." Violet made a futile effort to recapture her book. "You might let me have it. I must know what became of those unlucky girls when the convent was taken. They mutilated most of the nuns with their scimitars." "But the pupils! Allegro! Let me have it, dear. I shan't sleep a wink to-night till I know the worst." "You won't sleep if you do," said Olga magisterially. "You shan't read any more. It's a disgusting, filthy book, and you shan't have it. Get up and dress, and don't be horrid." "Horrid?" Violet broke into a gay laugh, and the strained look passed in a moment from her eyes. "I was all that was beautiful a little while ago. You're quite right, though. It is a foul book, and the man who wrote it is a downright beast. Take it away, and never let me see it again." She sprang from the bed and began to do up her hair rapidly before the glass. Olga laid down the book, and busied herself with folding the various articles of raiment that littered the room. "I think we ought to be quick," she said. "To be sure. We mustn't keep his objectionable Majesty waiting. Why didn't you bring him up with you? It would have kept him amused." "Violet! As if I could!" "Oh, couldn't you? I thought doctors were allowed anywhere. And I am sure this young man of yours is not lightly shocked. What was he doing at Redlands?" Olga hesitated momentarily. "He had been sent for to the Ship to attend old Mrs. Stubbs," she said then. "But he didn't get there in time." "Oh, is she dead? I should think he is pretty savage with her, isn't he?" "Why should you think so?" Olga glanced round in surprise. "He's the sort of person to resent any one dying without his express permission, I should imagine. I know I should never dare to die with him looking on." Lightly the gay voice made answer. The speaker turned from the glass, her vivid face aglow with merriment. "Really, Olga, if you're quite determined to do my packing, I think I will run down and entertain him." "You needn't trouble to do that. He is with your brother." Olga proceeded deftly with her task as she spoke. "We found him in the hall as we came in." "Bruce back already? How tiresome of him. I meant to have just left a message, and now we shall have a wordy argument instead." "Is Colonel Campion ever wordy?" asked Olga, trying to imagine this phenomenon. "No. I supply the words, and he the argument generally. You might just hook me down the back, dear? Do you mind? What do you think his latest craze is? Mrs. Bruce is run down, so nothing will serve but we must all go for a yachting cruise in the Atlantic. I have told him flatly that I will not be one of the party. I detest being on the sea, and as to being boxed up in a yacht with those two, my dear, it would be unspeakable. I should simply leap overboard, I know I should, and I told him so. He has sulked ever since." "Ah, well, you are coming to us," said Olga consolingly. "So he can go without you now with a clear conscience." So he can. Mrs. Bruce will be enchanted. She hates me, though she pretends not to, and thinks I don't know. Isn't it funny of her? Allegro, you're a darling." Impulsively she whizzed round and kissed her friend. "You are the one person in the world who loves me, and the only one I love." "Violet, dearest, how can you say so?" "The truth, dear, I assure you. I fell in love last winter, when we were at Nice, with a boy with the most romantic, heavenly eyes you ever saw. An Italian. And then he went and spoilt everything by falling in love with me. I hated him then. He became cheap and very nasty. He only liked my outer covering, too, and was not in the least interested in the creature that lived inside." "You apparently only cared for his eyes," observed Olga. "Yes, exactly, dear. How clever you are. I should like to have brought them away with me as trophies. But he didn't love me enough for that, and nothing else would have satisfied me. Have you put that hateful, revolting book quite out of reach?" "I think you had better. If I get it again you won't take it away so easily a second time." "I can't think what makes you like such beastly things," said Olga, sitting down upon it firmly. "Nor I, dear. It's just the way I'm made. I don't like them either. I hate them. That's where the fascination comes in. There, let me put on my hat, and I am ready. I suppose I must veil myself. We mustn't dazzle the impressionable Max, must we? He must accustom his sight to me gradually. Never mind the rest of those things, Allegro. Françoise can finish, and send them on by the luggage cart in the evening. Come along. Let us face the dragon and get it over." She linked her arm in Olga's once more, and drew her to the door. Olga carried the book with her for safety, determined that her friend should feast no more on horrors. "What a little tyrant you are!" laughed Violet. "I am coming to protect you from the dragon, but I shall probably end by protecting the dragon from you. Do you keep a censorious eye upon the literature he reads also?" "I leave him quite alone," said Olga, "unless he interferes with me." "Ah! And then, I suppose, you scratch him heartily. Poor young man! But I should imagine he is quite capable of clipping your claws if they get in his way. My dear, your fate will be no easy one. I should begin to treat him kindly if I were you." "I shall never do that," said Olga with conviction. She was somewhat dismayed as they passed through the archway into the hall to find Max and his host still there. But as they were at the further end, and apparently deeply engrossed in conversation, she decided that Violet's gay remarks were scarcely likely to have made any impression, even if they had penetrated so far. Both men looked up at their entrance, and Max at once moved to meet them. "I've turned up again at risk of boring you, Miss Campion," he observed. "I chanced to find myself in this direction, so had to yield to the temptation of coming here." "Oh, don't apologize," laughed Violet, giving him 2 fingers. "Of course I know that it's Bruce you come to see. I wish you would prescribe him a temper tonic. He needs one badly. Don't you, Bruce? So Granny Stubbs has given you the slip, has she? How impertinent of her. Aren't you very angry?" Max shrugged his shoulders with a glance at Olga's tight lips. "I never expend my emotions in vain," he said. "It's a waste of time as well as energy, and I have other purposes for both." "Then you are never angry?" inquired Violet. "Never, unless I can punish the offender," smiled Max. "How frightfully practical! Dear me, I shall have to be exceedingly careful not to offend you. I wonder what form your punishments usually take. Are they made to fit the crime?" "Usually," said Max, and again he glanced at Olga. Her eyelids flickered as though she were aware of his look, but she did not raise them. "You make me quite nervous," declared Violet. "Do you know I have actually promised to come and help keep house for you and the redoubtable Captain Ratcliffe? I'm beginning to think I've been rather rash." "On the contrary," said Max, "it was quite a wise move on your part, and it shall be mine to see that you do not regret it." Her gay laugh rang through the old hall. "Bruce is looking quite scandalized, and I don't wonder. Will you and Adelaide be able to support life without me, Bruce? It's a purely formal question, so you needn't answer it if you don't wish. Oh, do let us have some tea. I'm so thirsty. Please ring the bell, Dr. Wyndham. It's close to you. Look at Olga cuddling that naughty book of mine. Don't you think you ought to take it away from her? It's not fit for an innocent maiden to handle even with gloves on." "What book is it?" It was Colonel Campion who spoke in the harsh tone of one issuing a command. Olga colored fierily. "I was taking it away with me to burn on the garden bonfire," she said. "Give it to me," he said. "No, don't, Allegro. It isn't yours to give. You may give it to Dr. Wyndham if you like, but not to Bruce." "I am not going to give it to anyone," Olga said rather shortly. "Pardon?" said Max, holding out his hand. "I should like to sample Miss Campion's taste in literature." She drew back, but his hand remained outstretched. After a moment, reluctantly, she surrendered the book. He took it, and began to turn the pages. "Nothing ever shocks a medical man," observed Violet. "He is inured to the worst. Come along, dear. This place is like a vault. Let us get into the sunshine, and leave him to wallow till tea appears." They went out together, to Olga's immense relief, and spent the next 10 minutes in playing with the motor, in the driving of which Violet had lately developed a keen interest. When they returned, the book had disappeared, and the incident was apparently forgotten. They had tea to the accompaniment of much light-hearted chatter on the parts of Violet and Max Wyndham. Colonel Campion sat in heavy silence, and Olga instinctively held aloof. There was something in Max's attitude that puzzled her, but it was something so intangible that she could not even vaguely define it to herself. All his careless banter notwithstanding, she was fully convinced in her own mind that he was not the smallest degree dazzled, or so much as attracted by the brilliant beauty that so dominated her own imagination. Though he laughed and joked in his customary cynical strain, she had a feeling that his mental energies were actually employed elsewhere. He was like a man watching behind a mask. Watching for what? Suddenly she remembered again the tragedy she had witnessed in the glen that afternoon, and her heart recoiled. Was it the atmosphere of the place that made her morbid? Or was there indeed some evil influence at work in her friend's life, which she by her headlong action had somehow rendered active? Before they left the Priory she had begun to repent almost passionately the impulse that had taken her thither. But wherefore she thus repented she could not have explained. End of chapters 3 and 4. Part 1, Chapter 5 of The Keeper of the Door, by Ethel Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 5. The Chaperone. "It's very kind of Olga to provide us with distractions," said Nick, as he dropped into an armchair with a cigar. "But I almost think we are better off without them. If I see much of that girl it will upset my internal economy. Is she real, by any chance?" "Haven't you ever seen her before?" asked Max. "Several times, but never for long together. Jove, what a face she has!" He turned his head sharply and looked up at Max, who stood on the hearth rug. "You're not wildly enthusiastic over her anyhow," he observed. "Are you really indifferent, or only pretending?" "I?" The corners of Max's mouth went down. He stuffed his pipe into one of them and said no more. Nick continued to regard him with interest for some seconds. Suddenly he laughed. "Do you know, Wyndham," he said, "I should awfully like to give you a word of advice." "What on?" Max did not sound particularly encouraging. He proceeded to light his pipe with exceeding deliberation. He despised cigars. Nick closed his eyes. "In my capacity of chaperone," he said. "It's a beastly difficult position, by the way. I'm weighed down by responsibility." "So I've noticed," remarked Max dryly. "Well, you haven't done much to lighten the burden," said Nick. "I suppose you haven't realized yet that I am one of the gods that control your destiny?" "Well, no, I hadn't." Max leaned against the mantelpiece and smoked with his face to the ceiling. "I knew you were a species of deity, of course. I've been told that several times. And I humbly beg to offer you my sympathy." "Thanks." Nick's eyes flashed open as if at the pulling of a string. "If it isn't an empty phrase, I value it." "I don't deal in empty phrases, as a rule," said Max. "Quite so. Only with a definite end in view. I hold that no one should ever do or say anything without a purpose." "So do I," said Max. Nick's eyes flickered over him and closed again. "Then, my dear chap," he said, "why in heaven's name make yourself so damned unpleasant?" "So what?" "What I said." Coolly, Nick made answer. "It's not an empty phrase," he added. "You will find a meaning attached if you deign to give it the benefit of your august consideration." Max uttered a grim, unwilling laugh. "I suppose you are privileged to say what you like," he said. "I observe certain limits," said Nick. "And you never make mistakes." "Oh, yes, occasionally. Not often. You see, I'm too well-meaning to go far astray," said Nick, with becoming modesty. "You must remember that I'm well-meaning, Wyndham. It accounts for a good many little eccentricities. I think you were quite right to make her extract that needle. I should have done it myself. But you are not so wise in resenting her refusal to kiss the place and make it well. I speak from the point of view of the chaperone, remember." "Who told you anything about a needle?" demanded Max, suddenly turning brick red. "That's my affair," said Nick. "And mine." "No, pardon me, not yours." Again his eyes took a leaping glance at his companion. Doggedly, Max faced it. "Did she tell you?" "Who?" said Nick. "Olga." He flung the name with half-suppressed resentment. His attitude in that moment was aggressively British. He looked as he had looked to Olga that afternoon, undeniably formidable. But Nick remained unimpressed. "I shan't answer that question," he said. "You needn't," said Max, grimly. "That's why," said Nick. "Oh, I see." Max's eyes searched him narrowly for a moment, then returned to the ceiling. "Does she think I'm in love with her?" he asked, rather curtly. "Well, scarcely. I shouldn't let her think that at present, if I were you. In my opinion, any extremes are inadvisable at this stage." "I suppose you know I'm going to marry her," said Max. "Yes, I've divined that." "And you approve?" "I submit to the inevitable," said Nick, with a sigh. Max smiled, the smile of a man who faces considerable odds with complete confidence. "She doesn't, at present." Nick's grin of appreciation flashed across his yellow face and was gone. "No, my friend, and you'll find her very elusive to deal with. You will never make her like you. I suppose you know that." "I don't want her to," said Max. "You make that very obvious," laughed Nick. "It's a mistake. If you keep bringing her to bay you'll never catch her. She's always on her guard with you now. She never breathes freely with you in the room, poor kid." "What is she afraid of?" growled Max. "You know best." Nick glanced up again with a sudden keenness. "Don't harry the child, Wyndham," he said, a half-whimsical note of pleading in his voice. "If you know you're going to win through, you can afford to let her have the honours of war. There's nothing softens a woman more." "I don't mean to harry her." Max turned squarely round upon him. "But neither have I the smallest intention of fetching and carrying for her till she either kicks me or pats me on the head. I shouldn't appreciate either, and it's a method I don't believe in." "There I am with you," said Nick. "But for heaven's sake, man, be patient. It's no joke, I assure you, if the one woman takes it into her head that you are nothing short of a devouring monster. She will fly to the ends of the earth to escape you sooner than stay to hear reason." Max smiled in his one-sided fashion. "Has that been your experience?" Nick nodded. There was a reminiscent glitter in his eyes. "My courtship represented 2 years' hard labour. It nearly killed me.
However, we've made up for it since." "I don't propose to spend 2 years over mine," said Max.
Nick's eyes flashed upwards, meeting those of the younger man with something of the effect of a collision. His body, however, remained quite passive, and his voice even sounded as if it had a laugh in it as he made a response.
"I think you're a decent chap," he said, "and I think you might make her happy. But I'm damned if she shall marry any man, good, bad, or indifferent, before she's ready." "You also think you could prevent such a catastrophe?" suggested Max cynically.
Nick grinned with baffling amiability.
"No, I don't think. I know. Quite a small spoke is enough to stop a wheel, even a mighty big wheel, if it's going too fast."
And again, more than half against his will, Max laughed.
"You make a very efficient chaperone," he said. "It's my specialty just now," said Nick.
He closed his eyes again peaceably, and gave himself up to his cigar. Max, his rough red brows drawn together, leaned back against the mantelpiece and smoked his pipe, staring at the opposite wall. There was no strain in the silence between them. Both were preoccupied. Suddenly, through the open window there rippled in the fairy notes of a mandolin, and almost at once a voice of most alluring sweetness began to sing. "Oh, wert thou in the cold blast? On yonder lay, my plaidy to the angry earth, I'd shelter thee, I'd shelter thee. Or did misfortune's bitter storms around thee blaw, thy bield should be my bosom, to share it to share it Or were I in the wildest waste, sae black and bare, the desert were a paradise, if thou wert there, Or were I monarch o' the globe, with thee to reign, the brightest jewel in my crown would be my queen. As the song died out into the August night, Nick rose.
"That girl's a siren," he said. "Come along. We're wasting our time in here."
Max stooped laconically to knock the ashes from his pipe. His face, as he stood up again, was quite expressionless.
"You lead the way," he said. "Are you going to leave your cigar behind? I suppose cigarettes are allowed?" "I should think so, as the lady smokes them herself."
Nick opened the door with the words, but paused a moment, looking back at his companion quizzically.
"Good luck to you, old chap," he said.
Max's hand came out of his pocket with a jerk. He still had it bandaged, but he managed to grip hard with it nevertheless. But he did not utter a word. They passed into the drawing room with the lazy, tolerant air of men expecting to be amused; and Olga, with all her keenness, was very far from suspecting aught of what had just passed between them. She and Violet were both near the open window, the latter with her instrument lying on her knee, its crimson ribbons streaming to the floor. She herself was very simply attired in white. The vivid beauty of her outlined against the darkness of the open French window was such as to be almost startling. She smiled a sparkling welcome. "Dr. Wyndham, I've decided to call you Max. Not because I like it, I think it's hideous, but because it's less trouble. I thought it as well to explain at the outset, so that there should be no misunderstanding."
"That is very gracious of you," said Max.
"You may regard it exactly as you please," she said majestically, "so long as you come when you're called. Allegro, why do you move? I like you sitting there." "I promised to go and say good night to the boys," said Olga, who had sprung up somewhat precipitately at Max's approach. "Sit on the sofa, Nick, and keep a corner for me. I'm coming back." She was gone with the words, a vanishing grey vision, the quick closing of the door shutting her from sight. Violet leaned back in her chair, and dared the full scrutiny of Max's eyes. "What a disturber of the peace you are," she said. "What did you want to come here for, before you had finished your smoke?"
"That was your doing," said Nick. "You literally dragged us hither. I'm inclined to think it was you who disturbed the peace."
"I?" She turned upon him. "Captain Ratcliffe."
"Pray call me Nick," he interposed. It will save you such a vast amount of trouble, as well as keep you in the fashion." She laughed. "You're much funnier than Max, because you don't try to be. What do you mean by saying that I dragged you here? Was it that silly old song?" "In part," said Nick cautiously. "And the other part?" "I won't put that into words. It would sound fulsome." "Oh, please don't," she said lightly. "And you, Max, what did you come for?" He seated himself in the chair which Olga had vacated. "I thought it was time someone came to look after you," he said. "How inane. You don't pretend to be musical, I hope." He leaned back, directly facing her. "No," he said, "I don't pretend." "Never?" she said. He smiled in his own enigmatical fashion. "That is the sort of question I never answer." She nodded gaily. "I knew you wouldn't. Why do you look at me like that? I feel as if I were being dissected. I don't wonder that Olga runs away when she sees you coming. I shall myself in a minute." He laughed. "Surely you are accustomed to being looked at." "With reverence," she supplemented. "Not criticism. You have the eye of a calculating apothecary. I believe you regard everybody you meet in the light of a possible patient." "Naturally," said Max. "I suppose even you are mortal." "Oh, yes, I shall die some day, like the rest of you," she answered flippantly. "But I shan't have you by my deathbed. I shouldn't think you had ever seen anybody die, have you?" "Why not?" said Max. "Nobody could, with you standing by. You're too vital, too electric. I picture you with your back against the door and your arms spread out, hounding the poor wretch back into the prison house." Max got up abruptly and moved to the window. "You have a vivid imagination," he said. She laughed, drawing her fingers idly across the strings of her mandolin. "Quite nightmarishly so sometimes. It's rather a drawback for some things. How are you enjoying that book of mine? Do you appreciate the Arabian Nights flavor in modern literature?" "It's a bit rank, isn't it?" said Max. She laughed up at him. "I should have thought you would have been virile enough to like rank things. To judge by the tobacco you smoke, you do." "Poisonous, isn't it?" said Nick. "I suppose it soothes his nerves, but it sets everybody else's on edge." Violet stretched out her hand to a box of cigarettes that stood on a table within reach. "You would probably feel insulted if I offered you one of these," she said, "but I practically live on them." "Very bad for you," said Max. She snapped her fingers at him. "Then I shall certainly continue the pernicious habit. Do you know Major Hunt-Goring? It was he who gave them to me. He thinks he's going to marry me. But he isn't." "Great Lucifer!" said Nick. She turned towards him. "What an appropriate name. I wish I'd thought of it. Do you know him?" "Know him?" Nick's grimace was expressive. "Yes, I know him." "Well?" "Rather better than he thinks." She laughed again, lightly, inconsequently, irresistibly. "He's a fascinating creature. It is his proud boast that he has kissed every girl in the neighbourhood except me." "What an infernal liar," said Nick. "How do you know?" Gaily she challenged him. "It's quite probably true. He is exceedingly popular with the feminine portion of the community. I notice that friend Max maintains a shocked silence." "Not at all," said Max. "I was only wondering why he had made an exception of you." She tossed her head. "Can't you guess?" "No, I can't," he returned daringly. "I should have thought you would have been the first on the list." "How charming of you to say so," said Violet. "Perhaps you are not aware of the fact that the sweetest fruit is generally out of reach." "You might have let me say that," said Nick. "But the man is a liar in any case, and I hope he will give me the opportunity to tell him so." Violet regarded him with interest. "I had no idea you were so pugnacious. Do you always tell people exactly what you think of them? Is it safe?" Quite safe for him," said Max. "Why?" Violet turned back to him, her fingers carelessly plucking at the instrument on her knee. Max made prompt and unflattering reply. "Because he is so obviously gimcrack that no one dares to do anything to him for fear he should tumble to pieces." "Many thanks," said Nick. Violet's peal of laughter mingled with the weird notes of her mandolin, and Olga, returning, desired to be told the joke. Nick pulled her down beside him on the sofa. "Come and take care of me, Olga mia. I'm being disgracefully maligned. Can't you persuade Miss Campion to sing to us, by way of changing the subject?" "Who has been maligning you?" demanded Olga, looking at Max with very bright eyes. He looked straight back at her, with that gleam in his eyes which with any other man would have denoted admiration, but which with him she well knew to be only mockery. "I admit it, fair lady," he said. "I threw a clod of mud at your hero. I thought it would be good for him. However, you will be relieved to hear that it went wide of the mark. He still sits secure in his tight little shrine, and smiles magnanimously at my futility." Olga's hand slipped into Nick's. "He's the biggest man you've ever seen," she declared with warmth. "Please don't fight over my body," remonstrated Nick. "I never professed to be more than a minnow among Tritons, and quite a lean minnow at that." "You're not, Nick," declared his champion impetuously. "You're a giant." "In miniature," suggested Max. "He is actually proposing to go and kick Major Hunt-Goring because—" He broke off short. Into Olga's face of flushed remonstrance there had flashed a very strange look, almost a petrified look, as if she had suddenly come upon a snake in her path. "Why?" she said quickly. "Oh, never mind why," said Max, passing rapidly on. "That wasn't the point. We were trying to picture Hunt-Goring's amusement. He stands about 7 feet high, doesn't he? And your redoubtable uncle— What exactly is your height, Ratcliffe?" "Nick, why do you want to kick Major Hunt-Goring?" Very distinctly Olga put the question. She was evidently too proud to accept help from this quarter. "It's a chronic craving with me," said Nick. "But Miss Campion has kindly undertaken the job for me. I am sure she is infinitely better equipped for the task than I am, and she will probably do it more effectually." "But not yet," laughed Violet. "I like his cigarettes too well." "Why do you look like that, Allegro? Doesn't he send you any?" "If he did," said Olga with concentrated passion, "I'd pick them up with the tongs and put them in the fire." Max laughed in a fashion that made her wince, but Nick's fingers squeezed hers protectingly. "You don't like him any better than I do, apparently," he said lightly. "But I suppose we must tolerate the man for Jim's sake. He wouldn't thank us for eliminating all his unpleasant patients during his absence. Now, Miss Campion, a song, please. The most sentimental in your repertoire." She flashed him her gay smile and flung the streaming ribbons over her arm. There was a gleam of mischief in her eyes as, without preliminary, she began to sing. Her voice was rich and low and wonderfully pure. "In vain all the knights of the underworld wooed her. Though brightest of maidens, the proudest was she. Brave chieftains they sought, and young minstrels they sued her, but worthy were none of the high-born lady. Whomsoever I wed, said this maid, so excelling, that knight must be conqueror of conquerors be. He must place me in halls fit for monarchs to dwell in, none else shall be lord of the high-born lady." Thus spoke the proud damsel, with scorn looking round her, on knights and on nobles of highest degree, who humbly and hopelessly left as they found her, and worshipped at distance the high-born lady. At length came a knight from a far land to woo her, with plumes on his helm like the foam of the sea. His visor was down, but with voice that thrilled through her, he whispered his vows to the high-born lady. "Proud maiden, I come with high spousals to grace thee. In me the great conqueror of conquerors see. Enthroned in a hall fit for monarchs I'll place thee, and mine thou art for ever, thy high-born lady." The maiden she smiled, and in jewels arrayed her.
of thrones and tiaras already dreamt she. And proud was the step as her bridegroom conveyed her in pomp to his home, of that high-born lady. "But whither," she starting exclaims, "have you led me? Here's naught but a tomb and a dark cypress tree. Is this the bright palace in which thou wouldst wed me?" With scorn in her glance said the high-born lady. "'Tis the home," he replied, "of earth's loftiest creatures." Then he lifted his helm for the fair one to see, but she sunk on the ground. 'Twas a skeleton's features, and death was the lord of the high-born lady. The beautiful voice throbbed away into silence, and the mandolin jarred and thrummed upon the floor. Violet Campion sat staring straight before her with eyes that were wide and fixed. Olga jumped up impulsively. "Violet, why did you sing that gruesome thing? Do you want to give us all the horrors?" She picked up the mandolin with a swish of its red ribbons and laid it upon the piano, where it quivered and thrummed again like a living thing, awaking weird echoes from the instrument on which it rested. Then she turned back to her friend. "Violet, wake up. What are you looking at?" But Violet remained immovable as one in a trance. Olga bent over her, touched her. "Violet!" With a quick start, as though suspended animation had suddenly been restored, Violet relaxed in her chair, leaning back with careless grace, her white arms outstretched. "What's the matter, Allegro? You look as if you had had a glimpse of the conqueror of conquerors yourself. I shall have to come and sleep with you to frighten away the spooks."
"I don't think I shall ever dare to go to bed at all after that," said Nick.
She laughed at him lazily. "Get Max to sit with you and hold your hand. The very sight of him would scare away all bogies."
"The sign of a wholesome mind," said Max.
She turned towards him. "Not at all. Skepticism only indicates gross materialism and lack of imagination. There is nothing at all to be proud of in the possession of a low grade of intelligence." Max's mouth went down, and Violet's face flashed into her most bewitching smile. "I don't often get the opportunity to jeer at a genius," she said. "You know that I am one of your most ardent admirers, don't you?"
"Is that the preliminary to asking a favor?" said Max.
She broke into a light laugh. "No, I never ask favors. I always take what I want. It's much the quickest way."
"Saves trouble, too," he suggested.
"It does," she agreed. "I am sure you follow the same plan yourself."
"Invariably,"
said Max.
"It's a plan that doesn't always answer," observed Nick in a grandfatherly tone. "I shouldn't recommend it to everybody."
"And it's horribly selfish," put in Olga. "My dear child, don't be so frightfully moral," protested Violet. "I can't rise to it. Nick, why doesn't it always answer to take what one wants?"
"Because one doesn't always succeed in keeping it," said Nick.
"He means," said Max, a spark of humor in his eyes, "that a champion, no, a chaperone, sometimes comes along to the rescue of the stolen article. But, from what I've seen of life, I scarcely think the odds would be on the side of the chaperone. What is your opinion, Miss Campion?" "If the chaperone were Nick, I should certainly put my money on him," she answered lightly.
"And lose it," said Max.
"And win it," said Olga.
"Order, order," commanded Nick. "Once more I refuse to be the bone of contention between you. You will tear me to shreds among you, and even the great Dr. Wyndham might find some difficulty in putting me together again. Olga, give us some music."
"I can't, dear," said Olga. He frowned at her.
"Why not?"
She hesitated. "I'm not in the mood for it. At least—"
"Am I the obstacle?" asked Max.
She could not control her color, though she strove resolutely to appear as if she had not heard. He turned to Violet, faintly smiling. "Shall we take a stroll in the garden?" She rose, flinging a gay glance at Olga. "Just 2 turns," she said. He held aside the curtain for her and followed her out with a careless jest. The two who were left heard them laughing as they sauntered away. Olga rose with a shiver.
"What's the matter?" said Nick.
To which she answered, "Nothing," knowing that he would not believe her, knowing also that he would understand enough to ask no more. She went to the piano, put aside the mandolin, and began to play. Not even to Nick, her hero and her close confidant, would she explain the absolute repugnance that the association of Max Wyndham with her friend had inspired in her. But though she played with apparent absorption, her ears were strained to catch the sound of their voices in the garden behind her, the girl's light chatter, her companion's brief cynical laugh. For she knew by the sure intuition which is a woman's inner and unerring vision, that jest or trifle as he might, his keen brain was actively employed in some subtle investigation too obscure for her to fathom, and that behind his badinage and behind his cynicism there sat a man who watched. End of chapter 5. Part 1, Chapters 6 and 7 of The Keeper of the Door by Ethel Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 6. The Pain Killer. "I am going over to Breathhaven to see Mrs. Briggs today," Olga announced nearly a week later, waylaying Max after breakfast on his way to the surgery with the air of one prepared to resist opposition. "Are you wanting the car this morning, Dr. Wyndham?" She knew that he would be engaged at the cottage hospital that morning, but it was one of Dr. Ratcliffe's strict rules that the car should never be used unprofessionally, without express permission from himself or his assistant. Naturally, Olga resented having to observe this rule in her father's absence, and her manner betrayed as much, but she was too conscientious to neglect its observance. "You don't propose to go alone, I suppose?" said Max, pausing. This was another of her father's rules, and one which Olga had often vainly attempted to persuade him to rescind. Under these circumstances Max's question seemed little short of an insult. "I don't see what that has to do with it," she said. Max looked at his watch, then turned squarely and faced her. "With me, you mean? Very likely not. But there is a remote connection, or I shouldn't ask. Are you going to take Nick with you?" "He is going part of the way," said Olga, striving for dignity. "Only part?" "As far as the station," she returned, almost in spite of herself. "Going up to town, is he?" said Max. "Well, that doesn't help much. Take one of the boys." "I don't want one of the boys." Olga spoke with sudden irritation. "Violet is going with me," she said. His face changed very slightly, almost imperceptibly. "In that case, you must take Mitchell," he said. "How absurd!" exclaimed Olga. "No, it isn't absurd. It's quite reasonable from my point of view. If you can't take Mitchell with you, I can't spare the car." He smiled a little as he pronounced this decision, but quite plainly his mind was made up. Olga bit her lip in exasperation. "Do you think I am not to be trusted to take care of her?" she asked him scornfully. "I shall ask Nick if I need to do anything so ridiculous." "Here he is," said Nick, coming lightly up behind her with the words. "What's the trouble now? If you are requiring my valuable advice, it is quite at your service." Olga turned to him at once. "Nick, it's really too silly for words. Dr. Wyndham makes mountains out of molehills." "That's very ingenious of him," commented Nick. "I shouldn't harass the man if I were you, Olga. He's been out all night." Olga pounced upon this fact. "I expect Mitchell has too, then, so he just won't be able to go." "No," said Max. "I didn't take the car or Mitchell. It chanced to be a case in the village, and I bicycled." "Who was it?" asked Olga eagerly; and then restrained herself with annoyance. "But of course you won't tell me. You're much too professional." "Keep to the point," ordered Nick. Olga slipped a coaxing arm round his neck. "Nick, don't you think it absurd that Violet and I shouldn't motor over to Breathhaven without a man to take care of us? I am quite certain Dad wouldn't object." "There you are wrong," said Max. "If your father were here he would forbid it, as I do." He spoke with emphasis, and glanced again at his watch as he did so. "He doesn't object to my going alone with one of the boys," said Olga. "It's only Violet who is too precious to go motoring without a full grown escort. As if I weren't quite capable of taking care of her." "It's not that at all," said Max curtly. "I can't stop to argue, so please make up your mind what you are going to do. I'm sorry you've been dragged into the discussion, Ratcliffe. I dare say it seems a senseless one to you, but I have my reasons." Nick looked at him for a moment, a quick gleam of comprehension behind his flickering eyelids. "It won't hurt you to take Mitchell, Olga mia," he said. "Oh, Nick!" There was deep reproach in Olga's voice, and at sound of it Max smiled with dry humor. Nick laughed outright, openly heartless. "My beloved chicken, who is making mountains out of molehills now? I would escort you myself if I hadn't got to attend this committee meeting in town. A million plagues upon it. Come along and open my letters for me. We are wasting time." "I do think you needn't take his part," said Olga, as Max disappeared into the surgery. "He's quite bullying and tyrannical enough without that." "I'm inclined to sympathize with the young man myself," said Nick. "He wouldn't bully you if you weren't so nasty." "Nick, I'm not nasty." "I should detest you if I were Max," said Nick, squeezing her affectionately with his one wiry arm. "It isn't my fault we are antipathetic," protested Olga. "For goodness sake, Nick, don't start liking him. But I'm sure you don't in your heart of hearts. You simply couldn't." "Why not?" said Nick. "Oh, Nick, you don't. You know you don't. He's so cold-blooded and cynical." "Do you want to know what he was up to last night?" said Nick. "Yes, tell me," said Olga. "He was sent for last thing by some people who live in that filthy alley, near the Green Pond. A child was choking. They thought it had swallowed a pin. When he got there he found it was diphtheria at its most advanced stage. The child was at death's door. He had to perform an operation at a moment's notice, hadn't got the proper paraphernalia with him, and sucked the poison out himself." "Good heavens, Nick!" said Olga, turning very white. "And the child?" "The child is better. It has been taken to the hospital to-day." "Won't it have an effect on him?" gasped Olga. "Heaven knows," said Nick. "And that's why he didn't come down to breakfast?" she said. "How did you find out about it? He didn't tell you?" "He couldn't help it," said Nick. "He stole my bath this morning, and when I arrived he was lying in it face downwards, boiling himself in some filthy disinfectant that made the bathroom temporarily uninhabitable. Naturally I lodged a complaint, and finally got at the whole story. By the way, he said I wasn't to tell you. But I told him I probably should. That's only a detail, but I mention it in case you should be tempted to broach the subject to him. I shouldn't advise you to do so, as I think you will probably find him rather touchy about it." "But, Nick—" Olga's eyes had begun to shine. "It was very, very fine of him," she said. "I wish I'd known before I was so cross to him. I should have made allowances if I had known." "Quite so," said Nick. "Well, you can begin now if you feel so inclined, though I suppose the young man did no more than his duty after all." "Oh, Nick, a man isn't obliged to go so far as that," she exclaimed reproachfully. "There are plenty who wouldn't." "Doubtless," agreed Nick, looking faintly quizzical. "It was the action of a fool, but a brave fool. We'll grant him that much, shall we?" She laughed a little, her cheek against his shoulder. "Don't poke fun at me. It isn't fair. You know he isn't a fool perfectly well." "By Jove, you are getting magnanimous," laughed Nick. "No, I'm not. I'm only trying to be fair." "One must be that," said Olga, whose honest soul abhorred injustice of any description. "Oh, of course," said Nick. "You'll have to spoil him now to make up for having been so horrid, I think is the proper term, isn't it? It's the most comprehensive word in the woman's vocabulary, comprising everything from slightly disagreeable to damned offensive." "Really, Nick?" Nick grinned. "Pardon my unparliamentary language." "But, Nick, I've never been that," protested Olga. "A matter of opinion," laughed Nick. But Olga did not laugh. She only flushed a little and changed the subject. About an hour later, Max, taking his hat from a peg in the hall, preparatory to departing for the cottage hospital, discovered the lining thereof to be pulled away in order to accommodate a twisted scrap of paper which had been pinned to it in evident haste. He carried the hat to the consulting room, and there detached and examined its contents. He smoothed out the crumpled morsel with his customary deliberation, drawing his shaggy red brows together over a few lines of minute writing, which became visible as he did so. "Dear Max," he read, "I'm sorry I've been a beast to you lately. Please don't take any notice of this, but let us just be friends for the future. Yours, Olga." There was no mockery in the green eyes as they deciphered the impulsive note, nor did the somewhat hard lips smile. Max stood for some seconds after reading it, staring fixedly at the paper, and when at length he looked up his face wore a guarded expression with which many of his patients were familiar. He took a pocket-book from an inner pocket, and laid the crumpled scrap within it. Then, without more ado, he put on his hat and departed. Olga was by that time spinning merrily along the road to Brethaven, having parted with Nick at the railway station. Violet was seated beside her, and the old servant Mitchell sat sourly behind them. He had a rooted objection to the back seat, and held the opinion that a woman at the wheel was out of place. Olga, however, was not prepared to yield on this point, at least. She had brought him against her will, and she meant to forget him, if possible. But it was not long before Violet had extracted from her an account of the discussion that had resulted in Mitchell's unwilling presence. She was not very anxious to supply the information, but Violet was insistent, and soon possessed herself of the full details of the argument, which she seemed to find highly amusing. "Oh, my dear, he's in love with me, of course," she said. "I discovered that the first night I was with you. Hence his solicitude." "I'm not so sure of that," said Olga. "What, you haven't noticed it? My dear child, where are your eyes? Haven't you seen the way he watches me?" Yes, Olga had seen it, but somehow she did not think it meant that. She said so rather hesitatingly. "What else could it mean?" laughed Violet. "But you needn't be afraid, dear. I'm not going to have him. He's much too anatomical for me, too businesslike and professional altogether. I'd sooner die than have him attend me." "Would you?" said Olga. "But why? He's very clever." "That's just it. He's too clever to have any imagination. He would be quite unscrupulous, quite merciless, and utterly without sympathy. Can't you picture him making you endure any amount of torture, just to enable him to say he had cured you?" "Oh, yes. He's diabolically clever, but he is cruel, too. He would take the shortest cut, whatever it meant. He wouldn't care what agony he inflicted so long as he gained his end and made you live." "I don't think he is quite so callous as that," Olga said, but even as she said it she wondered. "You will if he ever has to doctor you," rejoined Violet. "I wonder what Mrs. Briggs thought of him. We'll find out to-day." Mrs. Briggs was the daughter of the old woman who had died the preceding week, at the Ship Inn, whither they were bound that morning. She had nursed Violet in her infancy, and was a privileged acquaintance of both girls. They found her busy pastry making, for the business of the establishment had not been suspended during her recent troubles. She greeted them both hospitably, though not without a hint of reproach, which found expression in words when she had come to the end of a detailed account of the funeral. "I thought you'd 'a' been around long ago," she said. "Your flowers was lovely, Miss Olga. You ought to 'a' seen 'em a-layin' on poor mother. I made sure as you'd want to. And you too, Miss Violet. I kept the coffin open till the very last minute, thinkin' as you'd come." "That was very sweet of you, Mrs. Briggs," said Violet. "It was all Dr. Wyndham's fault that we didn't. I'm staying there, you know, and whatever he says is law. I'm sure I don't know why, but there it is." "Well, there," said Mrs. Briggs, "I might 'a' known. Poor mother was frit to death of 'ee. There's black magic in him, she says to me. It was the day as she was took, too. Black magic, she says. I've a begged him to let me die easy, but lor bless yer, he don't take no more notice than if he were the Spink." Mrs. Briggs glanced over her shoulder. "But there's one thing as you'll both be glad to know," she said, lowering her voice confidentially.
She died easy, poor soul, in spite of him. You don't know how that was." "What?" gasped both girls in a breath. Mrs. Briggs went to the door, peered out, softly closed it. Her eyes shone craftily as she returned. She took up her rolling pin, holding it impressively between her floury hands. "2 days afore poor mother went," she began, with an air of gruesome mystery, "Dr. Wyndham he came and examined her and hurt her cruel, he did. I thought he'd have killed her afore he'd finished. Well, just afore he left, he come to me with the dark blue bottle, and he says, 'Look here, Mrs. Briggs, she won't last out the week. She's quiet now,' he says, 'for I've given her a dose as'll last for some hours. But when that's exhausted,' he says, 'the pain'll come back. And so I'm goin' to give you this.' He holds it up to the light and looks at it. 'It's good stuff,' he says. 'It's warranted to kill pain. But it ain't a thing to play with. You give her a teaspoon of it,' he says, 'but only if she's took with bad pain. But she mustn't have more than one in 24 hours,' he says. You mind that. And if you have to give it to her, you send at once for me. If you don't send,' he says, 'I won't be held responsible for the consequences.' With that he goes, and poor mother she seemed to take a turn, and all that day and the next she seemed to drowse like, and not take much notice of things. The neighbours come in and look at her, but she didn't seem to know. We'd had 2 quiet nights with her, and then all of a sudden, in the middle of the afternoon, she started screamin' and writhin'. Oh, lor, Miss Olga, you never see the like. It was just as if she were bein' tortured over a slow fire. Well, Briggs, he was fair unmanned by it. 'For heaven's sake,' he says, 'give her the medicine as the doctor left, and I'll go and tell him as you've done it.' And off he goes, though it was gettin' latish and no one to attend to the bar. Well, I fetched the medicine and I took it to her, and I says, 'Here you are, mother,' I says. 'You have a dose of this. It'll kill the pain.' I give it her in a teaspoon like he said, and she took it. But there, it didn't make no more difference to her than if it had been water." Mrs. Briggs heaved a sob and picked up a corner of her apron to wipe her eyes. "I told her as I durstn't give her any more because of what the doctor had said, and I said as how Briggs had gone for him, and he'd know how to keep her quiet when he came. But the very thought of him seemed to drive her crazy. And then she said that about the black magic, and how he'd never be persuaded to let her die easy. And then she says to me, 'But you didn't shake the bottle,' she says. 'I expect that stuff to kill the pain is all at the bottom.' And I thought there might be somethin' in it, so I fetched the bottle again and shook it up. And I thought I'd give her just half a dose more in case she hadn't had enough. But just as I was a-goin' to pour it, there was such a rappin' down in the bar that I had just to give it her and run. I was back in under a minute, and there was poor mother a-sittin' up in bed and a-smilin' at me as if all her troubles was past, and says she, 'Annie,' she says, 'I've had enough, and I don't want no more,' she says. 'It's killed the pain.' And then she laid down in bed still smilin', and says she, 'You tell the doctor when he comes as I'm sorry to 'a' fetched him for nothin', but I couldn't wait.' And, if you'll believe me, Miss Olga, those was the last words she spoke." Again vigorously Mrs. Briggs dried her eyes. "She just dropped off to sleep as easy, and I left her and went back to the bar. There was a stick by the bedside, and I knew I should hear her knock if she wanted me. But she didn't knock. And she didn't knock, and I kept thinkin' to myself what a nice sleep she was havin', and I wouldn't disturb her till the doctor came. And then, all of a sudden, it came to my mind to wonder about that there medicine, and I just run up to see, and there I found her a-layin' dead, and the stuff in the bottle were half gone." Mrs. Briggs' information was imparted in a whisper and punctuated by sniffs. Her 2 listeners exchanged awe-stricken glances. "How did you know she was dead?" asked Violet. "What did she look like?" "My dear," said Mrs. Briggs with solemn pride, "anyone as has seen death as often as I have don't need to look twice."
Mrs. Briggs occupied the exalted position of layer-out-in-chief in Bethaven village, and right proud was she of her calling. It had been handed down from mother to daughter in her family for the past 4 generations. She literally swelled with importance as she resumed her narrative, and her pastry rolling at the same moment.
"Well, there she lay, poor dear, and I saw as the Lord had took her right enough, and her troubles was well over. But there was this 'ere medicine bottle, and I had to think pretty quick about that, for just as I picked it up I heard the doctor's motor come round the corner. It came to me all in a minute, it did, and I upped with the water jug and filled it to all but a spoonful of the top. For I knew what his first thought would be," said Mrs. Briggs grimly, "and I wasn't minded to let myself in for any questions. Yer see, my dear, he'd told me hisself as the poor creature couldn't last the week. Well, I stuck the bottle on the shelf, and I went to meet him. 'She's gone, sir,' I says. He come right past me without a word and stoops over the bed. And then, sure enough, quite sharp and sudden, says he, 'You give her the pain-killer?' 'Just as you told me, sir,' I says, and with that I showed him the bottle. He took it into his hand, and he give me a straight look, and says he, frowning, 'Well, she'll never want any more of that.' And he just took it straight downstairs and emptied the bottle into the sink."
"He knew!" exclaimed Olga involuntarily.
"Lor' bless yer, no." Mrs. Briggs' tone held unquestionable conviction. "He was frownin' to hisself all the time, and I could see as he was pretty mad that he'd come too late. I weren't sorry myself," she asserted boldly, "for I'd hoped against hope after his last visit that he'd never see poor mother again alive. I couldn't 'a' stood it. There, I just couldn't."
Quite unexpectedly, Mrs. Briggs suddenly broke down and dropped into a chair. Violet sprang to comfort, while Olga took possession of the rolling pin and continued the pastry making with deft hands. After an interval poor Mrs. Briggs managed to recover somewhat of the hard demeanor that usually characterized her.
"I've no call to fret," she said, "and don't you go rubbin' my dirty face with your clean handkerchief, Miss Violet. I ain't fit for you to touch, my dear."
"I'm only trying to get off the flour," explained Violet.
"But I'm afraid you'll have to wash it after all. It's all gone into paste. And there's Miss Olga makin' my tarts for me like a ministerin' angel," said Mrs. Briggs with a watery smile. "It's a pity you couldn't 'a' seen her in her coffin, for it was a beautiful coffin. Briggs said it was as fine a one as he'd seen. Well, well, she's gone, poor soul. And now you young ladies must try some of my rhubarb wine."
She rose briskly and went to a cupboard.
"We drank some of it at the funeral," she said, "and everyone liked it, even Briggs. But I thought I'd save the rest for when you came. Miss Olga always likes my rhubarb wine."
The rhubarb wine proved at least a welcome distraction, and under its genial influence Mrs. Briggs' spirits rose. She was quite cheery by the time her 2 visitors took their leave. They left her waving farewell from her doorstep, the patches of paste still upon her ruddy countenance, but with no other traces of her recent distress visible.
"Rum old thing," said Violet. "I want to go round to the Priory and see Cork and Pluto next. I like to drop in unexpectedly when Bruce is away, and make sure that they are treated properly." "We haven't much time," observed Olga. "Oh, nonsense, make time. We're not slaves," said Violet imperiously.
And Olga turned in the direction of the Priory without further words. It always took less time to yield to her friends' behest than to argue against them. 7. The Puzzle. The visit to the Priory occupied some time, as Olga had foreseen. There were some things that Violet wanted to fetch from her own room, and this entailed a search, for her possessions were always in the wildest disorder. Olga waited for her in the hall, chafing at the delay, since she knew that the car would be required by Max early in the afternoon to take him on his rounds. Mitchell remained outside in the hot sunshine, severe disapproval in every line of him. Olga felt decidedly out of patience with him, as if it were her fault. She sat on the old oak chest that Violet gaily called her coffin, and stared at the gruesome east window while her thoughts dwelt upon the story she had just heard from Mrs. Briggs' lips. Had Max really intended to place freedom within the old woman's reach? For some reason wholly inexplicable she longed to know. She recalled the words he had uttered that day in the library of Redlands, his half-cynical talk of a "free pass," his reference to himself as jailer. Was it possible that she had formed a wrong impression of him? And if in this matter, perhaps in others also? Perhaps, after all, she had mistaken his attitude towards Violet. Perhaps, after all, he was human enough to feel the strong attraction of the girl's beauty. Perhaps, after all, he was beginning to care. And if so, what then? She felt her face burn in the coolness. Somehow she did not want him to be hurt, to suffer as she knew that other men had been made to suffer by the gay inconsequence of her friend. Only a week ago she had desired his ignominious downfall. Today she wanted to save him from it. She had a desperate longing to warn him that Violet's favour was a thing of naught, that her treatment of him had all been planned between them beforehand, that it was all a game. She could not picture him at any woman's feet. Yet undoubtedly Violet was hard to resist. Their intimacy had grown apace during the past few days. And Violet knew so well how to wield her power, when to scorn, and when subtly to flatter. She had never yet received a check in her triumphant career, and she boasted openly of her conquests. No, Olga was fain to admit it. All her own private aversion notwithstanding, she did not want this man added to the list of victims. Cynical and even overbearing though he might be, she no longer desired to see him humiliated. And her face glowed more and more hotly as she remembered that it was she who had set the trap. She fully realized, however, that an appeal to Violet at this stage would be worse than futile. Violet was too set on her mischievous course to do other than laugh and pursue it with renewed zest for her capture. Of course there remained Nick, chosen adviser and confidant. But for some reason Olga shrank from discussing Max with him. She had an uneasy dread lest Nick's intelligence should leap ahead of her, and disclose to her with disconcerting suddenness facts and possibilities with which she was quite unprepared to reckon. She visualized his grin of amused comprehension over the means she had devised for her own deliverance, and the unpleasant quandary in which it had placed her. Nick's sense of humour was at times almost too keen. She smiled faintly to herself over this reflection. She could not deny that there were points in the situation which appealed even to her own. Yet she was more ashamed than amused. The discovery that Max was human had somehow altered everything, and made her own conduct appear dastardly. She had acted maliciously, albeit in self-defence. But now that it seemed that her point might pierce his armour, she wanted to withdraw it. She shrank unspeakably from seeing him vanquished. It would have hurt her to find him at her own feet, but the bare thought of him at Violet's, Violet who had no mercy upon old or young, who would trample him underfoot without a pang and pass gaily on, that thought was unbearable. Of course she might be wrong. It was still possible that her original conception of him might be the correct one. He had a passion for his profession, she knew. It was quite possible that this had inspired his taking that awful risk the night before, quite possible also that a hopeless case did not appeal to him, and that he had not therefore greatly cared how soon or in what manner Mrs. Stubbs had passed out through the prison door which it was his work to guard. She realized vaguely that this form of callousness was not so hideous as she had at first deemed it. She also began to realize that for a man who had seen suffering and death in many forms, and who found himself finally powerless to alleviate the one or avert the other, the inevitable end could not possess the tragic significance which it possessed for others. Either point of view of his character was possible. She did not know him well enough to decide to her own satisfaction which was actually the true one. But the fact remained, that she had delivered him to Violet to be tormented, and that before he had given any sign of suffering she had repented the rash act. He might be capable of suffering or he might not; but she had a passionate desire to know him safe before the fire had begun to kindle. Violet's return at length broke up her reflections. She awoke from her reverie with a start to exclaim upon the lateness of the hour. It was already close upon luncheon time. "We shall have to scorch," laughed Violet. And scorch they did, at a rate that made the sober Mitchell swear inarticulately almost throughout the journey. They met with no mishap, however, and finally reached Weir, flushed, dishevelled, but exultant. Max came from the direction of the surgery as they entered. "Can I speak to you a moment?" he said to Olga, and drew her into her father's little smoking room at the side of the hall almost before the words were uttered. Olga faced him with a racing heart, burningly reminiscent of the note she had left in his hat, the note she had asked him to ignore. He must have seen her embarrassment, for his green eyes studied her without mercy. But when he spoke, it was not upon the subject of her overture. "Look here," he said. "Hunt-Goring is here. Do you mind if I ask him to luncheon?" The news was unexpected. Olga gave a sharp, involuntary start. "Major Hunt-Goring?" she stammered. "Why? What is he doing here?" "He walked over with a broken thumb for me to mend," said Max, still grimly watching her. "It's some way back to the Warren, and he's a bit used up. I fancy your father would make him lunch here under the circumstances, but you must do as you think best. It's not my house." The colour sank rapidly from Olga's face under his look. "Oh, Dr. Wyndham," she said breathlessly, "do you think we need?" He frowned at her agitation. "Of course we needn't," he said. "If you don't want him, he can go to the Swan. He is in the surgery at the present moment. I must go back and see how he's getting on." "Wait a moment," Olga broke in rapidly. I'm afraid you're right. Dad would certainly keep him. Oh, why isn't Nick here? He needn't have chosen today to break this thumb." "Kismet," said Max, with a cynical lift of the shoulders. "I gather you don't like the man." She shrank at the question. It was almost a shudder. "No." He turned to the door. "Well, pull yourself together. I daresay he won't eat you. And you'll have Miss Campion to protect you. She would be proof against a dozen monsters." He cast her a glance with the words that made her aware of a certain not very abstruse meaning behind them. Olga's cheeks burned again. Did he know then? Had he guessed why Violet was in the house? Was that the reason of his curious vigilance, his guarded acceptance of her favours? She was possessed by an almost overwhelming desire to know, and yet no words could she find in which to ask. "Well?" said Max, pausing in the act of opening the door. "You were going to say—" She raised her eyes with a conscious effort, and nerved herself to speak. "Max," she said desperately, "please don't mind my asking. It isn't from idle curiosity. Do you like her?" She saw the rough red brows go up, and swiftly repented her temerity. "I only asked," she faltered, "because—" "Well?" Max said again. "It would be interesting to know why you asked." She compelled herself to answer him, or perhaps it was he who compelled. In any case, with her head bent, her answer came. "I had been thinking that perhaps you were getting fond of her. And I should be sorry if that happened, because I know she isn't in earnest. I know she is only playing with you." The words ran out in a whisper. She dared not look at him. She could only watch with fascinated eyes the brown fingers that gripped the doorknob. "She has told you that?" asked Max. She quivered at the question. It was horribly difficult to answer. "I know it is so," she murmured. She was thankful that he did not press her to be more explicit. He stood for a moment in silence. Then, "Isn't it possible," he said in a very level tone, "for a woman to set out to catch a man and to end by being caught herself?" "Not for Violet," said Olga. "I wonder," said Max. She looked up at him quickly, caught by something in his tone. His eyes, alert and green, looked straight into hers. "Did you really think I was falling in love with her?" he said. Olga hesitated. "She thinks so?" he questioned. "Yes." Against her will she answered. It was as if he wrung the word from her. He smiled a grim smile. "Many thanks for your warning," he said. "I take a deep interest in Miss Campion, as you seem to have divined; but the danger of my falling a victim to her charms is very remote. You need harbor no further anxieties on my account." He opened the door as he spoke, and Olga passed out, uncertain whether to be glad or sorry that she had brought herself to speak. She went upstairs to Violet, and acquainted her with the fact of Major Hunt-Goring's presence, and its cause. "I do wish Nick had been here," she said in conclusion. "He may elect to stay for ever so long. I don't know what we shall do with him." Violet, however, was by no means dismayed by the prospect. "Oh, I enjoy Major Hunt-Goring," she said. "You leave him to me. I'll entertain him." "Hateful man," said Olga. Whereat Violet laughed and pinched her cheek. "You know you like him." "I detest him," said Olga quickly. It was certainly with no excess of cordiality that a few minutes later she greeted her guest. He was standing in the hall with one arm in a sling when she and Violet descended the stairs, an immense man of about 45, with a very decided military bearing, and dark eyes of covert insolence. Max was with him, and Olga experienced a very novel feeling of relief to see him there. She advanced and shook hands with extreme frigidity. "I am sorry you have had an accident," she said. "Very good of you," said Major Hunt-Goring, his eyes boldly passing her to rest upon Violet. "Managed to crack my thumb tinkering at my old motor. Dr. Wyndham tells me that you have been kind enough to ask me to lunch. How do you do, Miss Campion? Charmed to meet you. Someone told me you were yachting in the Atlantic." "Heaven forbid," said Violet. "Yachting is simply another word for imprisonment to me. I told Bruce I should certainly drown myself if I went with them." "I should like to introduce you to a form of yachting that is not imprisonment," said Hunt-Goring. Violet laughed. "Oh, I should have to be the mistress of the yacht for that." "Even so?" he rejoined significantly. "And I shouldn't have any men on board with the exception of the sailors," she went on. "And the captain," said Hunt-Goring. "Oh, dear me, no. I would be my own captain." "You'd be horribly bored before the first week was out," observed the Major as he followed her into the dining room. She laughed gaily. "There isn't a single man of my acquaintance in whose company I shouldn't be bored to extinction long before that." "Oh, come," he protested. "You don't speak from experience. You condemn us untried." "I know you all too well," laughed Violet. "You know me not at all," declared Hunt-Goring. "I appeal to Miss Ratcliffe. Am I the sort of man to bore a woman?" "I am no judge," said Olga somewhat hastily. "I never have time to be bored with anyone. Will you sit here, please? I am sorry to say my uncle is in town to day." "Where are the three boys?" asked Max. Olga turned to him with relief. "They have gone for an all-day paper chase with the rectory crowd, and taken lunch with them." "Why didn't you go too?" he asked. "Too lazy?" "Too busy," she returned briefly. "That's only an excuse," said Max. She glanced at him. "It's a sound one, anyhow. What are you going to do this afternoon?" he asked. "Mend." "Mend what?" "Stockings," said Olga. "Great Scott!" said Max. "Do you mend the stockings of the entire family?" "Including yours," said Olga. "Oh, I say," he protested. "That wasn't in the contract, was it? Pitch 'em into my room. I'll mend them myself, or do without." "One pair more or less doesn't make much difference," said Olga. "As to doing without, well, of course, you're a man or you wouldn't make such a suggestion." "You've thrown that in my teeth before," he observed. "I think you might remember that I am hardly responsible for my sex. It's my misfortune, not my fault." She smiled. her sudden brief smile, but made no rejoinder. Major Hunt-Goring and Violet, who had undertaken to cut up his meal for him, were engrossed in a frothy conversation which it was obvious that neither desired to have interrupted. Max glanced towards them, before he abruptly started another subject with Olga. "How is Mrs. Briggs?" Olga colored hotly. "Oh, she seemed all right." Max surveyed her rather pointedly. "Well, what had she got to say about me?" "About you?" said Olga. He laughed and looked away. "Even so, fair lady. I conclude it was something you would rather not repeat. I had already fathomed the fact that I was not beloved by Mrs. Briggs." "It's your own fault," said Olga, speaking on the impulse to escape from a difficult subject. "You have such a knack of making all your patients afraid of you." "Really?" said Max. "Oh, don't be supercilious," she said quickly. "You know it's true." "It must be, if you say so," he rejoined, "though there again it is more my misfortune than my fault. If my patients elect to make me the butt of their neurotic imagination, surely I am more to be pitied than blamed." "No, I don't pity you at all," Olga said. "It's want of sympathy, you know. You go and do a splendid thing like " She stopped suddenly. "Please go on," said Max. "Let's hear my good points, by all means." But Olga was in obvious confusion. "I didn't mean to mention it," she said. "It just slipped out. I was really thinking of what happened last night." He frowned instantly. "Who told you anything about it?" "Nick." "I should like to wring his skinny little neck," said Max. "How dare you?" said Olga indignantly. "You don't think I'm afraid of you, do you?" he said with a smile. "No," she admitted rather grudgingly. "I don't think you are afraid of anyone or anything. But it is a pity you spoil things by being so unfriendly." "Are you speaking on Mrs. Briggs' behalf or your own?" asked Max. She met his eyes with a feeling of reluctance. "Well, I do hate quarreling," she said. "I never quarrel," said Max placidly. "Oh, but you do!" she exclaimed. "How can you say such a thing?" "No, I don't," said Max. "I go my own way, that's all. If anyone tries to stop me, well, they get knocked down and trampled on. I don't call that quarreling. It simply happens in the natural course of things." "No wonder people don't like you," said Olga. "Don't you like me?" said Max. He put the question with obvious indifference, yet his green eyes still studied her critically. Olga poured out some water with a hand so shaky that it splashed over. He reached forward and dabbed it up with his table napkin. "Well?" he said. "I don't know," she murmured somewhat incoherently. "Don't know? But you knew this morning." The green eyes suddenly laughed at her. "I say, don't try to drink that yet," he said. "You'll choke if you do. Go on. Tell me some more about Mrs. Briggs. Did she give you any of that filthy concoction she calls rhubarb wine?" "It isn't filthy. It's delicious," declared Olga. "You can't have tasted it." "Oh, yes, I had some the day the old woman died. In fact, I was trying to sleep off the effects that afternoon when you caught me in Uncle Nick's library. It's horribly strong stuff. I suppose that is what made you so late for luncheon?" "Indeed it wasn't. We went to the Priory before coming home." "Oh? What for?" "Some things Violet wanted." "What things?" said Max. She looked at him in surprise. "I'm sure I don't know. I'm not so inquisitive as you are. You had better ask Violet." "Ask me what?" said Violet, detaching her attention from Major Hunt-Goring for a moment. "Nothing," said Max. "I was only wondering how many glasses of rhubarb wine you had at the Ship." Carelessly he rallied her on the subject, carelessly let it pass. And Olga was left with a newly awakened doubt at her heart. What was the reason for the keen interest he took in her friend? Had he really told her the truth when repudiating the possibility of his falling in love with her? She fancied he had; and if so, why was he so anxious to inform himself of her most trivial doings? It was a puzzle to Olga, a puzzle that for some reason gave her considerable uneasiness. Against her will and very deep down within her, she was aware of a lurking distrust that made her afraid of Max Wyndham. She felt as if he were watching to catch her off her guard, ready at a moment's notice to turn to his own purposes any rash confidence into which she might be betrayed. And she told herself with passionate self-reproach that she had already been guilty of disloyalty to her friend. During the rest of luncheon she exerted herself to keep the conversation general, Max seconding her efforts as though unconscious of her desire to avoid him. In fact, he seemed wholly unaware of any change in her demeanor, and Olga noted the fact with relief, the while she determined to exclude him rigidly for the future from anything even remotely approaching to intimacy. Watch as they might, the shrewd green eyes should never again catch her off her guard. End of chapters 6 and 7. Part 1, Chapters 8 and 9 of The Keeper of the Door by Ethel Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 8. The Elastic Bond. Major Hunt-Goring was quite obviously in his element. To Olga's dismay he showed no disposition to depart when they rose from the luncheon table. Violet suggested a move to the garden, and he fell in with the proposal with a readiness that plainly showed that he had every intention of inflicting his company upon them for some time longer. "It's confoundedly lonely up at the Warren," he remarked pathetically as he lounged after her into the sunshine. Violet laughed over her shoulder, an unlighted cigarette between her teeth. "You're hardly ever there." "No? Well, it's a fact. I can't stand it. I'm a sociable sort of chap, you know. I like society." "Why don't you marry?" laughed Violet. "That's a question to which I can find no answer," he declared. Why, indeed?" "Hateful man," murmured Olga, looking after them. "How I wish he would go." "Leave them alone for a spell," advised Max. "Go and mend your stockings in peace. Miss Campion is quite equal to entertaining him unassisted." But Olga hesitated to pursue this course, and finally collected her work and followed her two guests into the garden. Max departed upon his rounds, and a very unpleasant sense of responsibility descended upon her. She took up a central position under the lime trees that bordered the tennis court, but Major Hunt-Goring and Violet did not join her. They sauntered about the garden paths just out of earshot, and several times it seemed to Olga that they were talking confidentially together. She wondered impatiently how Violet could endure the man at such close quarters. But then there were many things that Violet liked that she found quite unbearable. Slowly the afternoon wore away. The young hostess still sat under the limes, severely darning, but Violet and her companion had disappeared unobtrusively into a more secluded part of the garden. For nearly half an hour she had heard no sound of voices. She wondered if she ought to go in search of them, but her pile of work was still somewhat formidable, and she was loath to leave it. She continued to darn, therefore, with unflagging energy, till suddenly a hand touched her shoulder, and a man's voice spoke softly in her ear. "Hello, little one. All alone? What has become of the fiery-headed assistant?" She flung his hand away with a violent gesture. So engrossed had she been with getting through her work, that she had not heard his step upon the grass. "Are you just off?" she asked him frigidly. "Will you have anything before you go?" Hunt-Goring laughed, a soft, unpleasant laugh. "Many thanks," he said. "I was just asking myself that question. Generous of you to suggest it, though. Perhaps you, like myself, are feeling bored?" He lowered himself on to the grassy bank beside her chair, smiling up at her with easy insolence. Olga did not look at him. Handsome though he undoubtedly was, he was the one man of her acquaintance whose eyes she shrank from meeting. His very proximity sent a shiver of disgust through her. She made a covert movement to edge her chair away. "Where is Miss Campion?" she said. He laughed again, that hateful confidential laugh of his. "She has gone indoors to rest. The heat made her sleepy. I suggested the hammock, but she wouldn't run the risk of being caught napping.
I see that there is small danger of that with you."
Olga stiffened. She was putting together her work with evident determination. "I will see you off," she said.
"You seem in a mighty hurry to get rid of me," he said, without moving.
She laid her mending upon the grass and rose. "I am busy, as you see," she returned. He looked at her for a moment, then very deliberately followed her example. He stood looking down at her from his great height, a speculative smile on his face.
"You've soon had enough of me, what?" he suggested.
Olga's pale eyes gleamed for an instant like steel suddenly bared to the sun. She said nothing whatever, merely stood before him very stiff and straight, plainly waiting for him to go.
"It's a pity to outstay one's welcome," he said. "I wouldn't do that for the world. But what about that kiss you offered me just now?"
"I?" said Olga, quivering disdain in the word.
"You, my little spitfire," he said genially. "And it won't be the first time, what? Come now, you're always running away, but you should reflect that you're bound to be caught sooner or later. You didn't think I was going to let you off, did you?"
She stood before him speechless, with clenched hands. He drew a little nearer.
"You pay your debts, don't you? And what more suitable opportunity than the present? You are so elusive nowadays. Why, I haven't seen you except from afar since last Christmas. You were always such a nice, sociable little girl till then."
"Sociable?" whispered Olga.
"Well, you were." He laughed again in his easy fashion. "Don't you remember what fun we had at the rectory on Christmas Eve, and how you came to tea with me on the sly a few days after, and how we kissed under the mistletoe, and how you promised—"
"I promised you nothing," burst out Olga with flashing eyes.
"Oh, pardon me. You promised to kiss me again some day. Have you forgotten? I hardly think your memory is as short as that."
He drew nearer still, and slipped a cajoling arm about her.
"Why are we in such a towering rage, I wonder? Surely you don't want to repudiate your liabilities? You promised, you know."
She flung a desperate face to his. "Very well, Major Hunt-Goring," she said breathlessly. "Take it and go." He bent to her.
"But you must give," he said.
"Very well," she said again. It will be the last."
"Will it?"
he questioned, pausing.
"In that case I feel almost inclined to postpone the pleasure, particularly as—"
"Don't torture me," she said in a whisper half choked. Her eyes were tightly shut, but Hunt-Goring's were looking over her head, and a sudden gleam of malicious humour shone in them. He turned them upon the white shrinking face of the girl, who stood rigid but unresisting within the circle of his arm. And then very suddenly he bent and kissed her on the lips. She shivered through and through, and broke from him with her hands over her face.
"But you didn't pay your debt, you know," said Hunt-Goring amiably. "I won't trouble you now, however, as we are no longer alone. Another day, in a more secluded spot—"
No longer alone? Olga looked up with a gasp. Her face was no longer pale, but flaming red. She seemed to be burning from head to foot. And there, not a dozen paces from her, was Maxwell Wyndham, carelessly approaching, his hands in his pockets, his hat thrust to the back of his head, a faint supercilious smile cocking one corner of his mouth, his whole bearing one of elaborate unconsciousness. This much Olga saw. But she did not wait for more. The situation was beyond her. An involuntary exclamation of dismay escaped her, an inarticulate sound that seemed physically wrung from her. And then, without a second glance, ignominiously she turned and fled. The sound of Hunt-Goring's oily laugh followed her as she went, and added speed to her flying feet. It was several minutes later that Max entered the surgery, carrying an armful of stockings, and found her scrubbing her face vigorously over the basin that was kept there. She had turned on the hot water, and a cloud of steam arose above her head. "Don't scald yourself," said Max. "Try the pumice." "Oh, go away," gasped Olga with a furious stamp.
"Not going," said Max.
He fetched out a clean towel, and placed it within her reach. Then he sat down on the table and waited, whistling below his breath. Olga grabbed the towel at last and buried her face in it. "Do you want to make me hate you?" she flung at him through its folds. "Don't be silly," said Max. "I'm not," she cried stormily. "I'm not. It's you who make bad worse, always." He stood up abruptly. "No, I don't. I help when I can. Sit down and stop crying." "I'm not crying," she sobbed. "Then take that towel off your face, and behave sensibly. I'll make you drink some sal volatile if you don't." "I'm sure you won't. I'm not a bit afraid of you," came in muffled tones of distress from the crumpled towel. "All right. Who said you were?" said Max. "Sit down now. Here's a chair. Now, let me have the towel. Yes, really, Olga." He loosened her hold upon it, and drew it away from her with steady insistence. "There, that's better. You look as if you'd got scarlet fever. What did you want to boil yourself like that for? Now don't cry. It's futile and quite unnecessary. Just sit quiet till you feel better. There's no one about but me, and I don't count." He turned to the pile of stockings he had brought in with him, and began to sort them into pairs. "By Jove, you're in the middle of one of mine," he said. "I'll finish this." He thrust his hand into it and prepared to darn. "Oh, don't," said Olga. You will only make a mess of it." He waved his hand with airy assurance. "I never make a mess of anything, and I'm a lot cleverer than you think. What train is Nick coming home by?" "I don't know. The 5:20 probably." He glanced at the clock. "Half an hour from now. And where is the fair Violet?" "I don't know. He said she had gone in. I suppose I ought to go and see." "Sit still," said Max, frowning over his darning. "She is probably reading some obscene novel, and won't be wanting you." "Max!" "I apologize," said Max. Olga smiled faintly. "It's horrid of you to talk like that." "It's me," said Max. She dried the last of her tears. What did you do with him?" "Packed him into the motor and told Mitchell to drive him home." "I wish Mitchell would run into something and kill him," said Olga with sudden vehemence. Max's brows went up. "Afraid I didn't give Mitchell instructions to that effect." He spoke without raising his eyes, being quite obviously intent upon his darning. Olga watched him for a few seconds in silence. Finally she gave herself a slight shake and rose. "You're doing that on the right side," she said. "It's the best way to approach this kind of hole," said Max. She came and stood by his side, still closely watching him. "Dr. Wyndham," she said at last, her voice very low. "Please don't make me nervous," said Max. "Don't, please," she said. "I want to speak to you seriously." He drew out his needle with a reflective air. "Are you going to ask me to prescribe for you?" "No." "Then don't call me Dr. Wyndham," he said severely. "I don't answer to it, except in business hours." She smiled faintly. "Max, then. Will you do me a favor?" Max's eyes found hers with disconcerting suddenness. "On one condition," he said. "What is it?" The corner of his mouth went up. "I will name my condition when you have named your favor." She hesitated momentarily. "Oh, it isn't very much," she said. "I only want you not to tell Nick or anyone about what happened this afternoon." "Why isn't Nick to know?" asked Max. "He would be so angry," she said, "and he couldn't do any good. He would only go and get himself hurt." "Would you care to know what Hunt-Goring said to me after you had effected a retreat?" asked Max. The hot color began to fade out of her cheeks. "Yes," she said under her breath. "He said, you know his breezy style, 'Don't be astonished. Miss Ratcliffe and I understand one another. In fact, we've been more or less engaged for a long time, though it isn't generally known.'" "Max!" Olga started back as if from a blow. "He never said that."
"Yes, he did. I guessed it was a lie," said Max, "in spite of appearances." She winced.
"It is a lie," she said with vehemence. You told him so?"
"I was not in a position to do that," said Max. "But if you authorize me to do so."
"Yes, yes," she said feverishly.
"I can only do it if you accept my condition," he said.
"That means you want me to tell you everything," she said.
"No, it doesn't. I know quite as much as I need to know, and I shan't believe anything he may be pleased to say on the subject. It's up to you to tell me as much or as little as you like. No, the condition is this, and there is nothing in it that you need jib at. If you really want me to give him the lie, you must furnish me with full authority. You must put me in a position to do it effectually." He was looking straight into her face of agitation. There was a certain remorselessness about him that made him in a fashion imposing. Olga quivered a little under the insistence of his eyes, but she flinched no more.
"Yes," she said. "Well, I do authorize you. It's got to be stopped somehow. I never dreamed of his saying that."
"Quite so," said Max. "But that isn't enough. You will have to go a step further. Give me a free hand. It's the only way if you don't want Nick rushing in. Give me the right to protect you. I promise to use it with discretion." He smiled very slightly with the words, but Olga only gazed at him uncomprehendingly.
"How? I don't know what you mean."
He held out his hand to her abruptly. "Don't faint," he said. "Let me tell him, as a dead secret, that you are engaged to me." Olga gasped. Max got up. "Only as a temporary expedient," he said. "I'll let you go again, when you wish it." His hand remained outstretched, and after a very considerable pause she laid her hands within it.
"But really," she said with an effort, "I don't think we need to do anything so desperate as that."
"A desperate case requires a desperate remedy sometimes," said Max with a humorous twinkle in his eyes. "It doesn't mean anything, but we must floor this rascal somehow. Is it a bargain?"
She hesitated. "You won't tell anyone else?"
"Not a soul," said Max. She still hesitated.
"But he won't believe you."
"He will if I refer him to you," said Max. Olga pondered the matter.
"Are you sure it's the only way?"
"If you don't want Nick to know," he said.
"And what if he spreads it abroad?" she hazarded.
"We can always treat it as idle gossip, you know," said Max. "Imminent, but not actual. The sort of thing over which we blush demurely and say nothing." She smiled in spite of herself.
"It's very good of you," she said with feeling.
"Not a bit," said Max. "I shall enjoy it. I think it ought to put an effectual stop to all unwelcome amenities on his part. We'll try it, anyhow." He released her hand, and resumed his darning, still looking quizzical. Olga lingered, dubiously reminding herself that only a few hours before she had distrusted this man whom circumstance now made her champion. "Scissors, please," said Max. She gave them to him absently. He held out the unsevered wool, his eyes laughing at her over it. "You can do the cutting," he said. She complied, and in the same instant she met his look.
"Max," she said rather breathlessly, "I don't quite like it."
"All right," he said imperturbably. "Don't do it."
She paused, looked at him almost imploringly. "You're sure it won't mean anything?"
"It can mean as much or as little as you like," said Max.
"I didn't mean quite that," faltered Olga. "But it won't be. It never could be like a real engagement, could it?"
"Like, yet unlike," said Max. "It will be a sort of elastic and invisible bond, made to stretch to the utmost limit, never breaking of itself, though capable of being severed by either party at a moment's notice." Olga drew a breath of relief.
"If that is really all
" "What more could the most exacting require?" said Max.
What indeed? Yet the phrase struck Olga somehow as being not wholly satisfactory. Perhaps even then, vaguely she began to realize that the species of bond he described might prove the most inviolable of all. But she raised no further argument, doubts notwithstanding; for, in face of his assurance, there seemed nothing left to say. 9. The Project. The sound of Nick's cheery, untuneful humming seemed to invest all things with a more normal and wholesome aspect. Olga went to meet him with unfeigned delight. He put his arm around her, flashing a swift look over her as he did it. "Well, Olga mia, I trust there has been no more bickering in my absence?" "No, I've made friends with Max," she said. "Come and have tea." He went through the house with her to the garden, where tea awaited him. Max was seated alone beside the little table under the trees. "You're not a very large party," commented Nick. "Best we can do under the circumstances," said Max. "The kids are still paper chasing, and Miss Campion, overcome by the heat, has retired to bed. I propose to follow her example if the company will excuse me. I only put in 2 hours last night, and may have to attend another case to night. Here, Ratcliffe, you can have my chair." "Are you coming down to dinner?" asked Olga. "I am," he said. "Because you needn't. I can send it up." "Thanks, I'll come down," said Max. He turned away towards the house, but stopped abruptly as Violet suddenly sauntered forth. She was yawning as she came. "Good people, pray excuse me. I'm always sleepy after a motor run. What has become of the dear Major Allegro? You haven't banished him already?" "Did you think he was going to live here?" said Olga, with a very unwonted touch of asperity. "I expect he will, dear, now he knows I'm here." Violet subsided into the vacant chair with a languid smile at Nick, who offered it to her. Her eyes were wonderfully bright, but the lids were heavy. "I'm horribly sleepy still," she said. "Give me some tea quick, to wake me up. Max, I haven't the energy to amuse you, so you may consider yourself excused." "Many thanks," said Max. "I am going to give myself the pleasure of waiting upon you." "Nick can do that," said Olga. "Do go and get a rest." "My dear, if you show yourself so anxious to be rid of him, he'll stay," protested Violet. "Haven't you discovered that yet? You should display an elegant indifference, a pray stay if you've a mind to, but don't imagine that I want you kind of attitude. There are not many men who can face that for long." She broke off to yawn. "No, thanks. Nothing to eat. I'm too sleepy." "Well, Nick, have you settled the affairs of the nation satisfactorily?" "On the contrary, the nation is trying to settle mine," said Nick. "Oh, really? What more could anyone want you to do?" "I'm specially qualified for many things, it seems," said Nick modestly. "What has Hunt-Goring been here for?" "Managed to break his thumb," said Max. "Yes, and stayed philandering all the afternoon," chimed in Violet. "How did you manage to get rid of him, Allegro? He wouldn't go for me." "Dr. Wyndham came back early and sent him home in the car," said Olga, with a slight effort. "I was bored to death with him," declared Violet. "I simply deserted him at last, because I couldn't keep my eyes open. Give me my tea strong, please, or I shall fall asleep again under your eyes." "Do you mind if I smoke?" said Max. "Not in the least. Quite delighted." He offered her his cigarette case. "Perhaps you'll join me." "No, thanks. I've been smoking all the afternoon." She stretched up her arms behind her head. They were bare to the elbow, soft and white and rounded. Her eyelids began to droop a little more. She snuggled down into the chair, plainly on the verge of slumber. And in that moment Olga looked at Max. He was intently watching the girl, so intently that he was oblivious of everything else. And into her mind, all unbidden, there flashed again the memory of the green dragonfly, the monster of the stream, darting upon the little scarlet moth. It sent a curious revulsion of feeling through her. For the moment she felt physically sick. Then, impetuously, desperately, she intervened. "Violet, dear, wake up and have your tea. It's this horrid thundery weather that is affecting you. I felt it myself. Max, you won't get much of a rest if you don't go soon." Instantly his eyes were turned upon her, and she was conscious of a sudden quickening of her heart; for she saw at a glance that he resented her interference. "Go on, Max," grinned Nick. "Why can't you take a graceful hint, man? There may be another luckless little brat wanting you to-night." "One thing at a time," said Max curtly. He took out a cigarette and lighted it, a frown between his shaggy brows. He looked neither at Violet nor Olga, but his attitude was one of stubborn determination. "Are you waiting to see me drink my tea?" asked Violet, rousing herself in response to Olga's hand on her arm. "I am," he said. "Oh, well, that's soon done," she said, and raised the cup to her lips. Max smoked on, taciturn and frowning. Violet finished her tea and asked for more. He finished his cigarette and turned to her. "I wonder if you would let me try one of yours?" "Not now, I'm afraid," she made answer. "I left my case upstairs." He lighted another of his own and rose. "Good night," said Nick. "I shall be down to dinner," Max responded gruffly, and sauntered away. "Ill-tempered cuss," said Nick. "What's the matter with him?" "He's jealous," said Violet. "Of whom?" Nick was frankly curious. "Of Major Hunt-Goring. He's been dangling after me half the afternoon. How would you like me to marry him, Allegro?" "Who?" said Olga, turning crimson. "Oh, not Max, you may be sure." Her friend laughed mischievously. "Max is only an interlude." "And Hunt-Goring the main theme?" suggested Nick. She laughed again, indifferently. "Perhaps. I can't say I'm enamored of him, though. He's rather a brute at heart, underneath the oil silk. Well, I'm going to lie in the hammock and sleep." She got up, stretched luxuriously, and strolled away over the grass. Nick watched her go with flickering, observant eyes, but he made no comment upon her. Only as she passed from sight, he made an odd little grimace, as if dismissing a slightly distasteful subject from his mind. Then he turned to his niece. "Well, my chicken, you've had a busy afternoon." "A beastly afternoon, Nick," she responded warmly. "And I'm very glad it's over, and I don't want to talk about it. Tell me about your doings instead. What were you wanted for?" "Prepare for a shock," said Nick. "I haven't got over it myself yet. They want to pack me off to India again. I told 'em I couldn't go, but they seem to take it for granted that I shall. Don't know what Muriel will say to it, I'm sure. They say it would be only a 6 months' job, but I have my doubts of that." "Nick! India!" "India, my child. Naked and unadulterated India. The Imperial Commissioners have quite decided that I'm the man for the job. I kept on saying can't and won't. But that didn't make the least difference. Old Reggie Bassett's doing, I'll lay a wager. He will have it that my genius is thrown away in England. And they inform me, rather brutally, that my seat in Parliament would be far more easily filled than the Sharapura post. Also, the young Rajah has done me the honour to ask for me. We went pig-sticking together once, years ago, and I chanced to head off Piggy at a critical moment for young Akbar. On the strength of that, he wants me to go and be his political adviser for a few months. It seems the state is in rather a muddle. His father was a shocking old shuffler, and there are plenty of budmashes about, if report says true. But this young Rajah is anxious to get things straightened out, and the Commissioner wants a report made, and so on. Altogether," Nick paused with a smile on his yellow face, "they were very persuasive," he said. "Nick, you're going!" Olga exclaimed. He laughed. "If you want my impartial opinion as to that," he said, "I believe I am." She drew a deep breath. Her eyes were shining. "Oh, how I wish I were a man! I'd come with you." "Ladies are admitted," said Nick. "Ah, I wonder what Muriel will say," she said.
Does she like India?" "India is a large place," he pointed out. "She doesn't like Gawaikhand. And she isn't keen on Simla, which is sheer prejudice on her part. Sharapura she has never seen. It's a small state in the very middle of the empire. There are rivers, and jungles, and tigers, and snakes, quite a lot of snakes. A decent little capital, and a hill station, healthy enough, though not very high. The natives are exactly like monkeys. I learnt to speak their lingo one winter from a villainous bearer I had when some of us were stationed there. There is a small native garrison in cantonments at the capital. There is also a fort and a race course. I won the Great Mogul's Cup there, a memorable occasion. My mount was a wall-eyed, lanky brute of a whaler, with the action of a camel. But he had the spirit of an Olympian, and we won at a canter." Nick stopped. His eyes also had begun to shine. Olga was listening enraptured. "How I wish I was Muriel," she said. "Of course she'll want to go, Nick. It sounds perfectly enchanting." "Especially the tigers and snakes," laughed Nick. "Poor Muriel, it's rather a shame to ask her. She had an overdose of the East at the outset, and she has never got over it." "Oh, but that's eons ago," protested Olga. "I know, but it went deep." Nick leaned back abruptly with closed eyes. "I wonder if I can bring myself to refuse finally and conclusively, without telling her," he said, ruminatively. "Never, Nick." Olga sprang from her chair. "You shan't think of such a thing. Nick, a heaven-sent chance like that. Oh, it wouldn't be fair. I'm sure she would say so. You must tell her." Nick's hand clenched upon the arm of his chair. He kept his eyes shut. "You see, dear," he said, "there's the kiddie, too. I'm an unnatural beast. I'd actually forgotten him for the moment. One-eyed of me, wasn't it?" "Nick, darling." Suddenly Olga was kneeling beside his chair. She put her arms about his neck. "You shan't call yourself anything so horrid," she said. "Dad and I will take care of little Reggie. You know you can trust him to me, Nick. I'll watch over him day and night." "Bless your heart," said Nick. He lodged his head against her shoulder after the fashion she most loved. "You're a sweet little pal," he said. "But I doubt if Muriel would consent to go so far away from him, and I'm a selfish hound myself to contemplate such a thing. No, don't contradict me. It's rude. I'm that, and several other things besides. I'd no idea I was so much in the grip of the East. It's a curious thing. One feels it in the blood. It's 6 years, more, since I climbed on to the shelf, and I've been quite smug and self-satisfied most of the time. There's been a twinge of regret every now and then, but nothing I couldn't whistle away. But now—" His words quickened. He spoke them whimsically, yet passionately in her ear. "Between you and me, I'd give an eye, an ear, or a leg, anything I possess in duplicate, to come off the shelf and have one more fling. I'm stiff. And ye gods, I'm only 34. I always thought I'd go till 60 at least. I entered Parliament just to keep going, but that's only a steady progress downhill. A sort of frog's march in which you kick and are kicked, but don't do much besides. I'm a fighter, kiddie. I wasn't made to ornament the shelf. I'm not a hero, only an ordinary, restless, discontented mortal. They told me this afternoon that it was time I did something, that I was dropping out, that I should ossify if I sat still much longer. A good term, that. Worthy of our friend Max. And by heaven, they're right. But how can I help it? I know in my heart of hearts that it would be sheer brutality to bring this on Muriel now." He ceased to speak, and there fell a silence. Olga's arms clasped him very tightly. Her cheek pressed his forehead. It was not often that Nick opened his heart to her thus. Only twice before had it ever happened, and on each occasion he had been in trouble. Once, when the woman he loved had sent back his engagement ring through her,
And once again nearly 2 years later, when that same woman, Muriel, his wife, had lain at death's door all through one dreadful night, while they two, close pals, had waited huddled together in the passage outside her room. Those 2 occasions were sacred to Olga, never spoken of to any, shrined deep in the most inner, most secret recesses of her heart. Nick's confidence had ever been her most cherished possession. It thrilled her now with something more than pride. And through her silence her sympathy came out to him in the flood of understanding which needed no verbal expression. She spoke at last, very softly, almost in a whisper. "Nick, you know, don't you, that you are dearer to me than anyone else in the world?" He put up his hand and patted her cheek. "What, still?" he said. "Still, Nick. What do you mean?" "Nothing at all," said Nick promptly. "Go on." She took his hand and held it. "Nick, darling, do you remember how I came and kept house for you, years ago, at Redlands, when I was a child?" "Rather," said Nick. "Bully, wasn't it?" She hesitated a little. "Nick, I'm going to make a perfectly awful suggestion." "Don't mind me," said Nick. She laughed faintly. "I don't, dear, formidable as you can be. It only flashed into my mind that if Muriel feels she really can't leave Reggie, and if she can possibly bear to part with you and you with her, could you possibly put up with me as a substitute for those few months, and take me instead if Dad could spare me?" "By Jove!" said Nick, sitting up. "I know it's great cheek of me to suggest it," Olga hastened to say, "for of course I know I'd be a very poor substitute. But at least I could keep a motherly eye on you and see that you were properly clothed and fed. And Muriel herself couldn't possibly love you more." "By Jove!" Nick said again. Olga's face, flushed and eager, was close to his. He bent suddenly forward and kissed it. "And what about you, my chicken?" he said. "I, Nick? I should love it," she said, with candid eyes raised to his. "You can't imagine how much I should love it." "You'd be homesick," said Nick. "Nick, with you?" He was looking at her with shrewd, flickering eyes. "Do you mean to say," he said, "that there is no one here that you would mind leaving for so long?" "There's Dad, of course," she said. "But don't you think perhaps Muriel wouldn't mind taking care of him for me if I took care of you for her?" Nick broke into a laugh. "Excellent, my child. Most ingenious. Jim and Muriel are fast allies. But Jim is not the only person you would leave behind. You ought to consider that before you get too obsessed by this enchanting idea. It's pretty beastly, you know, to feel that half the world stretches between you and someone you might at any moment develop a pressing desire to see." Olga frowned at him. "What are you driving at, Nick?" "I'm only indicating the obvious," said Nick. "No, you're not, dear. You're hinting things." "In that case," said Nick, "you are at liberty to treat me with the contempt I deserve. Look here, we won't talk about this any more to-day. The subject is too indigestible. We'll sleep on it and see what we think of it to-morrow." "You're not going to write to Muriel to-night?" asked Olga. "Not to-night. They've given me a week to make up my mind." "And when would you have to go?" "Sometime towards the end of next month, or possibly the beginning of October. But as we're not going," said Nick, "I move that the discussion be postponed." He smiled into her eyes, a baffling, humorous smile, and rose. "But it was a ripping idea of yours," he said. "I'm quite grateful to you for mentioning it. There are some chocolates in the hall for you. Don't give them all to Violet, charm she never so wisely." "Oh, Nick, you darling. Fancy your remembering me. Do let's have some at once." They went indoors together with something of the air of conspirators, and in the close companionship of her hero, Olga managed to forget that she had so recently been driven to another man for protection. In fact, the interview in the surgery, with the episode that had preceded it, was completely crowded out of her mind by this new and dazzling idea that had flashed so suddenly into her brain, and which seemed already to have altered the course of her life. Many and startling were the visions that filled her sleeping hours that night, but each one of them served but to impress upon her the same thing. When she arose in the morning she told herself, with a little shiver of sheer excitement, that the gates of the world were opening to her, and that soon she would actually behold those wonders of which till then she had only dreamed. End of chapters 8 and 9. Part 1, Chapters 10 and 11 of The Keeper of the Door by Ethel Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 10. The Door. When remembrance of the previous day's happenings came to Olga, she was already so deeply engrossed in household duties that she was able to dismiss the matter without much difficulty. It was one of the busiest mornings of the week, and no sooner had she finished indoors than she donned a sunbonnet and big apron and betook herself to the raspberry bed to gather fruit for jam. The day was hot, and Violet had established herself in the hammock under the lime trees with a book and a box of cigarettes. The 3 boys had gone with Nick on a fishing expedition, and all was supremely quiet. The sun blazed mercilessly down upon Olga as she toiled, but she would not be discouraged. The raspberries were many and ready to drop with ripeness, and the jam-making could not be deferred. So intent was she that she really almost forgot the physical discomfort in her anxiety to accomplish her task. She had meant to do it in the cool of the previous evening, but her talk with Nick had driven the matter absolutely from her mind. So she labored in the full heat of a burning August day, till her head began to throb, and her muscles to ache so unbearably that it was no longer possible to ignore them. It was at the commencement of the last row but one, they were very long rows, that she became aware that her energies were seriously flagging. The rest of the garden seemed to be swimming in a haze around her, but she stubbornly ignored that and bent again to her work, fixing her attention once more with all her resolution upon the great rose-red berries that were waiting to be gathered. She must finish now. She had promised herself to clear the bed by lunch-time. But it was certainly very hard labor, harder than she had ever found it before. She began to feel as if her limbs were weighted, and the fruit itself danced giddily before her aching eyes. Suddenly she heard a step on the ash path near her. She looked up, half turning as she did so. The next instant it was as if a knife had suddenly pierced her temples. She cried out sharply with the pain of it, staggered, clutched wildly at emptiness, and fell. The contents of her basket scattered around her in spite of her desperate efforts to save them, and this disaster was to Olga the climax of all. She went into a brief darkness in bitterness of spirit. Not wholly did she lose consciousness, however, for she knew whose arms lifted her, and even very feebly tried to push them away. In the end she found herself sitting on an old wooden bench in the shade of the garden wall, with her head against Max's shoulder and his hand, very vital and full of purpose, grasping her wrist. "Oh, Max," she said with a painful gasp, "my raspberries." "Damn the raspberries," growled Max. His hand travelled up to her head and removed the sunbonnet while he was speaking. "Don't move till you feel better," he said. "There's nothing to bother about." He pressed her temples with a sure, cool touch. She closed her eyes under it. "But I must get on," she said uneasily. "I want to make the jam this afternoon." "Do you?" said Max grimly. She was silent for a little. He kept his hand upon her head, and she was glad of its support, though she wished it had not been his. "It must be nearly luncheon time," she said at last with an effort. "It is," said Max. "We will go indoors." "Oh, but I must pick up my raspberries first, and there's a whole row more to gather yet." "You will have to leave that job for someone else," he said. "You are not fit for it. Are you quite mad, I wonder?" "It had to be done," said Olga. "I must finish now, really I must finish." She took his hand from her head and slowly raised it. Instantly that agonizing pain shot through her temples again. She barely suppressed a cry. "What is it?" he said. "My head," she gasped. "And oh, Max, I do feel so sick." He stood up. "Come along," he said. "I'm going to carry you in." She raised a feeble protest, to which he paid no more attention than if it had been the buzzing of a fly. Very steadily and strongly he lifted her. "Put your head on my shoulder," he said, and she obeyed him, like a child. They encountered no one on the way back to the house. Straight in and straight upstairs went Max, finally depositing her upon her bed. He seemed to know exactly how she felt, for he propped her head high with a skill that she found infinitely comforting, and drew the window curtains to shade her eyes. Then very quietly he proceeded to remove her shoes. "Thank you very much," murmured Olga. "Don't bother." He came and stood beside her and again felt her pulse. "Look here," he said. "As soon as you feel a little better, you undress and slip into bed. I'll come up again in half an hour and give you something for your head. Understand?" "Oh, no," Olga said. "No. I can't go to bed, really. I'll lie here for a little while, but I shall be quite all right presently." Max continued to feel her pulse. He was frowning a good deal. "You will do as I say," he said deliberately. "You are to go to bed at once, and you won't come down again for the rest of the day." There was so much of finality in his speech that Olga became aware of the futility of argument. She felt, moreover, totally unfit for it. She only hazarded one more protest. "But what about Violet?" "She can take care of herself," he said. "I will tell her." There was no help for it. Olga gave in without further protest. But she did venture to say as he released her hand, "Please don't bother about bringing me anything. I couldn't possibly take it." "Leave that to me," said Max brusquely. He left her then to her unutterable relief. There was no doubt about it. She was feeling very ill, so ill that the business of undressing was almost more than she could accomplish. But she did manage it at last, and crept thankfully into bed, laying her throbbing head upon the pillow with the vague wonder if she would ever have the strength to lift it again. From that she drifted into a maze of pain that blurred all thought, and from which she only roused herself to find Max once more by her side. He was watching her closely. "Is your head very bad?" he asked. "Yes," she whispered. "I've got some stuff here that will soothe it," he said. "Just drink it down, and then see if you can get asleep." His voice was so gentle that had her pain been less severe, Olga might have found room for amazement. As it was, she began very weakly to cry. "Now don't be silly," said Max. "You needn't move. I'll do it all." He slipped his arm under the pillow and lifted her. She commanded herself and drank from the medicine glass he held to her lips. "What queer stuff," she said. Is it the painkiller?" "What do you know about the painkiller?" he said. She shrank a little at the question, and he did not pursue it. He laid her down again, settled the pillows, and left her. Olga lay very still. She felt as if a strange glow were dawning in her brain, a kind of mental radiance, inexpressibly wonderful, absorbing her pain as mist is absorbed by the sun. Gradually it grew and spread till the pain was all gone, swamped, forgotten, in this curious flood of warmth and ecstasy. It was the most marvelous sensation she had ever experienced. Her whole being thrilled responsive to the glow. It was as though a door had been opened somewhere above her, and she were being drawn upwards by some invisible means, upwards and upwards, light as gossamer, and strangely, transcendently happy, towards the warmth and brightness and wonder that lay beyond. Up, and still up, her spirit seemed to soar. Of her body she was supremely, most blissfully unconscious. She felt as one at the entrance of a dream world, a world of unknown, unimagined splendors, a world of golden atmosphere, of ineffable rapture, and she was floating up through the ether, eager spirited, wrapped in delight. And then, quite suddenly, she knew that Max had returned to her side. His hand was laid upon her arm, his fingers, sensitive and ruthless, closed upon her pulse. In that instant, Olga also knew that her dream world was fading from her, her paradise was lost. Softly, inexorably, the door that had begun to open to her closed. The hand that grasped her drew her firmly back to earth, and held her there.
In her disappointment she could have wept, so vital, so entrancing had been the vision. Piteously she tried to plead with him, but it was as though an obscuring veil had been dropped upon her. She could only utter unintelligible murmurings. She sought for words and found them not. And then she heard his voice quite close to her, very tender and reassuring. "Don't vex yourself, sweetheart. It's all right. All right." His hand smoothed her brow. She almost fancied that he kissed her hair, but she was not certain, and it did not seem to matter. Surely nothing could ever matter again since the closing of that door. A brief confusion was hers, a brief wandering in dark places, and then a slow deepening of the dark, the spreading of a great silence. The last thing she heard was the steady ticking of a watch that someone held close to her. The last thing her brain registered was the close unvarying grip of a hand upon her wrist. It was many hours, it might have been years to Olga, before she woke. Very slowly her clogged spirit climbed out of the deep, deep waters of oblivion in which it had been steeped. For a long time she lay with closed eyes, semi-conscious, not troubling to summon her faculties. At last, very wearily, she opened them, and found Nick seated beside her, alertly watching. "Hello," she murmured languidly. "Hello, darling," he made soft response. "Had a nice sleep?" She stared at him vaguely. "What are you sitting there for?" "Taking care of you," said Nick. She frowned, collecting her wits with difficulty. "It's night, isn't it?" "1:30, said Nick. "My dear!" She opened her eyes a little wider. "But what are you waiting for? Why don't you go to bed?" "I like sitting up sometimes," said Nick. "Keeps me in form." She turned her head on the pillow. "Is Max here?" "No," said Nick. "But he has been," she persisted. "Yes. He's been in now and then." "Ah." Olga frowned still more. "Am I ill, Nick?" she asked, with a touch of nervousness. His lean hand sought and held hers. "You've had a touch of sun, dear," he said, "but you've slept it off. Max is quite satisfied about you. You'll feel a bit rotten for a day or two, but that's all." "How horrid," said Olga. "Don't worry," said Nick. "I'm here. I shall stick like a leech for the future. You will never be out of my sight again in your waking hours." She squeezed his hand. "Poor old Nick. I'm dreadfully sorry. But I had to get those raspberries. Oh, what's that?" She started violently at the soft opening of the door. Nick got up, but she clung to him so fast that he could not leave her side. He bent down over her. "It's all right, darling. It's only Max, with some refreshments. We'll leave you in peace as soon as you have broken your fast." "I don't want Max," she whispered. "Please send him away." "I'll go like a bird," Max said, "if you will let me take your pulse first. It isn't much to ask, is it?" He set down a tray he was carrying and came and stood beside Nick. Outlined against the dim light shed by a shaded night lamp, he looked gigantically square and strong. "I won't hurt you, Olga," he said. "Won't you trust me?" Again his voice was softened to a great gentleness. Yet it compelled. In another second Nick had withdrawn himself, and Max stood alone beside her bed. He stooped low over her, put back the hair from her forehead, looked intently into her eyes. "Are you in pain?" he asked. "No," she whispered back. "You are sure? It doesn't hurt you to move your eyes?" "No," she said again. He passed his hand again over her forehead, felt her face, her temples, finally turned his attention to her pulse. As he took out his watch, she remembered again the two things that had outlasted all other impressions before she had sunk into her long sleep. And with this memory came another. She raised her eyes to his grave face. "Max?" "In a moment," said Max. But it was many moments before he laid her hand down.
"You will be all right when you have eaten something," he said then, "and had another sleep. Is there something you want to say to me?" His tone was kind, but his manner repressive. She wished the light had not been so dim upon his face. "Max," she said with an effort, why did you close the door?" She fancied he smiled, grimly humorous, at the question. She was sure his eyes gleamed mockery. He was silent for a space, and then, "Ask me some other time," he said. She breathed a sigh of disappointment. She knew she would never have the courage. He waited a few seconds more, then as she remained silent he laid his hand again on hers and pressed it lightly. "Good night," he said. She scarcely responded, nor did he wait for her to respond. In another moment he had turned from her, and was talking in a low voice to Nick. A minute later he went softly out, and she saw no more of him that night. Nick remained for some little time longer, waiting on her with the tenderness of a woman. It was wonderful to note how little his infirmity hampered him. There were very few things that Nick could not accomplish with one hand as quickly as the rest of the world with two. But Olga, having recovered the full possession of her faculties, would not permit him to sacrifice any more of his night's rest for her. "I shall be perfectly all right," she declared. "If I'm not, you are only in the next room, and I can rap on the wall." "Yes, but will you?" said Nick. "Of course I will." "Is it a promise?" She caught his hand and kissed it. "Yes, dear Nick, a promise." "All right," said Nick. "I'll go." But he was obviously loath to leave her, and she detained him to assure him how greatly she loved to be in his care. "Max tells me I'm not in the least fitted to look after you," he said rather ruefully, "and I believe he's right." The humility of this speech was so extraordinary that it nearly took Olga's breath away. "My dear Nick," she said, "what nonsense! Surely you don't seriously care what Max says?" "Don't you?" said Nick. She began to answer in the negative, but tripped up unexpectedly. I can't quite say. I haven't really thought about it. But, anyhow, it's no business of his, is it?" "He thinks it is," said Nick. "Why?" She suddenly put out her hand to him with a little shiver. "Nick, you haven't told him about that scheme of ours?" "Yes, I have," said Nick. "Oh, why?" There was unmistakable distress in the question. Nick knelt down beside her. "Olga, I had to. He's a clever chap, cleverer than Jim, even. I wanted to know if I'd better go on with it, if he thought, in view of today's misfortune, it might upset your health, supposing you were allowed to go. I couldn't run the risk of that." "What did he say?" said Olga. Nick chuckled a little. "He said that your normal health appeared to be up to the average young woman's, but he hadn't sounded you in any way, and he shan't," interjected Olga with vehemence. "And so couldn't say for certain," ended Nick. "But I'll tell you this, he doesn't like our precious scheme at all." "Why not?" said Olga. "What has it got to do with him?" "I don't know," said Nick. "Why didn't you ask him?" "My dear, you can do that in the morning, before I write to Muriel." "I will," said Olga firmly. "It's my belief that you're afraid of him," she added a moment later. "No, I'm not," said Nick simply. "Then why are you so careful of his feelings?" "I shouldn't like to see him writhing in hell," said Nick. "I've done it myself, and I know exactly what it feels like." "Really, Nick?" "Yes, really, little sweetheart. You know, or perhaps you don't know, what fools men can be." "I know they can be quite unreasonable, and very horrid sometimes," said Olga. "Nick, dear, you'll promise me, won't you, that if Muriel agrees, and Dad agrees, you won't let an outsider like Max stand in our way?" "Is he an outsider?" asked Nick humorously. "He is, so far as I am concerned," said Olga. "I can't imagine why you take any notice of him." "Are you sure you don't yourself?" asked Nick. "Oh, in some things, perhaps. But not in a matter of this sort. I think he is very interfering. said Olga resentfully. Nick smiled and rose. "I shouldn't be too hard on him, Kitty. Doubtless he has his reasons." "I should like to know what they are," said Olga. He stooped for a final kiss. "I dare say, if you were to ask him prettily, he would tell you." "Oh no, he wouldn't," she said. "He never tells me anything, even if I beg him." She slipped her arms round his neck and held him closely for a moment. "Nick, darling, you will work that lovely scheme of ours if you possibly can. Promise me, in spite of anything Max may say or do."
"You don't mind hurting his feelings?" asked Nick.
"Oh, well," she hesitated, "he couldn't care all that. It's only his love of interference."
"Or his love of you. I wonder which," whispered Nick.
"Nick! Nick!" Wonder, dismay, incredulity mingled in the cry. But Nick had already slipped free from the clinging of her arms, and he did not pause in answer. "Good night, Olga mia," he called back to her softly from the door. "Don't forget to knock on the wall if you feel squeamish." And with that he was gone. The latch clicked behind him, and she was alone. 11. The Impossible. Could it be true? Sleeping and waking all through the night, Olga asked herself the question, and when morning came she was still unconvinced. Nothing in Max's manner had ever given her cause to imagine for an instant that he cared for her. Never for an instant had she seriously imagined that he could care. Till quite recently she had believed that a very decided antipathy had existed between them. True, it had not thriven greatly since the writing of her note, but that had been an event of only 2 days before. She was sure he had not cared for her before that. He could not have begun to care since. And if he had, how in wonder could Nick have come to know? Certainly he knew most things. His uncanny shrewdness had moved her many a time before to amazement and admiration. This quickness of intellect was hers also, but in a far smaller degree. She could leap to conclusions herself, and often find them correct. But Nick literally swooped upon the truth with unerring precision. She had never known him to miss his mark. But this time, could he be right this time? It was such a monstrous notion. Its very contemplation bewildered her, carried her off her feet, made her giddy. She began to be a little frightened, to cast back her thoughts over all her intercourse with Max, to ascertain if she had ever given him the smallest reason for loving her. Most emphatically she had never felt drawn towards him. In fact, she had often been repelled. In all their skirmishes she had invariably had the worst of it. He had simply despised her resistance, treating it as a thing of naught. And yet, there was no denying it, their intimacy had grown. Who but an intimate friend could have made that suggestion for encompassing her deliverance from the persecutions of that hateful man? Her face burned afresh over the memory of this. It had certainly been a desperate remedy, one to which she would never have given her consent could she for a single instant have suspected that it had been dictated by anything more than a friendly desire for her welfare. Surely, argued her practical mind, he could never have been so foolish as to let himself care deeply for one who so obviously had only the most casual regard for him. She knew women did these silly things, but surely not men, and hard-headed men like Max. Besides, what could he possibly see in her? Was it not Violet upon whom his attention was constantly focused? And small wonder, his own repudiation of sentiment notwithstanding. Did not all men look at her with dazzled eyes? Even Nick paid her that much homage, though Olga was privately a little doubtful as to whether he altogether liked her brilliant friend. No, she had never for an instant seriously contemplated this possibility which Nick had whispered into her ear. She wondered what had made him do it. Had he meant to put her on her guard? Or, staggering thought, had he thought to wake her heart to some response? Was he taking Max's part? Did he want her to be kind to him? She pictured Max's wrath, sardonically expressed should he ever become acquainted with that move of Nick's. She fancied he did not much like Nick, and that suspicion of itself was quite sufficient to present him in an unfavorable light to her half involuntary criticism. How could she ever possibly begin to care for a man who did not admire her hero? Oh, why had she ever placed herself under an obligation to him, ever consented to the forging of that bond between them, elastic though it might be? Of course it could be severed, he had said so. And severed it should be at once. But why had she ever suffered it? It weighed upon her intolerably now that she realized in what foundry its links had been cast. Even her enemy's impertinences would be easier to bear, now that she knew. Again, as morning broke, she told herself that this thing was an impossibility after all, that Nick had been misled, or had spoken in jest. It seemed the only sane conclusion by the practical light of day, and reassured, at last she slipped into untroubled slumber. Yes, she was sure Max was much too shrewd to let himself be caught by a girl who did not even want him. He would never waste his valuable time over such as she. Yet, while she slept, a curious memory came to her, a memory that was half a dream, of a hand that had stroked her head with a sure and soothing touch, of lips very near her hair that had whispered words of tenderness. It was not a disturbing dream by any means. She slept through it into a deeper peace with a smile upon her face. She was finally aroused without ceremony by Violet, who skipped airily into the room, clad in a daring sea-green wrapper that revealed more of her charms than it concealed. "Oh, my dear soul, are you awake?" was her greeting as she perched herself on the foot of the bed. "I've just had the very sweetest note from Hunt-Goring, accompanied by a box of the most exquisite Eastern cigarettes. Companions of the harem, he says they are called. And how are you feeling now, you poor wan thing? What interesting shadows you have developed. I wish I could make my eyes look like that. The revered Max suffered agonies about you last night, and nearly slew me with a glance because I dared to touch my mandolin after dinner. Poor little Nick was rather blue, too, though he did at least try to be courteous. What made you go and get sunstroke, Allegro? Rather unnecessary, wasn't it? He was quite obviously at your feet without that. Of course you realize how completely my wiles have been thrown away on him. I declare I was never so humiliated in my life. However, I dare say I shall get over it. If I don't, I shall take refuge in Hunt-Goring's harem. Good gracious, what now?" A smart rap at the door had interrupted her plans for her future. She sprang off the end of Olga's bed and stood poised on one foot, listening. "Can I come in?" asked Max on the other side of the door. Olga's face flushed scarlet. Violet shot her a glance of mock dismay. "My dear, I wonder which would be the least improper," she said. "To go, or to remain?" "For pity's sake, put something on," urged Olga. "There's my dressing gown. Take that." But Violet had already snatched up a bath towel, which she draped about her with scarf-like effect. "This will do quite well, and is infinitely more artistic. Pray come in, Dr. Wyndham. The patient is quite ready for you." Max came in. He scarcely looked at either girl, but halted just inside the room, holding the door wide open. "One at a time, Miss Campion, please," he said curtly. "Dear, dear," laughed Violet with audacious mirth. "Then you had better call again later, when I have concluded my visit." He turned his eyes straight upon her. They were piercingly green in the morning light. "Your visit," he said, "is a direct violation of my orders. I must trouble you to conclude it at once." He had never used that tone to her before. She opened her eyes very wide, meeting his look with the utmost nonchalance. "Dear me," she said, "how fierce we are this morning! And what if Olga prefers my company to yours?" "That has nothing to do with it," he returned. "I am here professionally." "And if Olga is not requiring your professional services?" she suggested daringly. "Oh, Violet dear, I think you had better go," interposed Olga nervously. "You can come back again when you are dressed." Violet's beautiful eyes suddenly gleamed. She moved to the door, stepping daintily with her bare feet. "Dr. Wyndham," she said, "I congratulate you on your conquest. It has been a ridiculously easy capture, but I warned her she had met her fate long ago. No doubt she has wisely decided that to run away any longer would be a waste of energy. En tout cas," she made an airy gesture of the hands, "my blessing be upon you both." And with that, lightly she crossed the threshold, and was gone, flitting like a sunbeam, from the room. Quietly Max closed the door. He did not look at Olga, but walked straight to the window and stood there with his back turned and his hands in his pockets, staring outwards. "I hope you don't object to an early visit," he said after a moment. "I want to get my rounds done in good time to day, and I didn't like to leave without seeing you first." I don't mind at all," stammered Olga in reply. "But really, there's no reason for you to bother about me. I've had a good night, and I'm going to get up." "Really?" he said. "You're not going raspberry picking, I hope?" She laughed somewhat tremulously. Violet's vindictive thrust had embarrassed rather than hurt her. She looked at the great square shoulders that intervened between her eyes and the morning sunshine, and wondered why he did not turn. Was it possible that he could be feeling embarrassed too? She could scarcely imagine it. But yet the position was sufficiently intolerable for him also. "I'm afraid the raspberries will have to go," she said regretfully. "Unless the boys—" "They would probably eat 'em as fast as they picked 'em," observed Max grimly. "I know boys." Again, rather feebly, she laughed. "It seems a pity," she said. "I shouldn't worry," said Max. "Besides, it's Sunday. You couldn't make jam on Sunday in any case." "I could, though," said Olga, "if the fruit wouldn't keep till Monday." He laughed. "What an admirably practical spirit!" "Thank you," said Olga. "That's the first nice thing you have ever said to me." "Oh, no, it isn't," said Max. "May I come and take a survey now?" "I can't imagine what you are waiting for," she returned with renewed spirit. She could meet him on the old fencing ground without a tremor. At least, so she fancied. But the next instant he disconcerted her in the most unexpected fashion. "I have been waiting for your pulse to steady down," he said coolly. "Oh?" said Olga. He left the window and came to her side. She gave him her hand with an abrupt childish movement. "It's great nonsense," she said with burning cheeks. "You can't possibly make me out ill." She saw one side of his mouth go up. He took out his watch, but he looked at her. "You don't imagine that I want to keep you as a patient, do you?" he said. "You know you always like people best when they are ill," she retorted. "Do I?" he said. "Well, don't you?" "I wonder what makes you think so," he said. She looked straight up at him with something of defiance. "You never bother to be nice to people unless they are ill." He frowned a little. "I've been as nice as you would let me," he said. "Yes, yes," said Olga rather hurriedly. "Of course we are friends. But, Max, there's something I want to say to you. It's very particular. Be quick with my pulse." He let her hand slip from his. "It's about 150, he observed, "but that seems to be the normal rate with you. I don't think you had better talk to me now, unless it's to be a professional consultation. You can get up if you want to, and I will give Nick a list of the things you are not to do." He would have gone with the words, but imperiously she detained him. "You must wait a minute now. I want to speak about that compact we made the other day. You knew I was only joking, didn't you? You didn't really tell Major Hunt-Goring that?" "Yes, I did," said Max. "And do you generally go and cry into the surgery towel when you are enjoying a joke?" "Oh, Max, you told him?" Her face was tragic. "And what did he say?" "He congratulated me," said Max. "Max!" "My dear girl, I'm telling you the truth. But really, since you have discharged yourself as cured, this has become a highly improper situation. Don't you think we had better postpone this discussion to a more suitable moment?" Max was openly laughing into her face of distress. She suddenly felt abundantly reassured. He could not, surely, look and speak like this if he dreamed of wooing her in earnest. "I don't want any discussion," she hastened to tell him. "Only, please do go and tell Major Hunt-Goring that there's been a mistake, and in short " "In short, that you've thrown me over?" said Max. "Oh, thanks, no. You can tell him that, if you wish." "He must be told," she said. "I don't see why." Max smiled upon her with good-natured indulgence. "Have you suddenly taken fright at something?" he asked. She smiled also, but a little anxiously. "I'm afraid it wasn't a very wise move, after all. I want to put an end to it." "You can't put an end to an engagement that doesn't exist," he said. "You will have to wait till I propose, and then you can go and tell everyone, including Hunt-Goring, that you have said no." It was impossible to treat the matter seriously. She had a feeling that he was deliberately restraining her from so doing, deliberately offering her an easy means of escape from her own indiscretion. She seized upon it, eager to convince him that she had never deemed him in earnest. "Do propose soon, then," she said, "and let us get it over." He turned to the door. "Given a suitable opportunity," he said, "it shall be done to-night." "To-night?" she echoed sharply. She caught the mocking gleam of his eyes for an instant, and her heart misgave her. "Really, Max," she said in a tone of protest. "Yes, really," said Max. "Good-bye." He was gone. She heard him stride away down the passage and go downstairs. A little later she heard the banging of the surgery door and the sound of his feet on the gravel. They passed under her window. They paused. "Olga," he called up to her, "do you mind if a pal of mine comes to lunch?" Her heart gave a great jolt at the sound of his voice. She swallowed twice before she found her own. "Who is it?" she called then. "Someone very nice," he assured her, and she caught a laugh in the words. "Someone you'll like." "Anyone I know?" she asked. "No." She heard him strike a match to light a cigarette. He would not be looking upwards, then. Impulse moved her. She left her bed and went to the window. He was standing immediately below her, a thick-set British figure of immense strength. A brisk breeze was blowing. She watched him nursing the flame between his hands, firm, powerful hands, full of confidence. The flame flickered and went out. Instantly he threw up his head and saw her. His cigarette was alight. She drew back sharply as he waved her an airy salute. "Adieu, fair lady," called the mocking voice. "I conclude the aforementioned pal may come, then." He did not wait for her answer. She heard him whistling cheerily as he went in the direction of the coach house, and the ting of his bicycle bell a moment after as he rode away. When that reached her ears, Olga sat down very suddenly on the edge of her bed with the limpness of relaxed tension, and realized that she was feeling very weak. End of chapters 10 and 11. Part 1, Chapter 12 of The Keeper of the Door by Ethel Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 12. The Pal. Nick's letter to his wife was written that morning while Olga lay on the study sofa, comfortably lazy for once, and listened to the scratching of his pen. The boys had been sent to church, Violet was again devouring a book and smoking Major Hunt-Goring's cigarettes in the hammock, and all was very quiet. "I suppose I had better write to Jim, too," Nick said, as he looked up at length from his completed epistle. "I was just thinking I would," said Olga. "No, writing is strictly prohibited by your medical adviser." Nick grinned over his shoulder. "I'll send him a line myself." "Don't let him be worried about me," said Olga. "I really don't know why I'm being so lazy. I feel quite well." "And look charming," supplemented Nick. "Don't be silly, dear. You know I'm as hideous as I am? Oh, no, not quite, believe me. I always pride myself I am unique in that respect.
Now you mustn't talk," said Nick judiciously, "or you will spoil my inspiration. Who's that going across the lawn?" He was writing rapidly as he spoke. Olga raised herself on her elbow to look. "How on earth did you know? I never heard anyone." "Oh!" "What's the matter?" said Nick. "It's Major Hunt-Goring." Nick ceased to write and peered into the garden. "It's all right. He's only violeting. An interesting pastime." He turned unexpectedly and gave her one of his shrewd glances. "You don't seem pleased," he observed. "Oh, Nick, he's so hateful. And Violet actually likes him." "Every woman to her taste," said Nick. "Why shouldn't she?" Olga was silent. Nick returned to his writing. "I'll go and kick him for you if you like," he said. "Let me just finish my letter to Jim first, though, or it may never get written." His pen resumed its energetic progress, and Olga fell into a brown study. Half an hour later Nick turned swiftly and looked at her. Her eyes met his instantly. "Not asleep?" he said. "No, Nick. Only thinking." "What about?" "India," said Olga. He got up, and came and sat on the edge of the sofa. "Look here, Kitty," he said. "If you've thought better of it, just mention the same before I post these letters. I shall understand." She smiled at him her quick, sweet smile. "Nick, you're a darling, but I haven't." "Quite sure?" said Nick. "Quite sure," she replied with emphasis. He looked a little quizzical. "By the way, did you ask Max what you wanted to know?" She knew that she colored, but she faced him notwithstanding. "No, I didn't. I decided it wasn't important enough." "Oh, all right," said Nick. He got up. "Now, can I trust you to lie quietly here while I go and post these letters?" "Of course you can," she said. "I shan't be more than 5 minutes," he said, turning to the door. She watched him go and then closed her eyes, slightly frowning. She wished with all her heart that Major Hunt-Goring had not seen fit to come again, even though it was obviously her friend and not herself that he had come to see. She was still pondering the unpleasant subject when the housemaid suddenly presented herself at the open door. "Cook wants to know what she's to do about the raspberries, miss." "Raspberries?" said Olga with a start. "Oh, I'm afraid they're done for. It's no good thinking about them. I will go round to morrow and see if there are any left worth having. But I expect they will all be spoilt by this hot sun." The girl looked at her slightly mystified. "But they've been gathered, miss. Didn't you know? Cook thought you had done them yourself before you took ill." Olga put her hand to her head. "No, I didn't. I hadn't finished. I dropped them all, too." "Well, they're in the pantry now, miss, and cook was wondering if she hadn't better start the jam first thing in the morning." "Who brought them in?" asked Olga quickly. The housemaid didn't know. She departed to ask. Olga leaned back again on her cushions. She was growing a little tired of inactivity, notwithstanding the undeniable languor that had succeeded the previous day's headache. The sound of voices in the hall outside, however, dispelled her boredom almost before she had time to recognize it. She suddenly remembered Max's pal, and started up in haste to smooth her rumpled hair. Surely Max would not be so inconsiderate as to bring him straight in to her without a moment's preparation. This was evidently his intention, however, for she heard their footsteps drawing nearer, and she was possessed by a momentary shyness so acute that she nearly fled through the window. It really was too bad of Max. "Come in here," she heard him say, and with an effort she braced herself to encounter the stranger. He entered, paused a second, and came forward. And in that second, very strangely and quite completely, her embarrassment vanished. She found herself shaking hands with a large, kindly man, who looked at her with deep-set, friendly eyes, and asked her in a voice of marvelous softness how she was. Her heart warmed to him on the instant, and she forgave Max forthwith. "I am quite well," she said. "Have you walked from the station? Please sit down."
He was years older than Max, she saw, this man whom the latter had so airily described as his pal. There was a bald patch on the back of his head, and his brows were turning grey. His face was clean shaven, and she thought his mouth the kindest and the saddest she had ever seen. "Yes, I walked," he said. "Max brought me across the fields. It was very pleasant. There is a good breeze to-day." "I am sure you must be thirsty," Olga said, mindful of the honors of the house. "Max, please go and find something to drink and bring it here." "No, no, my dear fellow. I can wait," protested the newcomer. But Max had already departed upon his errand. He turned back, smiling, to the girl. "I know you were lying on the sofa when I came in. Please lie down again." "I've had more than enough of it," she assured him. "I don't think lying still suits me. I only did it to please Nick. He will be in directly." "Nick is your brother?" he asked. Olga's smile flashed out. "Not quite. He is 3 parts brother to 1 part uncle. That is to say, he is Dad's half-brother, but nearer my age than Dad's." He nodded in humorous comprehension. "And your father is away, Max tells me. I hope you don't mind being taken by storm like this. I am sorry to miss him, for we are old friends. We don't often meet, as I haven't a great deal of time at my disposal. I reserved to-day, however, as I rather particularly wanted to see Max." "You will manage to come again, perhaps, when Dad is at home," said Olga. He smiled courteously. "I shall certainly try. And you are his eldest daughter?" "His only daughter," she said. "There are 3 boys as well." "Ah! And you have been left in charge?" "Nick and I," she said. And then moved to sudden confidence. "I expect you have heard of Nick, haven't you? Nick Ratcliffe of Warra. He is an MP, too."
"Oh, is he that, Ratcliffe?"
Her listener displayed immediate interest.
"Yes, of course I have heard of him, Miss Ratcliffe. He is a man of renown, isn't he? It will give me much pleasure to meet him."
"You'll like him awfully," said Olga, with shining eyes. It was at this point that Nick himself pushed open the door with a peremptory, "Now then, Olga, what about your promise? Hello!" He stopped short and stood blinking rapidly at the visitor. "I thought it was Hunt-Goring you had got here," he observed. "Introduce me, please." Olga hesitated in momentary confusion. "Max didn't tell me your name, you know," she said to the stranger. "This is Captain Ratcliffe of Warra." "Monkey," said Nick briefly. "Plain Ratcliffe of nowhere in particular is my description." The big man rose with outstretched hand. "I know you well by repute, and I am very pleased to meet you. My name is Whitton, Kersley Whitton." "Goodness!" ejaculated Olga. "Max might have told me." He laughed at her quietly. "Told you what? Didn't he say I was a friend of his?" "So you've been entertaining a celebrity unawares," laughed Nick. "I hope you have been on your best behaviour, my child." "But Miss Ratcliffe must be accustomed to celebrities," said Sir Kersley Whitton, "since she has to entertain you and Max Wyndham every day." "Is Max a celebrity too, then?" asked Olga quickly. "He is going to be one," the great doctor answered with conviction. "You mean he will, some day, be like you?" she said. He smiled at that. "He will be a greater man than I am," he said. "An interesting collection," commented Nick. "Heroes, past, present, and to come. You will pardon me for putting myself first. My little halo went out long ago." "Nick, how absurd you are!" "My dear, it's my rôle to be absurd. I am the clown in every tragedy I come across. The comic relief man, the buffoon in every side show. Hence my frontier laurels, because I kept on dancing when everyone else was dead. The world likes dancers, virtuous or otherwise." Nick broke off with his elastic grimace. "If I go on you'll think I'm trying to be clever. Sir Kersley, come and have a drink." "I'm bringing drinks," said Max's voice from the hall.
"I say, Ratcliffe," he entered with the words, "do go and dislodge that leech Goring. He's in the garden with Miss Campion. Tell him I don't want to see either him or his beastly thumb for a week. I'll call in next Sunday if I've nothing better to do. Say I'm engaged if he asks for me now." "I'll say you're dead if you like," said Nick cheerily. "Shall I say you're dead too, Olga?" "Say she's engaged also," said Max. Olga glanced up sharply, but he was not looking at her. He was occupied in pouring out a drink for his friend, which he brought to him almost immediately. "That's how you like it, measured to a drop. Sorry there's no ice to be had. It doesn't grow in these parts." "I'd have got out the best glass if I'd known," murmured Olga regretfully. Max threw up his head and laughed. "What a good thing I didn't tell her, eh, Kersley?" He leaned a careless hand on Sir Kersley's shoulder. "She doesn't know what a taste you have for the simple life." Olga's eyes opened wide at the familiarity of speech and action. Sir Kersley faintly smiled. "Since Miss Ratcliffe received me so kindly as a friend of yours," he said, "I hope she will continue to regard me in that light, and dispense with all unnecessary ceremony. Miss Ratcliffe, I drink to our better acquaintance." "How nice of you," said Olga. "I return thanks on Miss Ratcliffe's behalf," said Max. "How long has the Hunt-Goring monstrosity been here?" Olga's face clouded. "Oh, ages. Do you think Nick will persuade him to go?" "He can't stop to lunch if he isn't asked," said Max. "An unwelcome visitor?" asked Sir Kersley. "Yes, a neighbor of ours," explained Olga. "He lives about 2 miles away at a place called the Warren. He is retired from the army. He shoots and hunts in the winter and loafs all the summer." "A very horrid man," said Max with a twinkle. "He broke his thumb the other day, and we haven't been quit of him since. You see, Miss Ratcliffe has a most beautiful friend staying with her with whom we all fall in love at first sight. Some of us fall out again, and some of us don't. Hunt-Goring, presumably, belongs to the latter category." "And you?" asked Sir Kersley. "Oh, I am too busy for frivolities of that sort," said Max. "My mind is entirely occupied with drugs. Ask Miss Ratcliffe if it isn't." Olga looked a little scornful. It suddenly seemed to her that Max Wyndham required a snub. She was spared the trouble of administering one, however, by the reappearance of the housemaid. She rose. "Do you want me, Ellen?" "Oh, no, miss, it's all right," was Ellen's breezy reply. "I only just come to say as it was Dr. Wyndham as brought in them raspberries, early this morning." Ellen disappeared as Max popped the cork of a soda-water bottle with unexpected violence. He clapped his hand over the top and carried it bubbling to the window. "Awfully sorry," he said. "The beastly stuff is so up this weather." Olga followed him with his glass. "Thank you for rescuing my raspberries," she said. Max rubbed himself down with a handkerchief and took the glass from her. He was somewhat red in the face. He looked at her with a queer smile. "Confound that girl," he said. "Have you discovered any specially beneficial properties in raspberries?" asked Sir Kersley in the tone of one seeking information. "Not yet. I'm experimenting," said Max. And Olga laughed, though she could scarcely have said why. "There goes Nick, escorting the undesirable," observed Max a moment later. "I begin to think there really must be a spark of genius in that little uncle of yours. Hunt-Goring looks as if he had been kicked, while the swagger of 5'0" defies description. Ah, and here comes Miss Campion. She looks as if—" He broke off short. Olga bent forward sharply to catch a glimpse of her friend, and then as swiftly checked herself and remembered her guest. She moved sedately back into the room, only to discover that he also had risen, to look out of the window over Max's shoulder. Instinctively she glanced at him. His deep-set eyes were fixed intently, as if held by a vision. But his face was drawn in painful lines. She had a curious feeling of foreboding as she watched him. There was something fateful in his look. It passed in a moment. Almost before she knew it,
He had turned back to her, and was courteously conversing. She gave him her attention with difficulty. Her ears were strained to catch the sound of Violet's approach. She was possessed by a ridiculous longing to rush out to her, to keep her from entering this man's presence, to warn her. To warn her? Of what? She had not the faintest idea. By a great effort of will she controlled herself, but the impulse yet remained. A striving, clamoring force, impotent but insistent. There came the low, sweet notes of Violet's voice. She was singing a Spanish love song. Sir Kersley Whitton fell silent. He looked at the door. Max wheeled from the window. Olga waited tensely for the coming of her friend. The door swung back, and she entered. With her careless southern grace she sauntered in upon them. "Good heavens," she said, breaking off in the middle of her song. "Is it a party of mutes?" Olga hastily, and with evident constraint, introduced the visitor, at sound of whose name Violet opened her beautiful eyes to their widest extent. "How do you do? I had no idea a lion was expected. Why wasn't I told?" "He is not one of the roaring kind," said Max. Violet was looking with frank curiosity into Sir Kersley's face. "I'm sure I've met you somewhere," she said. "I wonder where." He smiled slightly, a smile which to Olga's watching eyes was infinitely sad. "I don't think you have," he said. "You may have seen my portrait." "Ah, that's it." She regarded him with a new interest. "I have. I believe I've got it somewhere." "Do you collect the portraits of celebrities?" asked Max. She shook her head. "Oh, no. It's among my mother's things. It must have been taken years ago. You were very handsome in those days, weren't you?" "Was I?" said Sir Kersley. "Yes. That's why I kept you. There was a bit of your hair with it, but I burnt that." Violet's brows knitted suddenly. "My mother was handsome, too," she said. "I wonder why you jilted her." Sir Kersley made a slight movement, so slight that it seemed almost involuntary. "That, my child," he said quietly, "is a very old story." She laughed her gay, winning laugh. "Oh, of course. I expect you have jilted dozens since then. It's the way of the world, isn't it?" He looked into the exquisite face, still faintly smiling. "It's not my way," he said. There fell a sudden silence, and Olga sent an appealing glance towards Max. He came forward instantly, and clapped a practical hand upon his friend's shoulder. "Come and have a wash, Kersley," he said, and with characteristic decision marched him away. As they went, Violet broke once more into the low, sweet refrain of her Spanish love song. End of chapter 12. Part 1, Chapter 13 of The Keeper of the Door by Ethel Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 13. Her Fate. How extraordinary men are! Violet stretched her arms high above her head and let them fall. Her eyes were turned contemplatively towards the sinking sun. This man, for instance, who might have been, who should have been, my father. He loved her, you know. He must have loved her, or he wouldn't have remained single all these years. And she worshipped him. Yet on the very eve of marriage he jilted her. Extraordinary! How do you know she worshipped him?" Olga spoke with slight constraint. It seemed to her that the matter was too sacred for casual discussion. "How do I know? My dear, it is written in black and white on the back of his photograph. The only being I have it in me to love, sovereign lord of my heart. Fancy writing that of any man. I couldn't. Could you?" "I don't know," said Olga soberly. Violet laughed. "You're such a queer child. One day you come flying to me for protection, and almost the day after you—" "Please, Violet," Olga broke in sharply, "you know I don't like it." "Oh, very well, my dear. Very well. The subject is closed. We will return to the renowned Sir Kersley. He was watching me all lunch-time. Did you notice?" Olga had noticed. "Are you very like your mother?" she asked. "I am better looking than she ever was," said Violet without vanity. "You see, my father, Judge Campion, he was nearly 60 when he married her, by the way, was considered the handsomest man in India at the time. She was a Californian, and very Southern in temperament, I believe. I often rather wish I could have seen her, though she would probably have hated me for not being the child of the man she loved. She died almost before I was born, however. I dare say it's as well. I'm sure we shouldn't have got on." "Violet, how can you say those things?" "I always say whatever occurs to me," said Violet. "It's so much simpler. Mrs. Briggs was all the mother I ever knew or wanted. Of course, as soon as Bruce settled down I was taken to live with them. But I never liked either of them. They always resented the Judge's second marriage." "Why didn't he take care of you himself?" asked Olga. "My dear, he was dead. He died before she did. He was assassinated by a native before they had been married 3 months. I've always thought it was rather poor-spirited of her to die too, for of course she never cared for him. She must have married him only to pique Kersley. By the way, Major Hunt-Goring met them in his subaltern days. He said everyone fell in love with her. I supposed that included himself, and he smiled and said, 'Calf love, senorita.' Allegro, I wonder if I really like that man." "I'm sure you don't," said Olga quickly. "You couldn't." "But I must amuse myself with someone," reasoned Violet pathetically. "Besides, he gives me such lovely cigarettes. Have one, Allegro. Do." "No," said Olga almost fiercely. "I will, Miss Campion." Coolly, Max came forward from the open window behind them. "You promised me one, you know." "Did I?" She tossed him her cigarette case carelessly. "They are not made for masculine palates. However, as you are so anxious—" "Thank you," he said. He opened the case. Violet was lying back with eyes half closed. Olga's eyes were keenly watching. He glanced up and met them. Abruptly he held up a warning finger. For one instant his eyes commanded her, compelled her. Then deliberately he extracted 2 cigarettes, slipped one into his pocket, stuck the other between his lips. She watched him in silence. He returned the case to its owner with the slight cynical smile she knew so well, and began to smoke. "What time is Sir Kersley Whitton going?" asked Violet. "Soon. His train starts at 7. Olga rose suddenly. "Well, I am going to the evening service," she announced, with a touch of aggressiveness. "Are you coming, Violet?" "No, dear," said Violet. "Nor you either," said Max, blowing a cloud of smoke upwards. She looked at him. "Why not?" "Doctor's orders," he said imperturbably. Violet laughed a little. Olga's face flamed. "That is absurd. I am going." "Where's Nick?" said Max unexpectedly. "Somewhere in the garden with Sir Kersley. I believe they went to see the vine." "Then go to him," said Max. "Tell him I have forbidden you to go to church to-night, and see what he says." "I won't," said Olga. She passed him without a second glance and went indoors. Violet laughed again. Max turned towards her. "Excuse me a moment," he said, and therewith followed Olga into the house. He overtook her at the foot of the stairs and stopped her without ceremony. "Olga, what do you want to go to church for?" She turned upon him in sudden, quivering anger. "Max, leave me alone! How dare you?" His hand was on her arm. He kept it there. He looked steadily into her eyes. "I dare because I must," he said. "You have had a tiring day, and you will end it with a racking headache if you are not careful." "What does it matter?" she flashed back. He did not answer her. "What are you so angry about?" he said. "Tell me." She was silent.
Olga," he said, "it isn't quite fair of you to treat me like this." "I shall treat you how I like," she said. "No, no, you won't," he said. His voice was quiet, yet somehow it controlled her. Her wild rebellion began to die down. For a few seconds she stood in palpitating silence. Then, almost under her breath, "Max," she said, "why did you take that other cigarette?" She saw him frown. "Why do you want to know?" Her hands clenched unconsciously. "You are always watching Violet, always spying upon her. Why?" "I can't tell you," he said briefly and sternly. "You can," she said slowly, "if you will." "I won't, then," said Max. She flinched a little, but persisted. "Don't you think I have a right to know? It was I who brought her here. She is, in a sense, under my protection." "What are you afraid of?" Max demanded curtly. She shivered. "I don't know. I believe you are trying to get some power over her." "You don't trust me," he said in the same curt tone. "I don't know," she said again. "You do know," he said. She was silent. There seemed nothing left to say. He released her arm slowly. "I am sorry I can't be quite open with you," he said, "but I will pledge you my word of honor that whatever I do is in your friend's interest. Will that make things any easier?" Her eyes fell before his. "I was a fool to ask you," she said. He did not contradict the statement. "You are going to have a rest now," he said, "before the headache begins." It had begun already, but she did not tell him so. "I would rather go to church," she said. Max looked stubborn. "I always do go," she protested into his silence. "It will do me good to go." "All right," he said, with his one-sided smile. "Then I must go too, that's all." "What for?" she asked quickly. "To bring you home again when you begin to be ill." "I'm not going to be ill," she declared indignantly. "No," he said, "and you're not going to church either. I'm sorry to thwart your pious intentions, but in your father's absence—" "Oh, don't begin that," she broke in irritably. "Well, don't you be silly," said Max good humouredly. "You know you don't really want to go. It's only because you are cross with me." "It isn't," she said. "All right, it isn't. Now go and lie down like a good child. I shall come and prescribe for you if you don't." Was it mockery that glinted in his eyes as he thus smilingly quelled her resistance? She asked herself the question as she slowly mounted the stairs. It was a look she had come to know singularly well of late, a look that she resented instinctively because it made her feel so small and puny. It was a look that told her more decidedly than any words that he would have his way with her, resist him as she might. She heard the church bells ringing as she went to her room, but the impulse to obey their summons had wholly left her. She lay down wearily upon her bed. She wished there were not so many problems in life. She had an uneasy sensation as of being caught in the endless meshes of an invisible net, that compassed her whichever way she turned. She did not sleep, but the rest did her good. Undeniably it had been a tiring day. It was growing dark when a tentative scratch at the door told her of Nick's presence there. She called him eagerly in. "Has Sir Kersley gone? I hope he didn't think me rude. Max made such a fuss about my resting. So I thought—" "Quite right, my chicken." Nick came softly to her side. "Max explained your absence. How's the head?" "Oh, it's all right now. Nick, how soon will Dad and Muriel get your letters?" "The day after tomorrow," said Nick. She took his hand and squeezed it. "And we shall hear when?" "On Thursday night, with luck," said Nick. She carried the hand impulsively to her lips. "Nick, you are a darling." He laughed. "Same to you. But we won't count on it too much, or we may find ourselves crying for the moon, which is the silliest amusement I know. How do you like Sir Kersley Whitton?" "Oh, very much.
You heard about Violet's mother having been engaged to him, I suppose?" "He told me himself," said Nick. "What did he tell you, Nick?" Nick hesitated momentarily. "He spoke in confidence," he said then. "You won't tell me?" "Sorry, I can't," said Nick. Olga sat up. A sudden idea had begun to illumine her brain. "Nick, tell me this, anyhow. Did Violet's mother do something dreadful?" "Look here, Olga mia," said Nick severely. "I know you can't help being a woman, but you're not to look at your neighbour's cards. It's against the rules." She laughed a little. "Forgive me, Nick. I suppose supper is ready. I'll come down." They went down together, to find Violet thrumming her mandolin in the twilight for the benefit of Max, who was stretched at full length on the drawing-room sofa. The three boys were scudding about the garden like puppies. As Olga and Nick entered, Violet looked up from her instrument. "I'm wondering if Sir Kersley would like to adopt me as well as Max. Do you think he would?" "Exceedingly doubtful," said Max, rising. "Why?" "You would take up too much of his valuable time," he rejoined. "A man has to think of that, you know." "Only horrid sordid men like you," she retorted. He uttered his dry laugh. "A professional man must think of his career." She tossed her head. "Is that your creed, that there is no time for a woman in a professional man's life?" Max laughed again. "She mustn't be too beautiful, anyhow." She sprang suddenly to her feet. The mandolin jarred and jangled upon the ground. "Are you listening, Allegro?" she said, and through her deep voice there ran a sinister note that seemed to mingle, oddly vibrant, with the echoing strings of the instrument. "A professional man can admit only a plain woman into his life. The other kind is too distracting, since he must think of his career." Nick cut in upon the words with the suddenness of a sabre thrust. "Oh, we all say that till we meet the right woman, and then, be she lovely or hideous, the career bobs under like a float, and ceases to count." Max grunted. "Does it? Well, you ought to know." "Let's go and have supper," said Olga, and turned from the room. Violet stooped to pick up her mandolin. Nick lingered to summon the boys. Max entered the dining room in Olga's wake. "Give me 5 minutes in the surgery presently," he said as he did so. She glanced round at him sharply. "Why?" He raised his brows. "Because I ask you to." He halted at the sideboard to cut some bread. "Going to refuse?" he asked. "No," said Olga. "Thanks." He went on with his cutting with the utmost serenity, and almost immediately they were joined by the rest of the party. It was a somewhat rowdy meal. Violet appeared to be in one of her wildest moods. Her eyes shone like stars, and her merriment rippled forth continuously like a running stream. The boys were uproarious, and Nick was one of them. In the midst of the fun and laughter Olga sat rather silent. Max, dryly humorous, took his customary somewhat supercilious share in the general conversation, but he made no attempt to draw her into it. She almost wished he would do so, for she felt as if he purposely held aloof from her. Rising from the table at length, she was aware of an urgent impulse to shirk the interview for which he had made a request. Valiantly she held it in check, but it did not have a very soothing effect upon her nerves. The whole party rose together, and she slipped away to the kitchen to discuss domestic matters with the cook. She knew that Max saw her go, knew with sure intuition that he would seize the opportunity of her return to secure those few minutes alone with her that he had desired. She was not mistaken. He was waiting for her by the baize door that led to the surgery when she emerged. With a brief, imperious gesture he invited her to pass through. The door closed behind them, and they were alone together. "Come along into the consulting room," said Max. She turned thither without question. The room was in darkness. Max went forward and lighted the gas. Then without pause he wheeled and faced her. "Are you angry with me still?" Olga stood still by the table. "You haven't brought me in here to quarrel, have you?" she said, a hint of desperation in her voice. He smiled very slightly. "I have not. Sit down, won't you? You're looking very fagged." He pulled forward an armchair, and she sat down with a nervous feeling that she was about to face a difficult situation. He relaxed into his favorite position, lounging against the table, his hands deep in his pockets. "I want a word with you about Hunt-Goring," he said. She looked up, startled. "What about him?" "He was here to-day, wasn't he?" proceeded Max. "Yes. He came to see Violet." Max grunted. "I suppose you know his little game." Olga's eyes widened. "No, I don't. What is it?" He looked at her for a moment or two in silence. "Do you really imagine that you succeed in effacing yourself when you hide behind the beautiful Miss Campion?" he asked then. The quick colour rose in her face. "What an absurd question!" she said. "Why absurd?" "As if anyone could possibly prefer me to Violet." "I know at least two who do," said Max. "Who?" She flung the question almost angrily, as though she uttered it against her will. Very deliberately he answered her. "Hunt-Goring and myself." She started. Her face was burning now. Desperately she strove to cover her confusion, or at least to divert his attention from it. "I am quite sure Major Hunt-Goring doesn't he wouldn't be so silly."
"We are neither of us that,"
remarked Max, with a twist of the lips that was hardly a smile. "I suppose you don't feel inclined to tell me exactly what the fellow's hold over you is?" "You said you didn't want to know," she flashed back. Max's green eyes were regarding her very intently. She resented their scrutiny hotly, but she could not bring herself to challenge it. "Quite so, fair lady, I did," he responded imperturbably. "But as this affair has developed into something of the nature of a duel between the gallant Major and myself, it might be as well, for your sake as much as mine, that I should know what sort of ground I am standing on." "A duel?" echoed Olga. He smiled a little. "Hunt-Goring has no intention of letting you stay engaged to me if he can by any means prevent it." "Oh, Max!" She met his look for an instant. But, what can it really matter to him, one way or the other?" "I conclude he wants you for himself," said Max. She turned suddenly white. "He doesn't. He couldn't. Max!" She turned to him almost imploringly. "He doesn't really want me. It's not possible." "I should say he wants you very much indeed," said Max. "But you needn't be scared on that account. He isn't going to have you." That reassured her somewhat. She essayed a shaky laugh. "You'll think me a shocking coward," she said. "But, do you know, I'm horribly frightened at him." "Are you frightened at me, too?" Max inquired unexpectedly. She shook her head without looking at him. "Quite sure?" he persisted. She raised her eyes with a feeling that he must be convinced of this at all costs. "Of course I'm not," she said. He leaned down towards her on one elbow, his hands still deep in his pockets. "Will you be engaged to me in earnest, then?" he said. "Will you marry me?" She stared at him. "Max!" The humorous corner of his mouth went up. "Don't let me take your breath away. I say, what's the matter? You're as white as a ghost. Do you want some sal volatile?" She forced a rather piteous smile. "No, no. I'm quite all right. But, Max." He pulled one hand free and laid it upon her clasped ones. "You can't stand me at any price, eh?" She shook her head again. "Are you suggesting that I should marry you, just to get away from Major Hunt-Goring?" "I suppose you would rather marry me than him," said Max. She laughed faintly. Her eyes were upon his hand, that hand which she had so ruthlessly stabbed not so very long before. The red scar yet remained. For the first time she felt genuinely sorry for having inflicted it. "But there is no question of my marrying him, is there?" she said at last. "He has never even hinted at such a thing." "That's true," said Max grimly.
You see, he has begun to realize by this time that you are not precisely fond of him." She shivered involuntarily. "I hate him, Max." "He thrives on that," observed Max dryly. "Oh, not really," she protested. "He couldn't want to marry me against my will." "My good child," said Max, "if you had had the bad taste to flirt with him, he would have tired of you long ago. As it is—" He paused. She looked up. "As it is?" He uttered a curt laugh and sat up, thrusting his hand back into his pocket. "Well, he won't be happy till he gets you." Olga sprang to her feet. "But, Max, he couldn't marry me against my will. That sort of thing isn't done nowadays." Max looked at her, his shrewd eyes very cynical. "Quite true," he said. Then, she stood hesitating, looking at him doubtfully. "What is there to be afraid of?" she asked at length. "Oh, don't ask me," said Max. She felt the blood rush back to her face, and turned sharply from him. You don't help me much," she said. He got to his feet abruptly. "You won't accept my help," he returned. "You've got yourself into a nasty hole, and you can't climb out alone, and you won't let me pull you out." Olga was silent. He stood a moment, then turned to the doctor's writing table and sat down. "It's no good talking round and round," he said. "You'll have to tell Nick or your father. I can't do anything further. It's not in my power." He opened a blotter with an air of finality, found a sheet of paper, and began to write. Olga turned at the sound of his pen and watched him dumbly. He had apparently dismissed her and her small affairs from his mind. His hand travelled with swift decision over the paper. He was evidently immersed in his own private concerns. He wrote rapidly and without a pause. Very suddenly, without turning, he spoke again. "How do you like Kersley?" The question astonished her. She had almost forgotten their visitor of a few hours before. But she managed to answer with enthusiasm. "I liked him immensely." "He is the greatest friend I possess," Max said, still writing. "He made me." "I thought you seemed very intimate," observed Olga. He laughed. "We are. I pulled him through a pretty stiff illness once. The mischief was that he wanted to die. I made him live." A note of grim triumph sounded in his voice, but he still continued to write. "Was he grateful?" Olga asked. "No. He fought like a mule. But I had my own way. It was tough work. I crocked up myself afterwards. And then it was his turn." Max jerked up his head. "After that," he said, "we became pals. He was only my patron before. Since, we have been something more than brothers." He paused. Olga said nothing. She was wondering a little why he had chosen to make this confidence. Suddenly he turned in his chair and enlightened her. "If you want to know what sort of animal I am," he said, his eyes going direct to hers, "if you want to know if I am worthy of a woman's confidence, in short, if I'm a white man or the other thing, ask Kersley Whitton. For he is the only person in the world who knows." The words were blunt, perhaps all the more so for the unwonted touch of fiery feeling which Olga was quick to detect in their utterance. They moved her strangely. It was almost as if he had flung open his soul to her, challenging her to enter and satisfy herself. And something very deep within her awoke, and made swift response almost before she knew. "But I don't need to ask him, Max," she said. "I know that for myself." "Really?" said Max. He stretched out his hand to her without rising. His manner had changed completely. It was no longer passionate, but intensely quiet. She came to him slowly, feeling compelled. She laid her hand in his. His eyes were still upon hers. "I can't marry you against your will, can I?" he said. "It's not done nowadays." She smiled a little. "I'm not afraid of that." "Shall we go on being engaged, then?" he said, "and see how we like it? We won't tell anyone yet, if you'd rather not."
She hesitated. "But if I go to India with Nick?" He frowned momentarily. "Well, I shouldn't ask you to marry me first." Olga's face cleared somewhat. This was reassuring. It might very well lead to nothing after all. "But," said Max impressively, "you wouldn't get engaged to any other fellow without letting me know." She laughed at that. "I certainly shan't marry anyone out there." Max looked grim. "You will give me the first refusal, in any case." "But I needn't promise anything," she said quickly. "No, you needn't make any promise. Just bear me in mind, that's all. Though I don't suppose for a moment that you could forget me if you tried," said Max with the utmost calmness. "Why do you say that?" said Olga rather breathlessly. It suddenly seemed to her that she had gone a little further than she had intended. She made an instinctive effort to get back while the way remained open. But she was too late. She felt his hand tighten. For a moment she caught that gleam in his eyes which always disconcerted her. And then it was gone, even as his hand released hers. He turned back to the writing table with his supercilious smile. "Because, fair lady," he said, "you have met your fate. If Hunt-Goring pesters you any further, of course you will let me know. Hadn't you better go now? The little god in the shrine will be jealous, and I have work to do." And Olga went, somewhat precipitately, her heart throbbing in such a clamour of confused emotions that she hardly knew what had happened, or even if she had any real cause for distress. End of chapter 13. Part 1, chapters 14 and 15 of The Keeper of the Door by Ethel Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 14. The Dark Hour. He had not made love to her. That was the thought uppermost in Olga's mind when the wild tumult of her spirit gradually subsided. He had not so much as touched upon his own feelings at all. Not the smallest reason had he given her for imagining that he cared for her, and very curiously this fact inclined her towards him more than anything else. Had he proposed to her in any more ardent fashion she would have been scared away. Possibly he had fathomed this, and again possibly he had not wanted to be ardent. He was hard-headed, practical in all he did. She was sure that his profession came first with him. He probably thought that a wife would be a useful accessory, and he was kind-hearted enough to be willing to do her a good turn at the same time that he provided for his own wants. Violet's malicious declaration regarding a professional man's preference for a plain woman recurred to her at this point and made her feel a little cold. She did not know very much about men, and she had to admit to herself that it might quite easily be the truth. And then she thought of Hunt-Goring, reflecting with a shudder that that explanation would not account for his preference, if indeed what Max said were true, and he actually did prefer her to Violet, at whose feet he was so obviously worshipping. She wondered if she ought to tell Max all about the man, and shuddered again at the bare thought. Not that there was much to tell, but even so, it was enough to set the blood racing in her veins and to make her hotly ashamed. She remembered with gratitude that he had not pressed her to be open on this point. He had left the matter almost at the first sign of her reluctance to discuss it. She liked him for that. It furnished proof of a kindly consideration with which she had not otherwise credited him. It also furnished proof that he did not think very seriously of the matter. And for that also, lying awake in the moonlight, Olga secretly blessed her champion. Hard of head and cool of heart he might be, but he was undoubtedly a white man through and through. From that she began to wonder if she really had met her fate, and if so, what life with him would be like, whether she would find it difficult, whether they would quarrel much, whether they would ever fall in love. Of course there were plenty of people in the world who didn't, excellent people to whom romance in that form came not. Olga had always been quite sure that she was not romantic. She had always loved cricket and hockey and all outdoor sports. She had even, quite privately, been a little scornful over such shreds of romance as had come beneath her notice, dismissing them as paltry and ridiculous. Possibly also Violet's scoffing attitude towards her adorers had fostered her indifference. No, on the whole she decided that it was verging upon foolish sentimentality to contemplate the possibility of falling in love. She was convinced Max would think so, even pictured to herself the one-sided smile that such nonsense would provoke. Doubtless he deemed her too sensible to waste time and thought over anything so absurd. He would even quite possibly be extremely annoyed if she ever ventured beyond the limits of rational friendship which he had marked out. Olga's sense of humour vibrated a little over this thought. He was always so scathing about her worship of Nick. He would certainly find no use for such feminine trash himself. And yet, through her mind, vague as a dream, intangible yet not wholly elusive, there floated once more the memory of a voice that had reassured, a hand that had lulled her to rest. Had he really spoken that word of tenderness? Had his lips really touched her hair? Or had it all been a trick of her fancy, already strung to fantastic imaginings by that magic draught? She told herself that she would have given all she had to know if the dream were true, and then found herself trembling from head to foot, lest haply she might one day find that it had been so. Yes, on the whole she was relieved, thankful beyond measure that he had not made love to her. Things were better as they were. The church clock struck 1 as she arrived at this comfortable conclusion, and she turned her back to the moonlight and composed herself for slumber. Her thoughts wandered off down another track. India, as Nick had described it to her, a land of rivers and jungles, tigers and snakes, natives that were like monkeys, horses that moved like camels, pigs with tusks that had to be hunted and slain. Elephants, too. He had left out the elephants, but they crowded in royal array in Olga's quick imagination. She and Nick would often go elephant riding in the jungle. Mysterious word! It held her like a spell. Tall trees and winding undergrowth, a gloom well nigh impenetrable, creatures that hid and spied upon them as they passed. Perhaps they would go tiger hunting together. She thrilled at the thought, picturing herself creeping down one of those dim glades, rifle in hand, in search of the enemy. Nick would certainly have to teach her to shoot. He was a splendid shot, she knew. She believed that she could be a good shot, too. It would not be easy to mark the striped body sliding through the undergrowth, but it would be a serious thing to miss. Olga's eyes closed. She began to wander that jungle path in search of the monster that lurked there. The lust of the hunt was upon her. She was about to secure the largest tiger that had ever been seen. Her breath came quickly, her blood ran hot. She forgot all lesser things in the ardour of the chase. The elephants had disappeared. She was running on foot through the jungle, eager and undismayed. Ah, what was that? Something that moved and was still. 2 points that shone out suddenly ahead of her. Green eyes that gleamed triumphant mockery. Her heart stopped beating. Those eyes! Those eyes! They struck terror to her soul. Headlong she turned and fled, back through the jungle with the anguished speed of fear. The ground was sodden. It seemed to hold her flying feet. She tore them free, only to plunge deeper at every step, while behind her, swift and remorseless, followed her fate. Wildly she struggled, powerless but persistent, till at last her strength was gone. She sank in utter impotence. And then he came to her. He lifted her. He held her in his arms, pressed sickening kisses upon her lips. And suddenly she knew that she had fled from a myth to hurl herself into the power of her enemy. She had eluded her fate, but to find herself at the mercy of a devil. Gasping and half suffocated she awoke, starting upright in a cold sweat of fear. Her heart was pumping as if it would burst. Her starting eyes searched and searched for the face of her captor. Her ears were strained for the sound of his soft, hateful laugh. Ah! He was at the door. She heard a hand feeling along the panels, heard the handle turn. As one paralyzed she sat and waited. Softly the door opened. "Allegro," whispered a hushed voice.
Olga turned swiftly, with outflung arms. "Oh, come in, dear, come in. I've had such a ghastly dream. You've come just in the nick of time." Softly the door closed. Violet came to her. Wonderful in the moonlight, a white mystery with shining eyes. She stood beside the bed, suffering herself to be clasped in her friend's arms. "What have you been dreaming about?" she said. "Oh, sheer nonsense, of course," said Olga, hugging her in sheer relief. "All about that hateful Hunt-Goring man. Get into bed beside me, and help me to forget him." But Violet remained where she was. "Allegro," she said. "I've had a bad dream, too." "Have you, dear? How horrid," said the sympathetic Olga. "What can we both have had for supper, I wonder?" Violet uttered a hard little laugh. "Oh, it wasn't that. I haven't been asleep at all. I generally do sleep after Hunt-Goring's cigarettes. But tonight I couldn't. They only seemed to make things worse." She sat down abruptly on the edge of the bed. "Don't cuddle me, Allegro. I'm so hot." Olga leaned back on her pillows with a curious sense of something gone wrong. "Shall I light a candle?" she said. "No, it's light enough. I hate an artificial glare. Allegro." "Well, dear?" said Olga gently. Violet was sitting with her back to the moonlight, her face in deep shadow. Her black hair was loosely tied back and hung below her waist. Olga stretched out a hand and touched the silken ripples caressingly. Violet threw back her head restlessly. "I'm going to give up Hunt-Goring," she said. "My dear, I am glad," said Olga fervently. Violet laughed again. "I only encouraged him for the sake of his cigarettes. But I'm going to give them up, too. The opium habit grows on one so." "Opium?" echoed Olga sharply. "Opium, dear child. It's a cunning mixture, and a most seductive. The astute Max little knew what he was inhaling this afternoon." Violet's words had a curious tremor in them, as of semi-tragic mirth. Olga listened in horrified silence. So this was the secret of Max's peculiar behaviour. If he did not know by this time, then she did not know Max Wyndham. "Yes," Violet went on, "Hunt-Goring is counting on those cigarettes of his to get me under his influence. I know. But I'm tired to death of the man. I'm going to pass him on to you." "I hate him," said Olga quickly. "Oh, yes, dear. But he has his points. You'll find he can be quite amusing. Anyhow, take him off my hands for a spell. It isn't fair to make me do all your entertaining." "Why don't you snub him?" said Olga, with some impatience. "It certainly isn't my fault that he comes here." "Allegro, don't be horrid. I didn't refuse to help you when you wanted help." There was actually a pleading note in Violet's voice. Olga responded to it instantly, with that ready warmth of hers that was the secret of her charm. "My dear, you know I would do anything in my power for you. But I can't, possibly, be nice to Major Hunt-Goring. I do detest him so." "You detest Max Wyndham," said Violet quickly, "but you manage to be nice to him?" The words rang almost like an accusation. For the moment Olga felt incapable of replying. She lay in silence. "Allegro." Again she heard that note of pleading, vibrant this time, eager, almost passionate. With an effort Olga brought herself to answer. "I've changed my mind about him. We are friends." "Friends?" Violet sprang from the bed and stood tense, quivering, with an arrow-like straightness that made her superb. Her eyes glittered as she faced the moonlight that poured through the unshaded window. "Does that mean you care for him?" she demanded. Olga hesitated. Violet in this mood was utterly unfamiliar to her, a strange and tragic personality before which she felt curiously small and ill at ease, even in some unaccountable fashion, guilty. "Dear, please don't ask me such startling questions," she said. "I can't possibly answer you." "Why not?" said Violet.
Her hands were clenched, her whole body seemed to be held in rigid control thereby. "Because—" Again Olga hesitated, considered, finally broke off lamely. "I don't know." "You do know." There was actual ferocity in the open contradiction. Violet was directly facing her now. Her eyes shone so fiercely, so unnaturally bright, that a queer little sensation of doubt pricked Olga for the first time, setting every nerve and every muscle on the alert for she knew not what. "You do know, Allegro, and so do I." The full voice took a deeper note, it throbbed the words. "Do you think I haven't watched you, seen what was going on? Do you think it has all been nothing to me? Nothing to see you spoiling my chances day by day? Nothing to feel you drawing him away from me? Nothing to know— to know—" She suddenly flung her clenched hands wide open to the empty moonlight. "To know that you have set your heart on the only man I ever loved? You who wanted me to help you to get away from him, and half shouldered me aside?" Her voice broke. She turned to the girl in the bed with eyes grown terrible in their wild anguish of pain. "Allegro!" she cried. "Allegro! Give him up! Give him up! If not for my sake, for your own. You couldn't be happy with him." With the words she seemed to crumble as though all power had suddenly left her, and sank downwards upon the floor, huddling against the bed with agonized sobbing, her black head bowed almost to the floor. Olga was beside her in an instant, stooping over her, wrapping warm arms about her. "My darling, don't," she pleaded. "You know I would never do anything to hurt you. I never dreamed of this, indeed. Violet made a passionate movement to thrust her away, but she would not suffer it. She held her close. "Violet, dearest, don't cry like this. There is no need for it. Really, you needn't be so distressed. There, darling, come into bed with me. You'll be ill if you cry so. Violet, Violet." But Violet was utterly beyond control, and her paroxysm of weeping only grew more and more violent till after some minutes Olga became seriously frightened. She stood up, and began to ask herself what she must do. It was then that to her intense relief the door slid open, and Nick's head was poked inquiringly in. "Hello," he said softly. "Anything wrong?" She motioned him to enter, being on the verge of tears herself. "Nick, she's hysterical. What am I to do?" "Better fetch Max," he said. But the words were hardly out of his mouth before Max himself pushed the door wide open and entered. He bore a small lamp in his hand, which threw his somewhat grim features into strong relief. He made a weird figure in his night attire, and his red hair looked as if it had been brushed straight on end. He looked at neither Olga nor Nick, merely for a single instant at the shivering, sobbing girl on the floor, ere he set down his lamp with decision and turned to the washstand. Olga stood and watched him as one fascinated. He was quite deliberate in all he did. With the utmost calmness he took up a tumbler and poured out some cold water. Then very quietly he went to Violet, bent over her, gathered the dark hair back upon her shoulders. She started at his touch, started and cried out in wild alarm, raising her head. And Max, with a set intention which seemed to Olga scarcely short of brutal, dashed a spray of water full into her deathly face. She flinched away from him with another cry, gasping for breath and staring up at him as one in nightmare terror. "You," she uttered voicelessly. "You." He held what was left of the water to her lips. "Drink," he said with insistence. She tried feebly to resist. Her teeth chattered against the glass. "Drink," Max said again relentlessly. Olga stooped swiftly forward and slipped a supporting arm around her. Violet drank a little, and turned to her, weakly sobbing. "Allegro, send him away. Send him away." "Yes, dear, yes. He's going now," murmured Olga soothingly. Max gave the glass to Nick with the absolute detachment of the professional man, and proceeded to take Violet's pulse. He watched her closely as he did so, with shaggy brows drawn down. Violet gazed at him wide-eyed. She was no longer sobbing, but she shivered from head to foot. "Yes," said Max at last, in the tone of one continuing an interrupted conversation. "Well, now you are going back to bed." Violet shrank against Olga. "Let me stay with you, Allegro," she murmured piteously. "Of course you shall, dear," Olga made quick reply. But in the same instant she saw Max elevate one eyebrow, and knew that this suggestion did not meet with his approval. "You will sleep better in your own room," he said. "Come along, let me help you." He put his arm about her and lifted her to her feet. But she clung fast to Olga still. "I won't go without you, Allegro," she cried hysterically. "My dear, of course not," Olga answered. She caught up her dressing gown and wrapped it round her friend. "You're as cold as ice," she said. They helped her back to her own room between them, almost carrying her, for she seemed to have no strength left. Max said nothing further of any sort till she was safely in bed, then somewhat brusquely he turned to Olga. "Put on your dressing gown and go down to the surgery. I want a bottle out of the cupboard there. It's a poison bottle labeled P.K.R. You can't mistake it. Third shelf, left-hand corner. The keys are in your father's desk. You know where. Put on your slippers, too, and take a candle. Mind you don't tumble downstairs." His eyes traveled to the doorway where Nick hovered. "Go with her, will you?" he said. "Bring back a medicine glass, too. There's one on the surgery mantelpiece." He turned back to Violet again, stooping low over her, his hand upon her wrist. Olga fled upon her errand with the speed of a hare, leaving Nick to follow with a candle. Even as she went, she heard a cry behind her, but she sped on with a feeling that Max was compelling her. When Nick joined her a few seconds later she had already found the keys, and was fumbling in the dark for the cupboard lock. They found the medicine bottle exactly where Max had said, and Olga snatched it out, seized the glass, and was gone. She was back again in Violet's bedroom barely 2 minutes after she had left it, but the instant she entered she was conscious of a change. Violet was lying quite straight and stiff with glassy eyes upturned. Max was bending over her, tight-lipped, motionless, intent. He spoke without turning his head. "Just a teaspoonful. Not a drop more. The rest water." Olga poured out the dose, controlling her hands with difficulty. "Not a drop more," he reiterated. "There's sudden death in that. Finished? Then give it to me." He raised Violet up in bed and took the glass from Olga. A curious perfume filled the room, a scent familiar but elusive. Olga stood breathing it, wondering what it brought to mind. Max held the glass against the pale lips, and suddenly she remembered. It was the magic draught he had given to her 2 days before. Violet seemed to be unconscious, but she drank nevertheless, very slowly, with long pauses in between. Gradually the glassy look passed from her eyes, the long lashes drooped. Max held out the empty glass to Olga. "You go back to bed now," he said. "She will sleep for some time." "I can't leave her," Olga whispered. He was lowering the senseless girl upon the pillow, and made no reply. Having done so, he stooped and set his ear to her heart for a space of several seconds. Then he stood up and turned quietly round. "You can't do anything more. Thanks for fetching that stuff. Why didn't you put on your slippers, as I told you?" His manner was perfectly normal. He left the bedside and took up the medicine bottle, holding it against the lamp. "Are you sure she will be all right?" whispered Olga. "Quite sure," he said. She turned her attention to the bottle also. "What is that stuff?" she asked. He looked at her, and for an instant she saw his sardonic smile. "It's sudden death if you take enough of it," he said. "Yes, I know," said Olga. "It's what you call the painkiller, isn't it?" "Exactly," said Max. "Hence the legend on the label. But what do you know about the painkiller?"
Who told you about it? I know I didn't."
"It was Mrs. Briggs," said Olga, and then turned hotly crimson under his eyes. Then fell a sudden silence. Then,
"You go back to bed," said Max. "And you are to settle down and sleep, mind. Don't lie awake and listen."
"You are sure she will sleep till morning?" said Olga, lingering by the bed.
"Yes." He put his hand on her shoulder and wheeled her towards the door. "There's Nick, waiting to tuck you up. Run along. I am going myself immediately."
She went, more to escape from his presence than for any other reason. There was undoubtedly something formidable about Max Wyndham at that moment, notwithstanding his light speech, something that underlay his silence, making her curiously afraid thereof. She did not lie and listen when she returned to bed, but a very long time passed before she slept. 15. The Awakening. Olga slept late on the following morning, awaking at length with a wild sense of dismay at having done so. She leaped up as the vivid memory of the night's happenings rushed upon her, and seizing her dressing gown ran out into the passage and into Violet's room. Very softly she turned the door handle and peeped in. The curtains were drawn, but the morning breeze blew them inwards, admitting the full daylight. Violet was lying awake with her face to the door. "That you, Allegro? Come in," she called. "I've had the oddest night." Olga slipped in and went to her. The beautiful eyes were very wide open. They gazed up at her wonderingly. The forehead above them was slightly drawn. "I've been dead," said Violet slowly. "I've just come to life." "My darling," Olga said. "Yes, isn't it queer? It was so strange, Allegro. I went right up to the very door of paradise. But I suffered a lot first. I suffered horribly. And when I got there, the door was shut in my face." Violet uttered a curious little laugh that had in it a note of pain. "That was when I died," she said. Olga stooped to kiss her. "It was a dream," she said. "Oh, but it wasn't," said Violet. She threw her arms unexpectedly around Olga's neck and held her very tightly, as if she were afraid. "Allegro," she said under her breath, "I believe I left my soul behind. It's up there waiting for the door to open. I hope it won't get lost." The words sent a sharp chill through Olga. She held her friend closely, protectingly. "Darling, I don't think you are quite awake yet," she said very tenderly. "Stay in bed for a little while, and I'll dress and get your breakfast." "Oh no, I'm going to get up," quickly Violet made reply, almost feverishly. "I couldn't possibly lie still and do nothing. I've got to find the way out. It's very dark, but I daresay I shall manage. Blind people learn to, don't they? And that's what has happened to me, really. I've gone blind, Allegro. Blind inside." She put Olga from her and prepared to rise. Her eyes were very bright, but there was a curiously furtive look about them. They seemed afraid to look. "Wait anyhow till you have had some tea," urged Olga. "I'll run down and order it." "No, don't go, Allegro. Don't leave me. I don't want to be alone." Impetuously Violet stretched out her hands to her. "Don't go," she pleaded. "I'm so afraid he will come. And I don't want him to know anything about it. You won't tell him? Promise, Allegro." "Who, dear?" Olga asked the question, though she knew the inevitable answer. She was becoming seriously uneasy, though she sought to reassure herself with the thought that Violet's nerves were of the high-strung order, and could scarcely have failed to suffer from the strain they had undergone. Violet answered her with obvious impatience. "Why, Max, of course. Who else? Promise you won't tell him, Allegro." "Tell him what, dear?" questioned Olga. Violet started up from her bed and sprang to the open door. She closed it, and stood facing Olga with arms outstretched across it. Her breath came pantingly through dilated nostrils. "You're not to tell him what I have just told you. If he knows I'm trying to get out, he'll stop me. Don't you understand? Oh, don't you understand?" A fury of impatience sounded in her voice. She quivered from head to foot. "He keeps the door," she said, "and he never sleeps. Why, even last night he was there. Didn't you see him? Those dreadful green eyes, like a tiger in the dark. Olga!" Suddenly and passionately she began to plead. "You won't tell him, dearest. You couldn't be so cruel. Can't you see what it means to me? Don't you realize that it's my better self that's gone? I've got to follow. I must follow. If he doesn't know, perhaps I shall manage to slip through when he isn't looking. Dear, you wouldn't have me kept a prisoner, against my will? He's so hard, Allegro. So hard and merciless. And he keeps the door so close. I should have got away last night if it hadn't been for him. So you won't tell him, will you? You'll promise me you won't?" Olga listened to the appeal with a heart that seemed turned to stone. She knew not what to say or do. "It's my only chance," urged Violet in a voice that was beginning to break. "Oh, how can you hesitate? Are you all in league against me? Allegro, Allegro!" "There, dear, there. It's all right. Don't worry." Swiftly Olga collected herself and spoke. "There's nothing to be afraid of. No one shall keep you against your will." "You promise, Allegro?" Violet looked at her doubtfully, yet as if she wished to be reassured. "Yes, of course, dear. Now really you must let me go and dress. It's 8 o'clock, and I shan't be ready for breakfast." Violet came slowly away from the door. She did not look wholly satisfied, but she said no more; and Olga hastened back to her room with deadly misgiving at her heart. She felt as if there were tragedy in the very air. It seemed to be closing in upon her, a dread mist of unfathomable possibilities. She dressed with nervous haste and hurried downstairs, wondering a little that Max had not bestirred himself to ascertain the effect of his treatment. She wondered still more when she found him calmly established behind the morning paper, in an armchair in the dining room. He laid it aside at her entrance and rose to greet her. "Well?" he said, with her hand in his. She looked up to find his eyes piercingly upon her. They shone intensely green in the morning light. She removed her hand somewhat abruptly. There was something in his manner that she resented, without knowing why. "Well?" she said. "How do you find yourself this morning?" asked Max. "I'm perfectly well, thank you," said Olga briefly. "Ready to start jam making?" he suggested. Olga went to the coffee urn. "I really don't know," she said. "I've had other things to think about." He smiled a little, the superior one-sided smile she most detested. "You mustn't let the fruit go bad," he observed. "After all my trouble." Olga peered into the coffee urn without replying. Max, in an exasperating mood, could be very exasperating indeed. He pulled out the chair next to her and sat down. "And how is the beautiful Miss Campion?" he said. Olga looked at him. She could not help it. "Well?" said Max. She colored hotly. "I wonder you haven't been to see for yourself," she said. "Perhaps I have," said Max. She turned from his open scrutiny, and began to pour out the coffee with a hand not wholly steady. "I presume, if you had, you wouldn't ask me," she said. He lodged his chin on his hand, the better to study her. "In making that presumption, fair lady," he said, "you are not wholly justified. Has it never occurred to you that I might entertain a certain veneration for your opinion on a limited number of subjects?" Olga set down the coffee urn and squarely turned upon him. "Have you seen her this morning?" she asked, point blank. "Yes, I have seen her," he said. "Then you know as much as I do," said Olga. "Not quite," he returned. "I soon shall, however. Did she seem pleased to see you this morning?" "Of course," said Olga. "And why 'of course'? Do you never disagree?" He asked the question banteringly, yet his eyes were still upon her, unflaggingly intent. "We never quarrel," said Olga. "I see. You have differences of opinion. Is that it? And what happens then? Is there never a tug of war?" Max's smile became speculative. "No, never," said Olga. "Never?" He raised his red brows incredulously. "Do you mean to say you give in to her at every turn? She can be fairly exacting, I should imagine." "I would give her anything she really wanted, if it lay in my power," said Olga very steadily. "Would you?" said Max. He suddenly ceased to smile. "Even if it chanced to be something you wanted rather badly yourself?" She nodded. "Wouldn't you do as much for someone you loved?" "That depends," said Max cautiously. "Oh, of course," said Olga quickly. "You're a man." He laughed. "You've made that remark before. I assure you I can't help it. No, I certainly wouldn't place all my possessions at the disposal of even my best friend. There would always be reservations." He looked at her with a smile in his eyes, but Olga did not respond to it. An inner voice had suddenly warned her to step warily. She took up the coffee urn again. "I wouldn't give much for that kind of friendship," she said. "But is it always in one's power to pass on one's possessions?" questioned Max. "I maintain that the possessions are entitled to a voice in the matter." "I don't understand you," said Olga, in a tone that implied that she had no desire to do so. "No?" said Max indifferently. "Well, I think unselfishness should never be carried to extremes. Some women have such a passion for self-sacrifice that they will stick at nothing to satisfy it. The result is that unwilling victims get offered up, and you will admit that that is scarcely fair." Olga handed him his coffee. "Will you cut the ham, please?" she said. "Do you catch my meaning yet?" asked Max, not to be thwarted. She shook her head. "But really it doesn't matter, and it's getting late." "Sorry to keep you," he replied imperturbably, "but when I take the trouble to expound my views, I like to guard against any misunderstanding. Just tell me this, and I shall be satisfied. If you were at a ball, and you had a partner you liked and who liked you, and you came upon your friend crying because she wanted that particular partner, would you give him up to her?" "Of course I should," said Olga. "I don't call that a very serious self-sacrifice." "No?" said Max. He gave her a very peculiar look, and pursed his lips for an instant, as if about to whistle. "And if the unfortunate partner objected?" Olga began vigorously to cut some bread. "He would have to put up with it," she said. Max rose without comment, and went to the ham. There followed a somewhat marked silence as he commenced to carve it. Then, "Pardon my persistence, fair lady," he said. "But just one more question, if you've no objection. Suppose you were my partner and Hunt-Goring the forlorn friend, do you think I should be justified in passing you on to him? It would be a considerable self-sacrifice on my part." "Oh, really!" exclaimed Olga in hot exasperation. "What absurd question will you ask next?" He looked across at her with a complacent smile. "You see, I'm only a man," he said coolly, "but that illustrates my point. It's not always possible to pass on all one's possessions, is it? It may answer in theory, but not in practice. I think you catch my meaning now." "Hadn't you better have your breakfast?" said Olga, with a glance at the clock. Max's eyes followed hers. "Where's Nick? Has he overslept himself?" "He has not," said Nick, entering at the moment. "It is not a habit of his. Well, Olga, my child, how goes the world this morning?" She turned with relief to greet him. His genial personality was wonderfully reassuring. He kissed her lightly, and took up his correspondence. "Let me open them," she said. He stood by and watched her while she did it. She was very deft in all her ways, but to-day for some reason her hands were not quite so steady as usual. Nick threw a sudden glance across at Max while he waited. "Miss Campion all right this morning?" he asked. "Apparently," said Max, staring deliberately at a point some inches above Nick's head. Nick pivoted round abruptly and found Violet standing in the doorway directly behind him. He went instantly to greet her. "Hello, Miss Campion. You're just in time for breakfast. Come and have some." His tone was brisk and kindly. He took her hand and drew her forward. She submitted listlessly. Her face was white and her eyes deeply shadowed. She scarcely raised them as she advanced. "Hello, Nick," she said indifferently. "Hello, Allegro. No, I don't want any breakfast. I'm not hungry today." She reached the table, and for the first time seemed to become aware of Max, seated on the opposite side of it. Her eyes suddenly opened wide. She stood still and faced him. "I want my cigarettes," she said, with slow emphasis. Olga glanced at him sharply, in apprehension of she knew not what. Max's face, however, expressed no anxiety. He even faintly smiled. "What, haven't you got any? I shall be happy to supply you with some," he said, feeling in his pocket for his own case. She leaned her hands upon the table in a peculiar, crouching attitude, that struck Olga as curiously suggestive of an angry animal. "I don't want yours," she said in a deep voice that sounded almost like a menace. "I want my own." Max looked straight at her for a few seconds without speaking. Then, "I am sorry," he said very deliberately, "but you mustn't smoke that sort any more. They are not good for you." "And you have dared to take them away," she said. He shrugged his shoulders. "I had no choice." "No choice?" She echoed the words in a voice that vibrated very strangely. "You speak as if you had a right to confiscate my property." "I have a right to confiscate that sort," said Max. "What right?" She flung the question like a challenge, and as she flung it, she straightened herself in sudden splendid defiance. All the pallor had gone from her face. She glowed with fierce, pulsing life. Max remained looking at her. There was a glint of mercilessness in his eyes. "What right?" he repeated slowly. "If you saw a blind man walking over a precipice, would you say you hadn't the right to stop him?" "I am not blind," she flung back at him. "And I refuse to be stopped by you, or anyone." Max raised his red brows. "You amaze me," he said. "Then you are aware of the precipice?" She clenched her hands. "I know what I am doing. Yes. And I can guide myself. I refuse to be guided by you." "Violet!" Nervously Olga interposed. "Never mind now, dear. Do sit down and have some breakfast. The eggs are getting cold." "Quite so," said Nick, putting down his letters abruptly. "The coffee also. Olga, you may tear up all my correspondence. It's nothing but bills. Miss Campion, wouldn't you like to butter some toast for me? You do it better than anyone I know. And I'm deuced hungry." She turned away half mechanically, met his smile of cheery effrontery, and suddenly flashed him a smile in return. "What a gross flatterer you are," she said. "Allegro, aren't you jealous? Which piece of toast do you fancy, Nick? Can I cut up some ham for you as well?" The tension was over, and Olga breathed again. Max continued his breakfast with an inscrutable countenance, finished it, and departed to the surgery. Violet did not so much as glance up at his departure. She was wrangling with Nick over the best means of attacking a boiled egg with one hand. There was no longer the faintest hint of tragedy in her demeanor. Yet Olga went about her own duties with a heart like lead. She was beginning to understand Max's attitude at last, and it filled her with misgiving. End of chapters 14 and 15. Part 1, Chapters 16 and 17 of The Keeper of the Door by Ethel Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 16. Secrets. The rest of that day was passed in so ordinary a fashion that Olga found herself wondering now and then if she could by any chance have dreamed the events of the night. During the whole of the morning she was occupied with her jam-making while Violet lazed in the garden. Nick had planned a motor ride in the afternoon, and they went for miles, returning barely in time for dinner. Violet was in excellent spirits throughout, and seemed unconscious of fatigue, though Olga was so weary that she nearly fell asleep in the drawing-room after the meal. Max was in one of his preoccupied moods, and scarcely addressed a word to anyone. Only when he bade her good night she had a curious feeling that his hand grip was intended to convey something more than mere convention demanded. She withdrew her own hand very quickly. For some reason she was feeling a little afraid of Max. Yet on the following morning so casual was his greeting that she felt oddly vexed with him as well as with herself, and was even glad when Violet sauntered down late as usual and claimed his attention. Violet, it seemed, had decided to ignore his decidedly arbitrary treatment of her. She had also apparently given up smoking, for she made no further reference to her vanished cigarettes, a piece of docility over which Olga, who had known her intimately for some years, marvelled much. She was obliged to leave her that afternoon to go to tea with an old patient of her father's who lived at the other end of the parish, Violet firmly refusing at the last moment to accompany her thither. Nick had promised to coach the boys at cricket practice that day, and Olga departed with a slight feeling of uneasiness and a determination to return as early as possible. It was not, however, easy to curtail her visit. The patient was a garrulous old woman, and Olga was kept standing on the point of departure for a full half-hour. In the end she almost wrenched herself free, and hurried home at a pace that brought her finally to her own door, so hot and breathless that she was obliged to sit down and gasp in the hall before she could summon the strength to investigate any further. Recovering at length, she went in search of Violet, and found her lounging under the limes in luxurious coolness with a book. She glanced up from this at Olga's approach and smiled. There was a sparkle in her eyes that made her very alluring. "Poor child, how hot you are! People with your complexion never ought to get hot. What have you been doing?" She stretched a lazy hand of welcome as Olga subsided upon the grass beside her. "I've been hurrying back," Olga explained. "I thought you would be lonely." "Oh dear, no. Not in the least." Violet glanced down at her book, a little ruminative smile curving the corners of her red mouth. Olga peered at the volume. "What is it? Something respectable for once?" "Not in the least. It is French and very highly flavoured." "I daresay you wouldn't understand it, dear," said Violet. "You're such an ingénue." Olga made a grimace. "I'd rather not understand some things," she said bluntly. Violet uttered a low laugh. "Dear child, you are so unsophisticated. When are you going to grow up?" "I am grown up," said Olga, "but I don't see the use of studying the horrid side of life. I think it's a waste of time." "There we differ," smiled Violet. "Perhaps, however, it doesn't matter so much in your case. It is only women who travel and see the world who really need to be upon their guard." Olga smiled also at that. "Shall I tell you a secret?" she said. "Do, dear." Violet instantly stiffened to attention. The smile went out of her face. Olga almost fancied that she looked apprehensive. "It's quite a selfish one," she said, seeking instinctively to reassure her. "It's only that, perhaps, when the autumn comes, I may go to India with Nick." "Oh, really? My dear, how thrilling!" The words came with a rush that sounded as if the speaker were wholeheartedly relieved. The smile flashed back into Violet's face. She lay back in her chair with the indolent grace that usually characterized her movements. "Really?" she said again. "Tell me all about it." Olga told her forthwith, painting the prospect in the brilliant colours with which her vivid imagination had clothed it, while Violet listened, interested and amused. "You'll remember it's a secret," she wound up. "We haven't heard from Dad or Muriel yet, and of course nothing can be settled till we do. If either should object, of course it won't come off." "Oh, I won't tell a soul," Violet promised. "How exciting if you go, Allegro. I wonder if you will get married." Olga laughed lightheartedly. As if I should waste my precious time like that. No, no. If I go, I shall fill up every minute of the time with adventures. I shall go tiger hunting with Nick, and pick-sticking, and riding, and scores of things. Besides, they're nearly all Indians at Sharapura, and one couldn't marry an Indian." "Couldn't one?" said Violet. "Wouldn't you like to be a Rani, Allegro? I would." She looked at Olga with kindling eyes. "Just think of it, dear. The power, the magnificence, the jewels. Oh, I believe I'd do anything for riches." "Violet, I wouldn't." Olga spoke with strong emphasis, and Violet laughed, a short, hard laugh. "Oh, no, you wouldn't, I know. You were born to be a slave. But I wasn't. I was born to be a queen, and a queen I'll be. Or die." She suddenly glanced about her with the peculiar furtive look that Olga had noticed the day before. "That's why I wouldn't marry Max Wyndham," she said, "for all the riches in the world. He is the one impossible." Olga felt her color rising. She made response with an effort. "Don't you like him, then?" "Like him?" Violet's eyes came down to her. They expressed a fiery chafing at restraint that made her think of a wild creature caged. "My dear, what has that to do with it? I wouldn't marry a man who didn't worship me, whatever my own feelings might be, and it isn't in him to worship any woman. No, he would only grind me under his heel, and I should probably kill him in the end, and myself too." A passionate note crept into the deep voice. It seemed to quiver on the verge of tragedy, and then again quite suddenly she laughed. "But I don't feel in the least murderous," she said. "In fact, I'm at peace with all the world just now. Listen, Allegro. You've told me your secret. I'll tell you one of mine. But you must swear on your sacred honor that you will never repeat it to a soul." Olga was in a fashion used to this form of affidavit. She had been the recipient of Violet's secrets before. She gave the required pledge with the utmost simplicity, little dreaming how soon she was to repent of it. Violet leaned towards her and spoke in low, confidential tones. "So amusing, dear. I know you won't mind for once. It's Hunt-Goring again. He really is too ridiculous for words. He has hired a yacht, you must know, a nice little steam yacht, Allegro. He walked over this afternoon to tell me about it. Don't look so horrified. There's much worse to come." She laughed again under her breath. "He has asked me, in fact, persuaded me, to go for a little trip in it one day next week. Of course I said no at first. And then he said you could come too to make it proper. So I consented. I'm sure you won't mind for once, and a breath of sea air will do me good." She laid a hand of careless coaxing upon Olga's shoulder. But Olga's demeanor was very far from acquiescent. "But, Violet," she exclaimed, "how could you possibly accept for me? I'm not going. No, indeed I'm not. Neither must you. It's the maddest project I ever heard of. Whatever made you imagine for one moment that I would agree to go?" "Don't be ridiculous, Allegro." Violet sounded quite unmoved. "Of course you'll go, unless—" She smiled a trifle maliciously. "You mean me to go alone, as I certainly shall if you are going to be tiresome about it. You wouldn't like me to do that, I suppose?" Olga gazed at her helplessly. "Violet, what am I to say to you? How could you and I go off for a whole day with that detestable man? Why, it would start everyone talking." "My dear, no one will know," said Violet with composure. "Haven't you sworn to keep it a dead secret? He won't talk, and neither shall I. So you see it's all perfectly safe. Not that there would be anything improper about it in any case. He is as old as you and me put together, older, I should say." "Oh, but he's such a fiend!" burst forth Olga. "You said you were going to give him up only the other night." "When?" said Violet sharply. Olga hesitated. It was the first time she had made direct reference to that midnight episode. "When did I say that?" insisted Violet. Half reluctantly Olga made reply, while Violet leaned forward and listened intently. "The night before last. You came to my room late. Don't you remember?" Violet's eyes had a startled look. "Yes," she breathed. "Yes. What else?" Olga looked straight up at her. "Dear, I don't think we need talk about it, need we? You were not yourself. I think you were half asleep. You had been smoking those hateful cigarettes." "Ah, but tell me," insisted Violet. "Why did I come to you? What did I say? Was Max there?" "He came in," faltered Olga. "He guessed you weren't well. He helped you back to your own room. Don't you remember?" "Yes, I remember." Violet's brows were drawn with the effort. There was a look of dawning horror in her eyes. "I remember, Allegro," she said, speaking rapidly. He was very brutal to me, wasn't he? He made me tell him where to find the cigarettes, and then, yes, he took them away. I've hated him ever since." Again that vindictive note sounded in her voice. "I won't bear brutality from any man," she said. "Do you know, if I didn't hate him, I believe I should be afraid of him. I know you are, Allegro." "Perhaps a little," Olga admitted. "Ah, I knew it. He can do anything he likes with you. But I am different." She lifted her head proudly. "I am no man's slave," she said. "He thinks that he has only to speak and I shall obey. He was never more mistaken in his life." "But, Violet, he was only treating you as a patient," Olga protested. "And he only took the cigarettes because—" "I know why he took them," quickly Violet interrupted. "And remember this, Allegro. Whatever happens to me in the future, you must never, never let him attend me again. I suffered more from his treatment than I have ever suffered before, and I can never go through it again. You understand?" She looked at Olga with eyes that had in them the memory of a great pain. "It was torture," she said. "He forced his will upon mine. He crushed me down so that I was at his mercy. It was like an overpowering weight. I thought my heart would stop. I don't know, even now, how it was I didn't die." "He gave you the pain-killer, dear," said Olga soothingly. "That was what made you well again." "The pain-killer?" Violet gazed at her, bewildered. "What is the pain-killer?" she said. Olga shook her head. "I don't know what it is. He wouldn't tell me. He calls it sudden death." Violet gave a great start. "Good heavens, Allegro! And he gave me that?" "Only enough to make you sleep," explained Olga. "He gave me some the other day when the heat upset me. I liked it." Violet's eyes were glittering very strangely. "And you came back again after it?" she said. "Allegro, are you sure?" "Of course," said Olga. "I don't know what you mean, dear. Of course I came back, or I shouldn't be here now." "No, of course not." Violet lay back in her chair, gazing straight up through the limes at the flawless August sky. "So that is why I didn't die," she said. "He only let me go half-way. If I'd had a little more. She broke off suddenly and threw a quick side glance at Olga. "What queer creatures doctors are," she said. "They spend their whole lives fighting with the certainty that they are bound to be conquered in the end." "They are splendid," said Olga, with shining eyes. "Oh, do you think so? I never can. If they fought suffering only, it would be a different thing. That I could admire. But to fight death—" Violet made a curious little gesture of the hands. "It seems to me like tilting at a windmill," she said. "Everyone must die sooner or later." "But no one wants to go before his time," observed a cool voice behind them. "Or if he does, he's a shirker and deserves to be locked." Both girls started as Max strolled carelessly up, hands in pockets, and propped himself against a tree close by. His eyes traveled over Olga's face as he did so. "You've been overheated," he remarked. She pulled her hat forward with a nervous jerk. "Who can help it in this weather?" He grunted disapproval. "You never see me in that condition. Pray continue your oration, Miss Campion. It was not my intention to interrupt." But Violet had suddenly reopened her book and buried herself therein. Max twisted his neck and peered over. After a brief space he grunted again and relaxed against the tree. "Do you read French?" Olga asked, feeling the silence to be slightly oppressive. He laughed dryly. "Not that sort. I have no taste for it." "But you know the language?" Olga persisted, still striving against silence. "I've studied it," said Max. He paused a moment. Then, "The best fellow I ever knew was a Frenchman," he said. She looked up at him, caught by something in his tone. "A friend of yours?" He took off his hat with a reverence which she would have deemed utterly foreign to his nature. "Yes, a friend," he said. "Bertrand de Monville." "Oh, did you know him?" exclaimed Olga. "Why did you never tell me before? I shall never forget how miserable I was when he didn't live to be reinstated in the French army. But it's years ago now, isn't it?" "6 years," said Max. "Yes, I remember. How I should have liked to have known him. But I was at school then. And you knew him well?" "I was with him when he died," he said. "Oh," said Olga. And then, with a touch of shyness, "I'm sorry, Max." "No," he said. "You needn't be sorry. He was no shirker. His time was up." "But wasn't it a pity?" she said. He smiled a little. "I don't think he thought so. He was happy enough at the last." "But if he had only been vindicated first," she said. "Do you think that matters?" Max's smile became cynical. "Surely it would have made a difference to him," she protested. "Surely he cared." He snapped his fingers in the air. "He cared, just that." Violet looked up suddenly from her book. "And you, did you care? Just that, too?" He seemed to Olga to contract at the question. "I?" he said. "I had other things to think about. Life is too short for grizzling in any case. And I chanced to have my sister to attend to at the same time." "You have a sister?" said Olga, swift to intervene once more. He nodded. "Did I never tell you? She is married to Trevor Mordaunt, the writer. Ever heard of him?" "Why, yes. Nick knows him, I believe." "Very likely. He has an immense circle of friends. He's quite a good sort," said Max. "And where do they live?" asked Olga, with interest. "In Suffolk, chiefly. Mordaunt bought our old home, and gave it to Chris, my sister, when they married. My elder brother manages the estate for him." "How nice," said Olga. "And what is your sister like?" Max smiled. "She is my twin," he said. "Oh, like you, then?" Olga looked slightly disappointed. Max laughed. "Not in the least. Can you imagine a woman like me? I can't. She has red hair, or something very near it. And there the resemblance stops. I'll take you to see her some day, if you'll come." "Thank you," said Olga guardedly. "Don't mention it," said Max. "There are 2 kiddies also, a boy and a girl. It's quite a domestic establishment. I often go there when I want a rest. My brother-in-law is good enough to keep special rooms for the 3 of us." "Is there another of you, then?" "Yes, another brother. Noel. By the way, he won't be going there again at present, for he sailed for Bombay to join his regiment a year ago. That's the sum complete of us." Max straightened himself with a faintly ironical smile. "We are a fairly respectable family nowadays," he observed, "thanks to Mordaunt, who has a reputation to think of. But we are boring Miss Campion to extinction. Can't we talk of something more amusing?" Violet threw back her head with a restless movement, but she did not meet his eyes. "I am accustomed to amusing myself," she said. He stooped to pick up a marker that had fallen from her book.
It is a useful accomplishment," he observed as he handed it to her, "for those who have time to cultivate it." She raised her arms with the careless, unstudied grace of a wild creature. Her eyes were veiled. "I assure you it is far more satisfying than tilting at windmills," she said. Max straightened himself. There seemed to Olga something pitiless about him, a deadliness of purpose that made him cruel. And in that moment she became aware of a strong antagonism between these two that almost amounted to open hostility. "A matter of opinion," said Max. "I suppose we each of us have our patent method of killing time." Violet uttered an indolent laugh. "Yours is a very strenuous one," she observed. "I believe you imagine yourself invincible in your own particular line, don't you?" "Not at present," said Max, with his twisted smile. She laughed again, mockingly. "Irresistible, then, shall we say?" He had turned to go, but he paused at the question and looked back at her, grimly ironical. Olga had a feeling that the green eyes comprehended her also. "No," he said with extreme deliberation. "Not even that. But, since you ask me, the odds are certainly very greatly in my favour." And with that he turned on his heel, still smiling, and sauntered away. As he went, Violet stooped towards Olga with a face gone suddenly white, and grasped her arm. "Remember, Allegro," she said, "not a word about Hunt-Goring to anyone. Not one single tiny suspicion of a hint." And Olga, looking into her eyes, read terror in her soul. 17. The verdict. "It's a difficult position," said Nick. "It's a damnable position," said Max. He stared across the white tablecloth with eyes that brooded under down-drawn brows. "I don't anticipate any sudden development if I can keep her off that cursed opium. But I'd give £50 to have her people within reach." "Do you know where they are?" said Nick. Max shrugged his shoulders. "They are cruising about the Atlantic to give Mrs. Bruce, who is neurotic, a rest cure. Of course, when I undertook to keep an eye on the girl I never anticipated this. Her brother was anxious about her, I thought somewhat unnecessarily. It was that blackguard Hunt-Goring who precipitated matters. I've given him a pretty straight warning, though heaven alone knows what effect it will have." "What did you say to him?" questioned Nick. "I said that I had just discovered that he had been giving her cigarettes that contained opium. I warned him that it was criminally unsafe, that her brain was peculiarly susceptible to drugs, and that he would probably cause her death if he persisted. Also that if he did I would see that he was held responsible. What more could I say?" "That was fairly direct, certainly," said Nick. "And he?" "He asked me to dine," said Max. Nick laughed. "And you didn't accept? Would you have accepted?" Max turned on him almost savagely. "I think I should," said Nick. "There's nothing like studying the enemy from close quarters. But go ahead. Tell me more. When do you expect her people back?" "Possibly in a fortnight. They have been gone that time already, rather more. And they expected to make a month of it." Nick nodded. "We ought to be able to hold the fort for that time. What did your friend Sir Kersley think?" Max lifted one eyebrow. "What did he say to you about it?" Nick struck a match for his cigarette with considerable dexterity. "About Violet, practically nothing. About her mother, a good deal." "I wonder why." Max spoke somewhat curtly. Nick lighted his cigarette with a whimsical expression. "You don't seem to have noticed what an excellent confidant I make," he said. "Ah, I know you are safe." There was conviction in Max's tone. "But Kersley is such a reserved chap. And that ancient affair ruined his life." "I gathered that," said Nick. "As a matter of fact, I knew a little of the affair before we met. He had been a doctor in my old regiment. It was 5 years after he retired that I joined. But most of the fellows knew the story. It reached me one way or another. I was deuced sorry for him when I heard the truth. Most people out there were of the opinion that he had treated her badly, was in fact to a very great measure responsible for the tragedy."
"That, of course, was not so," said Max deliberately.
"She was responsible from first to last. She knew of the taint in her veins. He did not, till he detected it." "Rather hard on her," remarked Nick. "Would you have married her?" The green eyes fixed him with sudden stern intentness.
Nick blinked rapidly for a few seconds.
"I daren't answer that question," he said at length. "You see, I'm not a doctor."
Max rose abruptly.
"Are doctors the only beings who ever think of the next generation?" he asked bitterly. "There is a saying," said Nick, "that love conquers all things." "Pshaw!" said Max. "It never conquered heredity." "I withdraw the proposition," said Nick. "But I say, Wyndham." He paused. "Well?"
Max swung round aggressively with hands in his pockets.
"Suppose the woman you loved developed that disease. Would you throw her over?"
Nick spoke tentatively. Max flung his head back and stared at the ceiling.
"Why do you ask?" "Because I want to know what you are made of," replied Nick with simplicity.
Max turned and slowly walked to the window.
"Yes," he said, with his back turned. "I should."
Nick was silent. After a moment Max glanced round at him.
"You wouldn't, I suppose?"
"No," said Nick.
"You would marry her regardless of the consequences." "If I were an ordinary man, perhaps," said Nick. "If I were a doctor," he paused. "If I were a doctor, Max," he said again, with a sudden smile, "I think I should tackle the situation from another standpoint. Either way, if she loved me and I loved her, I would marry her. As to the consequences, there wouldn't be any."
Max grunted.
"Of course you are the exception to every rule." "Who told you that?" thrust in Nick. "It's been dinned into me ever since I met you." Half churlishly Max made reply, and turning fell to pacing the room with the measured tread of one trained to step warily. "And you believe it?"
Nick leaned back in his chair, peering forth through eyes half closed.
"I do, more or less." "Thanks," said Nick. "And how goes the courtship?"
Max frowned heavily, without speaking.
"Pardon my asking," said Nick, "and consider the question answered."
Max stopped squarely in front of him.
"It doesn't go," he said briefly.
Nick's glance darted over him for an instant.
"What method have you been employing? Coercion? Persuasion? Indifference? Or strategy?"
Max's hands showed clenched inside his pockets.
"I'm leaving her alone," he growled. "Then change your tactics at once," said Nick. "Try and advance." "That's just the mischief. In the present damnable state of affairs I am powerless. Violet Campion is hating me pretty badly, and she is thinking it clever to follow suit. She is avoiding me like the plague." "That's sometimes a good sign," said Nick thoughtfully. "Not in this case. It only means she is afraid of me."
Nick's glance flashed up at him again.
"For any special reason?" "I have given her none." "Violet again?" queried Nick. "Probably."
Nick ruminated.
"You don't think it advisable to tell her how things are?"
"I?"
The brief words sounded almost hostile.
Max resumed his pacing on the instant.
"I'm not an utter brute, Ratcliffe," he said, "whatever I may appear."
Nick sent a cloud of smoke upwards.
"Would you call me a brute if I told her?" he asked. "Yes, I should." Curt and prompt came the answer. "What is more, I won't have it done." "She is a sensible little soul," contended Nick. "She may be, but it would increase the difficulties 100-fold. The girl herself would probably suspect something, and that would almost inevitably precipitate matters. No, the only possible course is to leave things alone for the present. The symptoms are slight, and though it is impossible to say from moment to moment what will happen, The chances are that if we can keep Hunt-Goring from doing any further mischief, the disease may remain in a stationary condition for some time. In that case you may manage to get Olga away on this tomfool expedition of yours to India before any serious development takes place." "I see," said Nick. "And you are convinced that a serious development is inevitable?" "Absolutely." Max came strolling back from the window with eyes fixed and far-seeing. "It is as plain as a pikestaff to any professional man. Kersley detected it at once, as I knew he would. And that was before the midnight episode in Olga's room. Yes, it's bound to come. It may be gradual. It may even take the form of paralysis. But with her temperament I don't think that very likely. It will probably come suddenly as a sequel to some shock or violent agitation. But come, sooner or later, it must." He spoke slowly, with the deliberation of absolute certainty. Reaching the mantelpiece he lodged himself against it, and smoked with his eyes on the ceiling. Nick watched him with a veiled scrutiny from the depths of his chair. "So that is the verdict?" he said at last. Max nodded without speaking. "And how long have you known?" "About a month." "But you knew them before then?" Max looked down at him with a slight gesture that passed unexplained. "As long as I have known the Ratcliffes," he said. "It must have been something of a shock to you," suggested Nick. Max's jaw hardened. "I was infinitely more interested in her when I knew," he said. "Really?" said Nick. "Yes, really." Max spoke with finality. "I assure you I am not impressionable," he added a moment later with a cynical twist of the lips that Olga knew so well. "And I never play with fire. That form of amusement doesn't attract me." A sudden humorous glitter shone between Nick's half-closed lids. "But even serious people burn their fingers sometimes," he observed. "I presume you haven't proposed yet?" "Yes, I have." Max spoke with dogged assertiveness. Nick jerked upright. "The deuce you have!" "You needn't excite yourself," Max assured him grimly. "We are not officially engaged yet, or likely to be. You needn't stick your spoke in. She knows I shan't marry her against her will." "Oh, that's settled, is it?" Nick's eyes flashed over him with lightning rapidity. "It is." Max began to smile. "And the marriage will take place sometime before the end of next year." The door opened abruptly while he was speaking, but he finished his sentence with extreme deliberation in spite of the fact that it was Olga who entered. Olga, flushed and eager, vivid, throbbing with excitement. If she heard his words, she paid no heed to them, but broke at once into breathless speech. "Oh, Nick, it's the post. It's the post. A letter from Dad, and another from Muriel. Both for you." Nick stretched out his hand to her. "Come over here, Kitty. We'll read them together." She sprang to him, knelt beside him, and warmly hugged him. Max remained propped against the mantelpiece, looking on, ignored by both. "Muriel's first," commanded Nick, and with hands that shook, Olga slit open the envelope. He put his arm about her shoulders as she withdrew the sheet and opened it out. "Yes, you can read it too. I know what's in it, bless her heart." So together they read the closely written pages. There was silence in the room as they did so, broken only by the crackling of the paper, while Max Wyndham kept a motionless watch, his shaggy brows drawn close. Suddenly Olga lifted her face. "Oh, Nick, isn't she a darling? It makes me feel such a beast." Nick's hand pinched her cheek in answer. His lips twitched a little, but he did not speak or raise his eyes. She leaned her cheek against his shoulder. "I won't read any more, Nick. It's too private. May I open Dad's?" He took his wife's letter between his fingers, and dexterously folded it. "All right, Olga mia. Let us hear the verdict of the great Dr. Jim." He glanced up at Max with the words, and instantly looked away. Olga had apparently forgotten his very existence. She opened her father's letter, still in quivering haste, and again there was a silence of several seconds while they read.
It was broken in a fashion which not one of the three anticipated. Quite suddenly Olga's lips began to quiver. She raised her head with the agitated gesture of one straining for self-control. And then in a moment the tears were running down her cheeks, and she covered her face and sobbed. "Kitty, Kitty!" remonstrated Nick. But it was Max who stooped and swiftly lifted her, holding her against his heart, stroking the fair hair with his steady, capable hand. And surely there was magic in his touch, for almost immediately her weeping ceased. She looked up with slightly startled eyes, and drew herself gently but quite definitely from him. "Thank you," she said with a quaint touch of dignity. "You're very kind. Nick, dear, I'm sorry. I'm all right now. Dad's very sweet to put it like that, pretending that he doesn't mind a bit. I don't know how ever I shall say good-bye to him." "You are really going, then?" said Max. She looked at him with a fleeting smile. "Yes, really," she said. "I congratulate you," he said. Nick chuckled. "He is pretending he doesn't mind, too, Olga." Olga flushed a little. "Oh, Max never pretends," she said. "Do you, Max?" He smiled in his grim fashion. "It is not for me to contradict you," he said. "Permit me to congratulate you instead, and to hope that the East will not take as great liberties with your complexion as it has with Nick's." "I'd rather be like Nick than anyone else in the world," she declared, with one arm wound about her hero's neck. "Curious, isn't it?" grinned Nick. "Almost incredible," said Max. "But quite true," asserted Olga with vehemence. Max swung around with his hands in his pockets and sauntered to the door. Reaching it, he glanced back for a moment at the eager, girlish face, unperturbed, inscrutable. "Strange as it may seem," he said, "I personally would rather that you remained like yourself." "What cheek!" said Olga as the door shut. "Oh, isn't he allowed to say that?" inquired Nick. She nestled to him, albeit half in protest. "Do let's talk about important things," she said. And Nick at once took the hint. End of chapters 16 and 17. Part 1, chapters 18 and 19 of The Keeper of the Door by Ethel Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 18. Something Lost. Had Olga been a little less engrossed with the all-absorbing prospect that had just opened before her, she might have regarded as somewhat unusual the fact that Violet made no further mention of the proposed trip with Major Hunt-Goring during the week that followed. But such was her preoccupation she had even ceased to remember his existence. Little more than 6 weeks lay between her and the great adventure to which she was pledged, and she had already commenced her preparations. A visit to town would of course be inevitable, but this could not take place till Muriel's return at the end of the month. Nevertheless, Olga, being woman to the core, found many things to do at home, and immersed herself in sewing with a zest that provoked Nick to much mirth. Violet watched her lazily, with occasional offers to help, which were seldom meant or taken seriously. "I believe I shall come after you, Allegro," she said once. "It will be very dull without you." "You know you are never dull in the shooting season," was Olga's sensible reply. "You never have time to think of me then." "Quite true, dear," Violet admitted. "I wonder what sort of crowd Bruce will collect this year, and if any of them will want to marry me. He is always furiously angry when that happens. I can't imagine why. It amuses me," said Violet with a yawn. "Perhaps he doesn't want you to get married," suggested Olga. "Apparently not. And yet I am sure he would be thankful to be rid of me. We never agree." The beautiful eyes gleamed mischievously. "I suppose he will expect me to marry a husband of his selection by and by. He is very medieval in some things." "I don't believe you ever mean to marry at all," said Olga. "Oh, yes, indeed I do." Violet uttered her soft, low laugh. "But I am medieval too, Allegro. Have you never noticed?
I am waiting for the first man who is brave enough to run away with me." It was on the day following this conversation that she prevailed upon Olga to leave her numerous occupations for an hour or so, and motor her over to Bredhaven to pay another visit to her old nurse, Mrs. Briggs. Nick wished to go over to Redlands to sort some papers, and offered his company as far as his own gates. "You can walk to the Ship from there," he said to Olga. "It's only half a mile, and after that you can run about the shore and amuse yourselves till I am ready to go back. Don't get up to mischief," said Max briefly. Violet gave him a quick look from under her lashes, but said no word. It was a hot morning, with a hint of thunder in the atmosphere. With Olga at the wheel they set off soon after breakfast, leaving Max pumping his bicycle at the surgery door with grim energy. He was going to the cottage hospital that morning, a fact which left the motor at liberty till the afternoon. Mile after mile of dusty road slid by, and Olga, with her heart in the future, sang softly to herself for sheer lightness of heart. She had ceased to trouble about Max, since he quite obviously had no intention of obtruding himself upon her. The problem, if problem there were, was evidently one that would keep until her return from India, and Olga was child enough to feel that that event was far too remote to trouble her now. So, with a gay spirit, she piloted her two friends on that summer morning. No presentiment of evil touched her, no cloud was in her sky. Gaily she sped along the sunny road, little dreaming that that same sun that so gladdened her was to set upon the last of her youth. The car was in a good mood also, and they hummed merrily past the little stone church of Bredhaven, and up to the great iron gate of Redlands, just as the clock in the tower struck 10. "Good business," commented Nick as he descended to open the gate. "That gives me 2 hours and a half. Don't be later than 12:30, Olga mia, for starting back." Olga promised, as she dexterously turned the car and ran in up the drive. She sprang upon the step, and so she brought him to his own door. "Good-bye, Nick," she said, lifting her bright face. He bent and lightly kissed her. "Good-bye. Don't go and get drowned, either of you, for my sake. Yes, you can leave the car here. It won't rain at present." He stood on his own step and watched them go, with a motherly smile on his wrinkled face. "Bless their hearts," he murmured as he finally turned away. "I'll swear it's all a mistake. She looks like a queen this morning. And as for Olga, if she has really given her heart to that ugly doctor chap, I have never yet seen a woman in love." He entered the house with the words, and straightway dismissed them from his mind. "We'll go to the shore first," Violet decreed. "Mrs. Briggs won't be expecting us so early. I hear that some more of the Priory land has been slipping into the sea. We must go and see it." So to the shore they went. The slip was not a serious one. They made their way to the spot over loose sand and rocks, and dropped down in a sandy hollow to rest. "Poor old Priory," said Violet. "It's sure to be swallowed up like the rest some day. I wonder if I shall live to see it." "Oh, surely not," said Olga. Violet laughed. "Do you think I am destined to die young, then?" "I can't imagine you dying or growing old," said Olga with simplicity. "My dear, what gross flattery!" Violet laughed again, her eyes upon the glittering sea. "Immortal youth! How divine it sounds! Allegro, I should hate to be old." She stretched out her arms to the skyline. "I want to keep young forever," she said. "Do you really think I shall? I sometimes think—" She paused. "What?" said Olga. She turned round to her with a little gesture of confidence. "I sometimes have a feeling, Allegro, that I must be getting old, or dull, or plain already. Men don't make love to me so much as they did." "My dear, what nonsense!" exclaimed Olga with burning cheeks. "No, listen. It's true." There was almost a sound of tears in the deep voice. "It's quite true, Allegro. I am not so attractive as I was. I feel it. I know it. Something is lost. I don't know what it is. It went from me that night. You remember? And it hasn't returned. I thought it was my soul at first. I still sometimes wonder.
She laid a hand that quivered and clung upon Olga's arm. "And the dreadful part of it is, Allegro, that Max knows. He looks at me with the most deadly knowledge in his eyes, such wicked eyes they are, all green and piercing, and so cruel. So cruel." A great shiver went through her, and then all in a moment, before Olga could utter a word, her mood had changed. She leaped suddenly to her feet, all sparkling animation and excitement. "See, there is a yacht just come round the headland. How close it is! Oh, Allegro, wouldn't you love to go on the water this stifling day?"
"An easy wish to gratify," observed a voice close to them. Olga turned with a violent start. Violet merely glanced over her shoulder and smiled. Hunt-Goring, stepping lightly in canvas shoes, came airily forward over the sand and bowed low. "I am the Deus ex machina," he said. "The yacht is mine, and entirely at your service." Olga's face was crimson. She got quickly to her feet and stood stiffly silent. Hunt-Goring was looking remarkably elegant, attired in white drill, with a yachting cap which he carried in his hand. "I seem to have come at an opportune moment," he said. "Really, the fates are more than kind. The yacht is making for Brethaven Jetty to take me on board. If you ladies will come with me for a couple of hours' cruise, I need scarcely say how charmed I shall be." He was looking at Violet as he spoke, and she made instant and impulsive reply. "Of course we will. It will be too delicious, the very thing I was longing for. What lucky chance sent you our way, I wonder?" She gave him her hand, which he took with a gallantry that sent a quiver of disgust through Olga. With a sharp effort she spoke hurriedly, nervously, but very much to the point. "It's very good of you, but we can't possibly come. We must be getting back. You are going to see Mrs. Briggs, you know, Violet. And we promised Nick we wouldn't be late starting home from Redlands." Violet's quick frown appeared like a sudden cloud. "My dear child, what nonsense! As if Mrs. Briggs mattered. And as for Nick, he won't be ready for more than 2 hours. You heard him say so." But Olga stood her ground. "I don't see how we can possibly go, anyhow without telling Nick first. In fact, I would rather not." Hunt-Goring was smiling, the smile of the man who has heard it all before. "Miss Olga is evidently afflicted with a tender conscience," he observed. "But if you really have 2 hours to spare and really care to go on the water, I do not see how Nick can reasonably object. Of course I have no desire to persuade you. I only beg that you will follow your inclinations." "Of course," said Violet quickly. "And we are coming. At least I am. Allegro, you can please yourself, but it will be very horrid of you if you won't come too." Olga's pale eyes sparkled. "That depends on one's point of view," she said with a touch of warmth. "You know what I think about it. I told you the other day." "My dear, that is too ridiculous," declared Violet. "I never heard such rubbish in my life. Besides, it's only for a couple of hours. Major Hunt-Goring," appealing suddenly, "do tell her how absurd she is. What possible objection could there be to our going out with you for a morning's cruise?" "None, I should say," smiled Hunt-Goring. "But doubtless Miss Olga has made up her mind, and a discussion would only be a waste of time. Shall we start?" "Yes, we will," agreed Violet impetuously. "I am simply dying for a breath of sea air. Ah, do give me a cigarette. I finished my last this morning." And then Olga's eyes were opened, and she knew the reason of this man's ascendancy over her friend. The certainty went through her like the stab of a sword, and hard upon it came the realization that to desert Violet at that moment would be an act of treachery. So strong was the conviction that she did not dare to question it. It was as if a voice had spoken in her soul, and blindly she obeyed. "I will come too," she said. Violet beamed upon her instantly. "Well done, Allegro. I thought you couldn't be so unkind as to stay behind when I wanted you." "A woman's second thoughts are always best.
observed Hunt-Goring. She looked him straight in the eyes. "I am going for Miss Campion's sake alone," she said. He smiled at her with covert insolence. "You are a true woman," he said. "Is that intended for a compliment or otherwise?" asked Violet. "Otherwise, I think," said Olga in a very low voice.
"Acquit me at least of idle flattery," said Hunt-Goring with a laugh.
19. The Revelation. It was certainly a perfect day for a cruise. The sea lay blue and still as a lake, so clear that the rocks made purple shadows in its crystal depths. Under any other circumstances, Olga would have revelled in the beauty of it, but there was no enjoyment for her that day. She stood on the deck of the yacht as she steamed away from the jetty, and watched the uneven shore recede with a feeling of impotence that was not without an element of fear. For it seemed to her that she was a prisoner, looking her last upon the liberty of her youth. The vessel was of no inconsiderable size, and moved swiftly through the still water, cleaving her way like a bird through space. It was not long before they passed the jutting headland that hid the little fishing village from view. But Olga still stood motionless at the rail, fighting down the cold dread at her heart. She could hear Violet's voice on the other side of the deck, gaily chattering to Hunt-Goring. The scent of their cigarettes reached her, and she clenched her hands. She was sure now that he had been supplying Violet with them secretly. She had been too deeply engrossed with her own affairs to think of this before, and bitterly did she blame herself for this absorption. Poor Olga! It was the prelude to a lifelong self-reproach. They were heading out to sea now, running smoothly into the glaring sunshine. It poured upon her mercilessly where she stood, but she was scarcely aware of it. She gazed backward at the shore with eyes that saw not. Suddenly a soft voice spoke at her shoulder. "What, still sulking? Do you know you are remarkably like a boy?" She turned with a great start, meeting the eyes she feared. "I don't know what you mean," she said, drawing sharply back. He laughed his smooth, easy laugh. "I mean that you are behaving like a cub in need of chastisement. Do you seriously think I am going to put up with it, from a chit like you?" She looked him up and down with a single flashing glance of clear scorn. "How much do you think I am going to put up with?" she said. He leaned his arms upon the rail in an attitude of supreme complacence. "I may be the villain of the piece," he observed, "but I have no desire to be melodramatic. I have come over here to talk to you quietly and sensibly about the future. Of course, if you—" "What have you to do with my future?" she thrust in fiercely. She would have given all she had to be calm at that moment, but calmness was beyond her. Though her fear had utterly departed, she was quivering with indignation from head to foot. Hunt-Goring kept his face turned downwards towards the swirl of water that leaped by them. He was quite plainly prepared for the question. "Since you ask me," he responded coolly, "I should say a good deal." "In what way?" she demanded. She could see that he was still smiling, that maddening perpetual smile, and she thought that her sheer abhorrence of the man would choke her. But with all her throbbing strength she held herself in check. He did not answer her at once. She waited, compelling herself to silence. At length, quite calmly, he turned and faced her. "Well now, Olga, listen to me," he said. "I am a good deal older than you are, but I am still capable of a certain amount of foolishness. What I am now going to say to you, I have wanted to say for some time, but you have been so absurdly shy with me that, as you perceive, I have been obliged to resort to strategy to obtain a hearing." He paused, for Olga had suddenly gripped the rail as if she needed support. Her face was deathly, but out of it the pale eyes blazed in fierce questioning. "What do you mean?" she said. "What strategy?" He laid his hand upon hers and gripped it hard. "Don't be hysterical," he said. "I am paying you the compliment of treating you like a woman of sense." She shrank from him, but he continued to grip her hand with brutal force, till the pain of it reached her consciousness, and sent the blood upwards to her face. Then he let her go.
"Yes," he said coolly, "I have been laying my mind for some time now. It has not been particularly easy or particularly pleasant, but since I considered you worth a little trouble, I did not grudge it. The long and the short of it is this: I fell in love with you last winter. You may remember that I caught your brothers poaching on my ground, and you came to me to beg them off. Well, I granted your request, for a consideration. You may remember the consideration also. You had been at great pains to snub me until that episode. I made you pay for the snubbing. I imposed a fine. Do you remember?"
"I have loathed you ever since," she broke in.
"Oh, yes," he said. "I know that. That was what started the mischief. I am so constituted that resistance is but fuel to the flame. In that respect I believe I am not unique. It is a by no means a remarkable trait of the masculine character, you will find. Well, I made you pay. It was to be 2 kisses, was it not? You gave me one, and then for some reason you fled. That left you in my debt."
"It is a debt I will never pay," she declared passionately. "I will die first."
He laughed. There was something in his eyes, something intolerable, that made her avert her own in spite of herself.
In desperation she glanced around for Violet.
"She is asleep," said Hunt-Goring.
She turned on him then like a fury. "You mean you have drugged her?" she cried.
He shrugged his shoulders. "Not to that extent. You can wake her if you wish, but I think you had better hear me out first, for her sake also. It is better for all parties that we should come to a clear understanding."
With immense effort she controlled herself. "Very well. What do you wish me to understand?"
"Simply this," said Hunt-Goring. "I know very well that your engagement to Wyndham was simply a move in the game, and that you have not the faintest intention of marrying him. That is so, I think."
She was silent, taken by surprise.
"I thought so," he continued. "You see, I am not so easy to hoodwink. And now I am going to act up to my villain's rôle, and break that engagement of yours, which is no engagement. To put it quite shortly and comprehensibly, I am going to marry you myself."
She stared at him in gasping astonishment.
"You!"
she said.
"You!" He laughed into her eyes of horror. "You will soon get used to the idea," he said. "You see, Wyndham doesn't really want you, and I do. That is the one extenuating circumstance of my villainy. I want you so badly that I don't much care what steps I take to get you. And so long as you continue to hate me as heartily as you do now, just by so much shall I continue to want you. Is that quite plain?"
She was still staring at him in open repulsion. "And you think I would marry you?" she said breathlessly. "You think I would marry you?"
"I think you will have to," said Hunt-Goring with his silky laugh. "I love you, you see." He added after a moment, "I shan't be unkind to you if you behave reasonably. I am well off. I can give you practically anything you want. Of course you will have to give also. But that goes without saying. The point is, how soon can we be married?"
"Never!" she cried vehemently. "Never, never!"
He looked at her, and again her eyes fell. But she continued, nevertheless, with less of violence but more of force.
"I don't know what you mean by suggesting such a thing. I think you must be quite mad, as I should be if I took you seriously. I am not going to marry you, Major Hunt-Goring. I have never liked you, and I never shall. You force me to speak plainly, and so I am telling you the simple truth."
"Thank you," said Hunt-Goring. "Well now, let us see if I can persuade you to change your mind."
"You will never do that," she said quickly.
He smiled. "I wonder. Anyhow, let me try. It makes no difference to you that I love you."
"No," she told him flatly. "None whatever. In fact, I don't believe it."
"I will prove it to you one day," he said. "But let that pass now, since it has no weight with you. I quite realize that I shall not persuade you to marry me for your own sake or for mine. But I think you may be induced to consider the matter for the sake of your friend."
"In what way?" Breathlessly she asked the question, for again it was as if a warning voice spoke within her, bidding her to go warily. He paused a moment. Then,
"Has it never struck you that there is something rather peculiar about her?" he asked suavely.
She brought her eyes back to his in sharp apprehension. "Peculiar? No, never. What do you mean?"
"Are you quite sure of that?" he insisted.
She began to falter in spite of herself. "Never until quite lately. Never till you gave her those abominable cigarettes."
"Believe me, there is no harm whatever in those cigarettes," he said. "I smoke them myself constantly. Try them for yourself if you don't believe me. They contain a minute quantity of opium, it is true, but only sufficient to soothe the nerves. No, those cigarettes are not responsible. That peculiarity which you have recently begun to notice is due to quite another cause. Surely you must have always known that she was different from other girls. Have you never thought her excitable, even unaccountable in some of her actions? Has she never told you of strange fancies, strange dreams? And her restlessness, her odd whims, her insatiable craving for morbid horrors, have you never taken note of these?" He spoke with deliberate emphasis, narrowly watching the effect of his words. Olga's hands were gripped fast together. Her wide eyes searched his face. "Oh, tell me what you mean," she entreated, a piteous quiver in her voice. "Tell me plainly what you mean." "I will," he said. "Violet Campion's mother was a homicidal maniac. She killed her husband, this girl's father, in a fit of madness one night 3 months after their marriage. It happened in India, and was put down to native treachery in order to hush it up, but it was well known that no native was responsible for it. During the 6 months that followed she was kept under restraint, hopelessly insane. It was in her blood, the worst form of insanity known. At the birth of the child she died. That will explain to you my exact meaning, and if you need corroboration you can go to Max Wyndham for it. She has begun to develop symptoms of her mother's complaint. All her peculiarities arise from incipient madness."
"Oh no," Olga whispered, with fingers straining against each other. "It's not possible. It's not true."
"It's absolutely true," he said. "And you know it is true. At the same time it is just possible that the disease may be arrested. Wyndham himself will tell you this. We discussed the matter quite recently. It may be arrested even for years if nothing happens to precipitate it. Of course her people will never let her marry, but she is not, I fancy, the sort of young woman to whom wedded bliss is essential. Naturally, all this has been kept from her. There are not many people who know of it. I am one because I knew her mother both before and after her marriage, being a young subaltern at the time, and stationed at the very place where the tragedy occurred. Wyndham is another, being the protégé of Kersley Whitton, to whom the girl's mother was engaged, and who was the first to discover the fatal tendency. She married Campion mainly out of pique, because Whitton threw her over. He was a man of 60, and his son was grown up at the time. I have often thought that he behaved with remarkable magnanimity when he adopted the child of the woman who had murdered his father." Olga shivered suddenly and violently. The horror of the tale had turned her cold from head to foot. She no longer questioned the truth of it. She knew beyond all doubting that it was true. The sun still shone gloriously, and the yacht slipped on through the shining water, throwing up the sparkling foam as she went. But to Olga the whole world had become a place of darkness and of the shadow of death. Whichever way she turned, she was afraid. "Oh, why have you told me?" she said at last. Why have you told me?" "Can't you guess?" said Hunt-Goring.
"No."
Yet her breath came sharply with the word. If she did not guess, she feared. He looked down at her for the first time, unsmiling. "I have told you," he said, "that I mean to marry you, and in keeping with the part of villain which you have assigned to me, I don't much care what I do to get you." She met his look with all her quivering courage. "But what has this to do with that?" she said. She saw his face harden, become cruel. "Miss Campion is nothing to me," he said brutally. "Either you give me your most sacred promise to marry me before the end of the year, or I shall tell her the truth here and now, as I have just told it to you." She shrank as though he had struck her. "Oh, you couldn't!" she cried out wildly. "You couldn't! No man could be such a fiend!" He came a step nearer to her, and suddenly his eyes glowed with a fire that scorched her to the soul. "You had better not tempt me," he said, "or I may do that, and more also." She put her hands up to shield her face from his look, but he caught them suddenly and savagely into his own, overbearing her resistance with indomitable mastery. "Promise me," he said. "Promise me." His lips were horribly near her own. She strained away from him tensely with all her strength. "I will not," she panted. "I will not." "You shall," he declared furiously. "Do you think I shall be beaten by a child like you? I tell you, you shall." But still desperately she struggled against him, repeating voicelessly, "I will not! I will not!" He gripped her fast, holding her face up mercilessly to his own. "You think I won't do it?" he said. "I know you won't," she gasped back. "You couldn't. No man could." "I swear to you that I will," he said. "No," she breathed. "No, no, no." She saw the fury on his face suddenly harden and turn cold. Abruptly he set her free. "Very well," he said. "Marry you I will. But first I will show you that I am a man of my word." He swung round upon his heel to leave her. But in that instant the warning voice cried out again in Olga's soul, compelling her to swift action. She sprang after him, caught his arm, clinging to it with all her failing strength. "You will not," she gasped out in an agony of entreaty. "You could not. You shall not." He stopped, looking down without pity into her face of supplication. "Then give me that promise," he said. She shook her head. "No, not that. Not that." "Why not?" he insisted. "Are you hoping to catch your red-haired doctor? You are not likely to secure anyone else, and he will probably prove elusive." She flinched at the gibing words, but still she held him back. "No, no. I don't want to marry anyone. I have always said so." "Have you said so to him?" asked Hunt-Goring. She was silent, but the quick blood ran to her temples, betraying her. "I thought not," he said. "So that is the explanation, is it? That is why you will have none of me, eh?" "Oh, how can you be so hateful?" she cried vehemently. He laughed. "You won't let me be anything else. I assure you I would be amiability itself, if you would permit. Well now, which is it to be? You say you don't want to marry anyone. That, we have seen, is only a figure of speech. But since the red-haired doctor is not wanting you, and I am—" "You are wrong," she broke in with sudden heat. Some hidden fire within her had kindled into flame at his words. It burned with a fierce strength. For the first time she challenged him without any sense of fear. He looked at her in unfeigned astonishment. "I beg your pardon?" "You are wrong," she said again, and it was as if some inner force inspired the words. She spoke without conscious volition of her own. "Max Wyndham has asked me to marry him, and marry him I will." She never knew with what triumphant finality she spoke, but the effect of her words was instant and terrible. Even as they left her lips, she saw the dark blood rise in a wave to his forehead, swelling the veins there to purple cords. His eyes became suddenly bloodshot and glittered devilishly. His hands clenched, and she almost thought he was going to strike her. With a desperate effort she faced him without a tremor,
instinctively aware that courage alone could save her. For fully 30 seconds he said no word, and as they slipped away she saw the dreadful wave of passion gradually recede. But even then he continued to glare at her till with a quiet movement she took her hand from his arm and turned away. Then, as she stood at the deck rail, at last he spoke. "So that is your last word upon the subject?" She answered him briefly, "Yes." She kept her face turned seawards. She was suddenly and overwhelmingly conscious of bodily weakness. All her strength seemed to have gone into that one great effort, that at the moment had seemed no effort at all. She felt as if she were going to faint, and gripped herself with all her quivering resolution, praying wildly that he might not notice. He did not notice. For a few seconds more he stood behind her while she waited, palpitating, for his next move. Then very suddenly he turned and left her. And Olga, instantly relaxing from a tension too terrible to be borne, covered her face with her hands and shuddered over and over again in sick disgust. It was many minutes before she recovered, minutes during which her mind seemed to be almost too stunned for thought. Very gradually, at length, she began to remember the words she had last uttered, the weapon she had used. And numbly she wondered at herself. No, she had scarcely acted on her own initiative. Her action had been prompted by some force of which till that moment she had had no knowledge, a force great enough to lift her above her own natural impulses, great enough to help her in her sore strait, and to make all other things seem of small importance. What would Max have said to that emphatic declaration of hers? But surely it was Max, and none other, who had inspired it. Surely. Ah, what was this that was happening to her? What magic was at work? She suddenly lifted her face to the dazzling summer sky. A brief giddiness possessed her, and passed. She was as one over whom a mighty wave had dashed. She came up from it, breathless, trembling, yet with a throbbing ecstasy at her heart, such as she had never known before. For the impossible had happened to her. She realized it now. She, Olga Ratcliffe, the ordinary, the colourless, the prosaic, was caught in the grip of the unknown power, that immortal wonder which, for lack of a better name, men called romance. And she knew it, she exulted in it, she stretched out her woman's hands to grasp it, as a babe will seek to grasp the sunshine, possessing and possessed. In that moment she acknowledged that the bitter struggle through which she had just come had been indeed worth while. It had exhausted her, terrified her, but it had shown her her heart in such a fashion as to leave no room for doubt or misunderstanding. Even yet she quivered with the rapture of the revelation. It thrilled her through and through. For she knew that Max Wyndham reigned there in complete and undisputed possession. No other man had entered before him, or would ever enter after. Slowly, reluctantly, she came back from her Elysium. She descended to earth and faced again the difficulties of the way. She opened her eyes upon the yacht still running seawards, and decided that they must turn. She wondered if Hunt-Goring had regained his self-control, if he were ashamed of himself, if possibly he might bring himself to apologize, and what she should say to him if he did. Her heart felt very full. She knew she could not be very severe with him if he were really repentant. Then she remembered Violet, her friend. End of chapters 18 and 19. Part 1, chapters 20 and 21 of The Keeper of the Door by Ethel Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 20. The Search. For the third time Nick looked at his watch. It was nearly 1. He jumped to his feet with a grimace. What on earth are those girls up to? Rapidly he locked drawer after drawer of his writing table, gathered up a sheaf of papers, and turned to go. The library at Redlands overlooked a wide lawn that led through shrubberies to the edge of the cliff, up the face of which had been cut a winding path. He paused a moment, considering this. Would they return from the shore by that way? If so, he would miss them if he went in search of them by the drive. Impatiently he turned back towards the window, and in that moment he caught sight of a flying figure crossing the lawn. Olga, with a white strained face, hatless, dishevelled, gasping. Nick's one arm fought with the heavy window and flung it up. In another second he had leaped out to meet her. She ran to him, stumbled ere she reached him, fell against him, helpless, sobbing, exhausted. He held her up. "What is it? Violet, is she drowned?" he questioned rapidly. "No, no," she gasped the words as she lay against his shoulder. "All right, then. Take your time. Come and sit down," said Nick. He supported her to the low window sill, and she sank down upon it, still clinging to him with agonized gasping, voiceless, and utterly spent. He stood beside her, strongly grasping her hand. "Keep quite quiet," he said. "It's the quickest in the end." She obeyed him, as was her custom, leaning her head against him till gradually her breath came back to her, and speech became possible. "Oh, Nick," she whispered then, "that any man could be so vile." "What man?" said Nick sharply. "Major Hunt-Goring." He stooped swiftly and looked into her face. "What has he been doing?" "I'll tell you," she said. "I'll tell you." And then, arrested possibly by something in that flashing regard, she raised herself and looked straight up at him. "I can only tell you everything," she said, "if you will promise me not to go and quarrel with him, in fact, not to go near him. Will you promise, Nick?" "I will not," said Nick. "You must," she said. "You must." "I will not," he said again. She held his hand imploringly. "Not if I ask you? Not if I beg you?" "Not in any case," he said. "Now tell me the truth as quickly as you can." She shook her head. "Nick, I can't. He is quite unscrupulous. He might kill you." "So he might," said Nick grimly. "He's crazy enough for anything. What has he been doing?" "Is he crazy?" she said, catching at the word. "He's drug-ridden," said Nick, "and devil-ridden too, upon occasion. Now tell me." She began to cry with her head against his arm. "Nick, I'm frightened. I can't." "Oh, damn," said Nick to the world at large. And then he gently released himself and knelt beside her. "Look here, Olga darling. There's nothing to frighten you. I'm not a headlong fool. There. Dry your eyes and be sensible. What's the beast been up to? Made love to you, has he?" His bony hand grasped hers again very vitally, very reassuringly. Almost insensibly she yielded herself to his control. Quiveringly she began to tell him of the morning's happenings. Perhaps it was as well that she did not see Nick's face as she did so, or she might have found it difficult to continue. As it was, she spoke haltingly, with many pauses, describing to him Hunt-Goring's arrival and invitation, her own dilemma, her final surrender. "I couldn't help it, Nick," she said, still fast clinging to his hand. "I couldn't let her go alone." "Go on," said Nick. And then she told him of Hunt-Goring's overture, her own sick repulsion for the man, his persistence, his brutality. At that, abruptly, Nick broke in. "Before you go any farther, has he ever made love to you before?" She answered him because she had no choice. "Yes, Nick, but I always hated him." "And you didn't tell me," he said. There was no note of reproach in his tone, yet in some fashion it hurt her. "Nick, darling, you've only got one arm," she said. "And he's such a great, strong bully." Nick uttered a sudden fierce laugh. His hand was clenched. "You women," he said, and for some reason Olga felt overwhelmingly foolish. "Well, finish," he commanded. "No half measures, mind. Just the whole truth." And Olga stumbled on. She repeated with quivering lips Hunt-Goring's story of the taint in Violet's blood, of the tragedy that had preceded her birth. "Nick," she said, turning piteous eyes upon his face, I know it must be partly true, but do you think it is really quite as bad as that? I believed it at the time. But perhaps—" He shook his head. "It's true," he said briefly. "True that she is going mad? Oh, Nick, Nick!" He slipped his arm around her.
"And the devil told her, did he?"
She leaned her forehead on his shoulder in an agony of quivering recollection. "Because I wouldn't listen to him. Because—" "Pass on," said Nick. "He told her. What happened?" But she could not tell him. "It was too dreadful, too dreadful," she moaned. "Where is she now?" he pursued. "You can tell me that, anyhow." "She has gone to Mrs. Briggs," Olga whispered. "She said she would know everything. She had been her nurse from the beginning. She is in a terrible state, Nick. I only came away to tell you. I thought you would be getting anxious, or I wouldn't have left her. I ran up the cliff path. It was quickest."
"We will go back to her in the motor," said Nick.
He got to his feet, his arm still about her, raising her also.
"Come now," he said. "Pull yourself together, Kitty. You will need all the strength you can muster. Come inside and have a drain of brandy before we start."
He led her within. She was shivering as one with an ague, but she made desperate efforts to control herself. Nick was exceedingly matter of fact. There was never anything tragic about him. He made her drink some brandy and water, and while she did so he scribbled a brief note.
"I will send off my own man in the motor with this to Max," he said. "He had better come."
Olga looked up sharply. "It's no manner of use sending for him, Nick. She vows she will never see him again."
"We will have him all the same," said Nick. "He is the man for the job."
He went off and dispatched his message, and then, returning, went out with her to the motor in which they had arrived so gaily but a few hours before.
"Now go steady, my chicken," he said, as he got in beside her. "It wouldn't serve anyone's turn to have a spill at this juncture."
His yellow face smiled cheery encouragement into hers, and Olga felt subtly comforted. "Oh, I am glad I've got you, Nick," she said. "You're such a brick in any trouble."
"Don't tell anyone," said Nick, "but that's my speciality."
The midday sun was veiled in a thick haze, and the heat was intense. The dust lay white upon the hedges, and eddied about their wheels as they passed. The sea stretched away indefinitely into the sky, leaden, motionless, with no sound of waves. "I am sure there will be a storm," said Olga.
"A good thing if there is," said Nick.
"Yes, but Violet is terrified at thunder. She always has been."
"It won't break yet," he said.
Almost noiselessly the motor sped along the dusty road. All Olga's faculties became concentrated upon her task, and she spoke no more. They reached the village. It seemed to be deserted in the slumberous stillness. There was not so much as a dog to be seen. Suddenly Nick spoke.
"What became of Hunt-Goring?"
The colour leaped into her pale, tense face. "He landed us at the jetty, and went away again in his yacht."
"Let us hope he will go to the bottom," said Nick.
She shook her head, a gleam of spirit answering his. "Men like that never do." They ran unhindered through the village, and came to The Ship. The inn door gaped upon the street. There was not a soul in sight. Olga brought the car to a stand. "We had better go straight in, Nick."
"Certainly," said Nick.
She peeped into the bar, and found it empty. Together they entered the narrow passage. The unmistakable odour of beer and stale tobacco was all prevalent. The air was heavy with it. They reached the foot of the steep winding stairs, and Olga paused irresolutely. "There doesn't seem to be anyone downstairs. Will you wait while I run up?"
"No," said Nick. "I'm coming too."
They ascended, therefore, and commenced to search the upper regions. But the same absolute quiet reigned above as below. Only the loud ticking of a cuckoo clock at the head of the stairs aggravated the stillness. Olga opened one or two doors along the passage, and looked into empty rooms, and finally turned round to Nick with scared eyes. "What can have happened?" Where can she be gone?" As she uttered the words there fell a heavy footstep in the sanded passage below, and the sound of a man's cough came up to them. Nick wheeled. "Hi, Briggs. Is that you?"
"Briggs it is,"
said a thick voice. Nick descended the stairs with Olga behind him, and encountered the owner thereof at the bottom. He was a large-limbed man with a permanent slouch and a red and sullen countenance, that very faithfully bore witness to his habits. He stood and regarded Nick with a fixed and somewhat aggressive stare.
"Where's the missus?"
he said.
"That's just what I want to know,"
said Nick. Briggs uttered an uneasy guffaw as he suspected the existence of a joke that had somewhat eluded him. His eyes rolled upward to Olga, and back to Nick.
"Well, she ain't here, seemin'ly,"
he remarked.
"Don't you know where she is?"
demanded Nick. Briggs grinned foolishly.
"That's tellin',"
he observed facetiously. Nick turned from him. "Come along, Olga. They are not here, evidently. It's no use trying to get any sense out of this drunken beast." "But, Nick," said Olga in distress. "We will go down to the shore," he said.
"Here, you, Briggs, stand back, will you?"
Briggs was blocking the narrow passage with his great bull frame, and showed no disposition to let them pass. He seemed to think he had a grievance, and he commenced to state it in a rambling, disjointed fashion, holding them prisoners on the stairs while he did so. Nick bore with him for exactly 10 seconds, and then, clean and straight, with lightning swiftness, his one hand shot forward. It was a single hard blow, delivered full on the jaw with a force that nearly carried Nick with it, and it sent the offender staggering backwards on his heels in bellowing astonishment. The opposite wall saved him from falling headlong, but the impact was considerable, and rendered him quite incapable of recovering his balance. He subsided slowly onto the floor with a flood of language that at least testified to the fact that his injuries were not severe. Nick's arm went around Olga in a flash. He almost lifted her over the legs of the prostrate Briggs and hurried her down the passage. As they emerged into the smoky sunlight, she heard him laugh, and marveled that he could. "On second thoughts," he said, with the air of one resuming an interrupted discussion, "I think we will go to the Priory. If she is not there, she is probably on the way." "She would go by the cliffs," Olga said. "Yes, I know. But Mrs. Briggs is with her. We had better motor," said Nick. So they set off again along the glaring road. It began to seem like a nightmare to Olga. She drove as one pursued by horrors unspeakable. Once or twice Nick spoke to her, and she knew that she obeyed his instructions, though what they were she could never afterwards remember. On and on they went, flying like cloud shadows on a windy day, yet, so it seemed to Olga, drawing no nearer to their goal, until quite suddenly she found herself staring at the great Priory gate-posts, with their huge stone balls, while Nick wrestled with the fastenings of the gates. They opened before her, and she drove slowly through with a curious sensation as of entering an unknown country, though she had known the Priory grounds from childhood. Nick clambered in beside her as she went, and then they were off again, running swiftly up the long drive with its double line of yews to the house. Memory awoke within her then, and she called to mind that day that seemed so long ago, when she had encountered Violet, superbly confident, conquering the rebellious Pluto. The cry of a gull came to her now, as then, and it sounded like a cry of pain. They came within sight of the old grey walls. Silent and tragic, they stood up against the mist-veiled sky. The sunlight had turned to an ominous copper glow. And in that moment Olga was afraid, with that sick apprehension of evil that comes upon occasion even to the brave. She gave no sign of it, but it was coiled like a serpent about her heart from then onwards. The front door stood open, its Gothic archway gaping wide and mysterious. Still with that nightmare dread upon her, she descended and passed into the old chapel of the monks. The stained window at the end cast a lurid stream of light along half its length. She caught her breath in an irrepressible shudder. She thought she had never before realized how gruesomely horrible that window was. Nick's hand closed upon her elbow, and she breathed again. "Shall we go and investigate upstairs?" he said. Mutely she yielded to the suggestion. They went down the long vault-like hall and turned through the archway in the south wall close to the window. As they did so, a sudden sound rent the ghostly stillness, a sound that echoed and echoed from wall to wall, dying at last into a shrill thread of sound that seemed to merge into the cry of a seagull over the leaden waters. As it died there came a noise of running feet in the corridor above, and a white-faced maidservant rushed gasping down the wide oak stairs. Olga sprang to intercept her. "Jane, what is the matter? Where is Miss Violet? Have you seen her?" She caught the terrified girl by the shoulders, holding her fast while she questioned her. Jane stopped perforce in her headlong flight. "Oh, lor, Miss Olga, do let me go. Miss Violet's upstairs with Mrs. Briggs. She's in a dreadful taking, and don't seem to know what she's doing. Did you hear her scream? Mrs. Briggs says it's hysterics, but it don't sound like that to me. It's made my blood run cold." Olga released as swiftly as she had captured her, and started for the stairs. Nick was close behind her. They ascended almost together, past the great window that looked upon the sea, and so on to the oak-panelled corridor that led to Violet's room. The great wolf-hound Cork came to meet them here, wagging a wistful tail and lifting questioning eyes. He made no attempt to hinder their advance, obviously regarding them as friends in need. Olga's hand caressed him as she passed, and he came and pressed against her as she stopped outside the closed door. Softly she turned the handle, only to discover that the door was locked. She bent her head to listen, and heard a broken sobbing that was like the crying of a child. Her face quivered in sympathy. She stooped and put her lips to the keyhole. "Violet, Violet, darling, let me in. Let me be with you." Instantly the sobbing ceased, but it was Mrs. Briggs' voice that made answer. "You can't come in, Miss Olga, only unless you're by yourself. Miss Violet's still very upset like, and she ain't wanting any one but me." There was authority in the announcement. Mrs. Briggs was not without considerable strength of character, and she knew how to keep her head in an emergency. Olga looked at Nick. "I should wait if I were you," he counseled. "She is sure to want you later on." She nodded silently and bent over Cork. The strain of the past few hours was beginning to tell upon her. Her tears fell unrestrained upon the great dog's head. Nick strolled away to the head of the stairs, and stood there like a sentinel, searching the blurred expanse of sea through the open window with alert, restless eyes. Several minutes passed. Then there came the sound of the key turning in the lock. Olga stood up hastily, dashing away her tears. Mrs. Briggs' head appeared in the aperture. "Miss Olga," she said in a strenuous whisper, "Miss Violet would like to speak to you if so be as you're alone. But she won't have any one else." "There is only Captain Ratcliffe here," said Olga. "Then p'raps he'll be good enough to wait outside," said Mrs. Briggs, with the air of a general issuing his orders. "You can come in, Miss Olga, and for pity's sake soothe the poor dear as much as you can. She's well nigh wore herself out." Olga glanced round for Nick, and found him at her side. "Look here, Olga," he said, speaking in a rapid whisper. "You are not to lock that door. Understand? I say it." She hesitated. "But if—" "I won't have it done," he said. "You must pretend to lock it. Mind, if I find that door locked I shall have it forced, and take you away." "But she may ask me, Nick," Olga objected. "If she does, you must lie to her," he said inexorably. Olga abandoned the discussion somewhat reluctantly, anticipating difficulties. He laid his hand for an instant on her arm as she prepared to enter. "You understand I am in earnest, don't you?" he said. She looked into his queer yellow face with a feeling that was almost awe as she answered meekly, "Yes, Nick." "And don't forget it," he said as he let her go. 21. On the brink. "Is that you, Allegro? There is no one with you?" Violet raised herself from her pillows, turning a haggard face to meet her friend. She looked as if years had passed over her. Her great eyes shone out of dark circles. They looked beyond Olga in evident apprehension. "It's only me, darling," said Olga, going swiftly to her. Feverish hands caught and held her. "Goodness, child, how cold you are!" exclaimed Violet. "Mrs. Briggs, I can do without you now. You had better go and look after Briggs." She broke into a brief laugh. "He always gets up to mischief as soon as your back is turned." "He can very well look after himself," said Mrs. Briggs austerely, "and I'm not a-goin' to leave you like this, my dearie. But I'll tell you what I will do. I'll go down to the kitchen, and make them lazy hussies stir themselves and get you a meal of some sort." In the days when Mrs. Briggs had been Violet's nurse she had reigned supreme in the Priory kitchen, and she still regarded it as an outlying portion of her dominions. Violet leaned back upon her pillows, with exhaustion written plainly on her pale face. "Oh, do as you like, Nanny, but I don't want anything. I've got my cigarettes." Mrs. Briggs grunted and turned to go. The patient Cork here seized the opportunity to assert himself, and gently but firmly pressed into the room. "Drat the dog," said Mrs. Briggs. "Leave him alone," Violet commanded. "He knows how to take care of me." As Cork was fully determined to enter, no effort on Mrs. Briggs' part would have availed to stop him, and Mrs. Briggs, realizing this, sniffed and departed. The huge animal lay down by the foot of the bed and heaved a sigh of satisfaction as he dropped his nose upon his paws. And then Violet turned her face to Olga, sitting on the bed, and whispered, "Does he know?" "Who?" whispered back Olga. "Max, of course. Who else?" Olga hesitated. Violet's hands were gripping her very tightly. "Know what, dear?" she said at last. A quick frown drew Violet's forehead. "Oh, you know what I mean. Does he know about my going mad? Have you told him?" "My dearest!" Keen distress rang in Olga's voice. Don't talk like that. You're not mad. You're not mad." Violet's frown changed into a very strange smile. "Oh, yes, but I am," she said. "I've been mad for some time now. It's been gradually coming on, but today it is moving faster. Much faster." Her low voice quickened. "I haven't much sanity left, Allegro. I can feel it slipping from me inch by inch like a paid-out rope. Only enough left now to know that I am mad. When I don't know that any longer, I shall have lost it all." "Dearest, dearest," moaned Olga. "Won't you try to forget it? Try to think of other things for a little?" Violet continued as if she had not heard her. "You know, it's curious that it never occurred to me before. I've had such queer sensations, all sorts of funny things going on inside me. It began like a curious thirst, a very horrible sort of craving, Allegro. That was what made me take to those cigarettes. I never felt it when I was smoking them. They made me so deliciously sleepy. It was terrible when he took them away. I felt as if he had pushed me over a deep abyss. I really can't do without them. They make me float when I'm going to sink." She paused and passed a weary hand across her brow. "Why have I been crying so, Allegro? I hardly ever cry. Was I sorry for someone? Was it my mother? Fancy her doing that." The heavy eyes grew suddenly wide and bright. "I wonder if she would have killed me too if she had lived. I know exactly what made her do it. I should have done it myself. Yes, and reveled in it. Can't you imagine it? The night and the darkness, and oneself lying there pretending to be asleep and waiting for the man one hated." Suddenly the wide eyes glowed red. Think of it, Allegro. How one would feel for the point of the knife when one heard his step, and hid it away under the pillow when at last he came in. How one's flesh would creep when he lay down. How one's ears would shout and clamor while one waited for him to sleep. And then, when he began to breathe slowly and one knew that he was unconscious, How inch by inch one would draw out one's hand with the knife and raise the bedclothes, and plunge it hard and deep into his breast. Would he struggle, Allegro? Would he open his eyes to see his own life blood spout out? Would he be frightened, or angry, or just surprised? I think he would be surprised. Don't you? He wouldn't give his wife credit for hating him so much. Men don't, you know. They never realize how far hatred will drive a woman until it pushes her over the edge. I think he would hardly believe his own eyes even then, unless he saw her laughing." A burst of wild laughter broke from Violet's lips, but she smothered it with her handkerchief. "I mustn't laugh," she said, though I'm sure she did. "And I want to talk to you seriously, Allegro." "Dear, do lie down and rest," Olga urged her gently. "That hateful story has given you a shock. Do try and remember that there's nothing new about it. It all happened years ago. And you are no different now than you were this morning before you heard it." Violet leaned her head back again upon the pillows, but her eyes roved unceasingly. "But then I was mad this morning," she said, "only I didn't know it. Do you know, I think madness is a sort of state in which people lose their souls and yet go on living. Or else the soul goes blind. I've thought of that, too. But I think my soul has gone on. I shall go and find it presently. You must help me." "Of course I will help you, darling," Olga promised soothingly. "Yes, but it won't be easy," said Violet, frowning upwards. "I've got to go into a great space of lost souls, and I shan't find it very easily. It was his fault. He never ought to have brought me back that night. That's the worst of doctors. They are so keen about the body, but they don't study the soul at all. They behave exactly as if the soul weren't there." "Look here, dear," said Olga, with sudden inspiration. "Wouldn't you like to talk to Nick about it? He's so clever. I always ask him about puzzling things." "Nick?" Violet's eyes came round to her. "He's a soldier, isn't he? He has killed people." "I don't know. I suppose so," said Olga. "He is just outside. May I fetch him?" "Oh, yes, I don't mind Nick. He's got some sense. But I won't have Max, Allegro. He is not to come near me. I've found him out, and I hate him." The deep voice suddenly grew deeper. A flame of fierce resentment leaped up in the roving eyes. "I know now exactly why he has been so attentive all this time. I used to think, he was in love with me, like other men. But I know now that he was only making a study of me, because he knew that I was going mad. Bruce must have told him that. I often wondered why he and Bruce were so friendly. I know now that they were in league against me. Bruce never liked me, naturally. No one ever liked me but you, Allegro." "Shall I call Nick?" said Olga, gently bringing her back to the point. "Oh, if you like. But no. Cork would never let any man come in here. I will come downstairs. We'll have some lunch and then smoke." Violet sprang from the bed with sudden decision. "Heavens!" she exclaimed as she caught a glimpse of herself in her glass. "What a hag I look! I can't go down in this. It looks like a bedgown. Find me something, Allegro. That red silk will do. I believe everything else is at Weir. You will have to send my things back, for I'm going to stay here now. I've had enough of Max Wyndham's tyranny. I must have my own way, or I shall rave." With impulsive hands she tore off her tumbled muslin dress, and arrayed herself in the flaming evening robe which Olga had once condemned. Olga raised no protest now. She gave her silent assistance. The horrors of that day had so closed in upon her that she felt fantastically convinced that nothing she did or left undone could make any difference, or hinder for the fraction of an instant the fate that so remorselessly pursued them and was surely every moment drawing nearer. The fear at her heart had so wound itself into her very being that she was no longer conscious of it. It possessed her like an evil spell. So she stood by, sometimes helping, always watching, while her friend's tragedy leaped from point to point like a spreading forest fire breeding destruction. "You are not afraid of me, Allegro?" Violet asked her suddenly, as she arranged her black hair with swift, feverish movements. And Olga answered, with truth, "No, dear. I should never be that." "Not whatever happened? That's right. I'm not really dangerous, so long as you keep Max out of my way. But mind, I must never see him again. Never, never, while I live." She turned from the glass facing Olga with eyes in which an awful fire had begun to burn. "I know him," she said. "I know him. He will want to shut me up, to keep me as a specimen for him, and men like him, to study. He and Bruce will do it between them if they get the chance. But they won't. They won't. Allegro, darling, you must help me to get away. I can't be imprisoned for life. You will help me? Promise me. Promise." "I promise, dearest," Olga made answer very earnestly. Something of relief softened the agony in the dark eyes. Very suddenly Violet took her friend's face between her hands and passionately kissed her on the lips. "I love you, Allegro," she said, "and I trust you, and you only, till death." It was then, at first but dimly, that Olga began to realize that the burden laid upon her might be heavier than she could bear, and yet that she alone must bear it, even if it crushed her to the earth. Passing out at length into the passage, she felt Violet's hand close with a convulsive pressure upon her arm, and she knew that here was fear such as she had never before encountered or imagined. The deadly, unfathomable fear of a mind that hovered on the brink of the abyss. She caught the hand warmly, protectingly into her own. And she swore then and there a solemn inward oath that, cost what it might, the trust reposed in her should not be in vain. When her friend turned to her for help in extremity, she should not find her lacking. For of such stuff was Olga Ratcliffe fashioned, and her loyalty was that same loyalty which moves men even unto the sacrifice of their lives. End of chapters 20 and 21.